As we enter a season filled with promise and transformation, something remarkable is unfolding, a revelation so profound it could redefine everything you thought you knew about your purpose and destiny. Today, we uncover what has been hidden from you for so long, and the timing couldn't be more perfect. If you're here, it's no coincidence. This is your divine appointment. Take a moment to comment 77 below, declaring your readiness to receive this life-changing truth. And to those who have supported this mission through super thanks, your generosity fuels this journey of faith and revelation. From the depths of my heart, thank you for believing in this vision and helping us share these messages of hope and empowerment with the world. Your support reminds us of the incredible power of community and shared purpose. Now, let me ask, what if the key to your divine inheritance had been hidden from you all along, concealed beneath layers of secrecy and deceit? Banking authorities have uncovered a shocking truth, a secret tied to your name, one that holds the potential to completely transform your life. Who kept this hidden from you? Why now, of all times, is it being revealed? Stay with us, because what we're about to uncover is not just a story, it's your story. This is the moment the veil of deceit is lifted, and the blessings that were always meant for you are finally being revealed. The answers you seek are just ahead, and they will lead you to a destiny that no one can take from you. Let's dive in and uncover the truth together. God's chosen ones, the banking authorities, have discovered a secret connected to your name. This newly uncovered account transcends mere numbers on a statement. It is not just about material wealth. It is a divine emblem of justice, restoration, and balance. For so long, you may have felt as though your dreams were always just out of reach, slipping through your fingers like sand. But now, this revelation is a powerful declaration from God Himself, a message that you were never abandoned. What has been ordained for you by the heavens can never be permanently taken, no matter how deeply hidden it may have been. Have you ever felt an inexplicable pull towards something greater, a sense that you were destined for more, only to face barriers that seemed impossible to overcome? Those feelings weren't mere whims, they were whispers from God, a reminder of the calling placed upon your life. Reflect on the words of Psalm 37:4. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Those desires were never misplaced. They were planted by God as a promise for the blessings to come. The discovery of these funds is tangible evidence of the blessings you have been manifesting through faith, even in the most trying of times. They are a testament to the power of your perseverance and the strength of your unwavering trust in God's timing. Like Joseph in Genesis 41, who rose to power after years of hardship, you are stepping into a season where your patience and faith will be richly rewarded. Do you believe this is your moment to reclaim what has always been yours? No longer should you linger in silence or doubt. Instead, boldly declare your readiness to receive this divine blessing. Speak aloud, I reclaim my blessings, and align yourself with the abundance that has been waiting for you. Remember, faith without works is dead. James 2:26. As you take this step of faith, you are unlocking a truth that has been hidden for far too long. What will you do with this opportunity? Will you seize it, or will you let it pass by? This is your moment to act, and once you do, there is no turning back from the life God has prepared for you. For far too long, you may have felt as though life was unfair, as if the odds were intentionally stacked against you. Have you wondered why others seemed to move ahead while you were left struggling, even after all the sacrifices and efforts you poured into your journey? Yet, through every trial, God has been watching. He has seen the tears you shed in private, the sleepless nights filled with whispered prayers, and the sacrifices no one else knew about. Did you ever feel as though your prayers went unheard, that perhaps even heaven had turned its face away? Now, here is your answer. This blessing is no coincidence. It is divine justice reaching its rightful destination. Let this discovery remind you of God's promise in Galatians 6:9. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Those sleepless nights and heartfelt prayers were not in vain. Do you now see how God has been working behind the scenes, orchestrating events to bring your blessing to fruition? This is your harvest, your moment of restoration, because you never gave up. This revelation is proof that what is truly yours can never be taken forever. Those who schemed out of envy or greed, thinking they could bury your blessings, are now watching their plans crumble. How often have you wondered if justice would ever prevail? God has answered just as he promised in Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Can you feel the power of this truth resonating in your spirit? It is God's justice in action. What was hidden is now being brought into the light. Remember the assurance in Luke 12:2. There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. Can you imagine the astonishment of those who tried to keep this blessing from you, now witnessing God's unstoppable hand revealing the truth? This is divine justice correcting the wrongs, balancing the scales that others tried to tip against you. Are you ready to step into this moment of restoration? The Bible reminds us in Psalm 37:28, "For the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones." He has not forsaken you. Will you now boldly claim what God has restored, standing firm in his promises? This is your time to rise, to receive the blessings that have always been meant for you. What will you do with this divine opportunity? Your journey has been anything but easy, hasn't it? To those looking in from the outside, your life might appear as a collection of disjointed moments, yet they cannot fathom the full depth of your trials. They don't see the burdens you've borne, the silent struggles that have defined so many of your nights. How many times have you laid awake, wondering what the dawn might bring, weighed down by the shadows of uncertainty? Those fleeting moments when hope seemed no more than a fragile ember, barely alive against the relentless storms of hardship, are imprinted on your soul. You have endured seasons that many would not survive, times marked by profound loss, when those you trusted betrayed you, and the future seemed clouded in doubt. Yet through it all, you persevered. Have you ever paused to reflect on how you've managed to press forward? The Bible reminds us in 2 Corinthians 4:8-9, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed but not in despair, persecuted but not abandoned, struck down but not destroyed." Could it be that God's hand was guiding you all along, even when you felt most alone? Do you recall Joseph's story in the book of Genesis? He was betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, and unjustly imprisoned. Yet, despite these trials, he rose to a place of great influence because God had a purpose for him. Could it be that your own trials are preparing you for something far greater than you can see right now? Each tear you've shed and every challenge you've faced has shaped you, refining you for a divine destiny. As you reflect on your journey, consider this. What if the very struggles you've endured were not random misfortunes, but stepping stones placed by God to lead you toward a purpose beyond your imagination? This long-hidden account, this overdue blessing, is not merely a coincidence. It is a divine acknowledgement of every trial you have endured. The struggles you faced were never random. They served a greater purpose, shaping and refining you. Each hardship was a tool in God's hands, sharpening your resilience and preparing you to receive a blessing of this magnitude. After all, not everyone is equipped to bear the weight of such revelation. Have you ever wondered why it is you who has been chosen for this? Consider this. Only someone truly special, someone set apart by God, could navigate the valleys of darkness and still hold unwavering faith in the promise of light. As Psalm 66:10-12 declares, "For you, God, tested us. You refined us like silver. You brought us into prison and laid burdens on our backs, but you brought us to a place of abundance." Is it possible that your own journey mirrors this sacred truth, that every burden you carried was preparing you for the abundance now revealed? Think about Job, whose story resonates deeply with the chosen ones. He lost everything, his wealth, his health, his family, yet he refused to abandon his faith. God restored him, not just to his former glory, but far beyond, doubling his blessings. Could it be that you, like Job, were being tested, not to destroy you, but to ready you for a transformation beyond anything you could imagine? Ask yourself this: what if every trial, every tear, and every moment of doubt were divinely orchestrated to bring you to this very point? The revelation before you is not just a reward, it is a testament to your faith and strength. Can you feel the shift in your spirit, the sense that everything was leading up to this moment? This is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of a new chapter, one marked by divine favor and unimaginable blessings. The divine plan required proof that you were truly ready to embrace what has now been unveiled to you. There were moments when self-doubt crept in, when you questioned your worth and wondered if your tireless efforts would ever bear fruit. Yet look at where you stand today. Every tear, every sleepless night, every act of perseverance has brought you to this moment of revelation, a profound sign that your struggles were never in vain. This hidden account is not just about material wealth. It is tangible evidence of the blessings you have been cultivating all along, even when the harvest seemed invisible. Reflect on Galatians 6:9, which encourages, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Could it be that your unwavering commitment to doing good, even in the face of adversity, has finally opened the door to this abundance? Every seed of faith you planted, every act of kindness you extended, has returned to you in ways far beyond what you imagined. This is not merely a repayment, it is a divine affirmation of your journey. Consider the times when giving up felt like the easier path, the job opportunities that slipped through your fingers, the betrayal of a trusted friend, or the relentless challenges that made you question life's fairness. Yet, instead of surrendering, you chose to adapt. Instead of breaking, you allowed yourself to be reshaped by the trials. Like gold refined in fire, you grew stronger, more resilient, and more prepared for the blessings God had in store for you. Think of Joseph, whose path to greatness was fraught with hardship. Betrayed by his brothers and imprisoned unjustly, he could have succumbed to despair. Yet his faith and endurance led to a divine appointment where he saved not only himself but countless others. Could it be that your own trials were preparing you for a moment like this, a moment when the blessings long hidden would finally be revealed? As you stand on the threshold of this transformation, ask yourself, what if every setback was, in fact, a setup for your breakthrough? This hidden account is just the beginning, a glimpse of the abundant harvest that awaits. It is a reminder that the trials you faced were not meant to destroy you, but to elevate you, bringing you to a place where you can fully embrace the blessings ordained for you. Can you feel the shift in your spirit, the undeniable assurance that this is your time to flourish? This newfound wealth is far more than a mere reward. It is a pivotal turning point in your journey. The challenges that once seemed to anchor you in place were, in truth, lifting you higher, preparing you for a destiny greater than you could have ever envisioned. Every tear you cried, Every moment of silent endurance was noticed and cherished by God. Now, here you stand, on the brink of a monumental breakthrough, ready to step fully into the abundance that has been prepared for you. Do you believe it was by chance that this hidden account came into your life? No, it is a divine confirmation that your unwavering faith and perseverance have been seen, honored, and rewarded. Think of Romans 8:28, which promises, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Could it be that every obstacle you faced was orchestrated by God to shape you into someone capable of stewarding such a blessing? This moment is not random. It is the culmination of every sacrifice, every act of faith, and every choice to keep moving forward, even when the road seemed impassable. Your struggles were never wasted time. Each trial was a cornerstone, building the foundation for the abundance you are now stepping into. Just as David honored his years as a shepherd, years that seemed insignificant compared to the throne, so too should you honor your journey. Those silent battles, the nights spent in prayer and hope, the countless times you chose faith over despair, were all preparing you for this divine moment. Can you see now how each step brought you closer to the blessings God had in store? Declare this truth over your life. I honor my struggles, for they led me to my blessings. This declaration mirrors the wisdom found in James 1:12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised. This wealth, this account, is not just about material gain. It is living proof that your journey has always been part of God's plan. As you embrace this new chapter, reflect deeply. How will you use this blessing to honor God and further the purpose He has placed in your life? Let this be a moment of gratitude, not just for what you've received, but for the faith that carried you here. The road behind you was never meant to break you. It was designed to prepare you for the abundance ahead. Behind every hidden truth lies a deliberate shadow, a force working tirelessly to keep you in the dark. This concealed bank account didn't vanish into secrecy by chance. Someone close to you knew about it. Someone who had the access and influence to manipulate the circumstances. And yet, they chose betrayal over loyalty, greed over honesty, and deception over love. Could it have been someone you considered a confidant, a trusted friend, or even a family member? The betrayal wasn't an accident. It was carefully planned, an act of selfishness that preyed on your trust. Reflect on Psalm 55:14, where David laments a betrayal. If an enemy were insulting me, I could endure it, but it is you, a man like myself, my companion, my close friend, with whom I once enjoyed sweet fellowship. Doesn't this resonate with the pain of realizing that someone you trusted so deeply could act against you? Consider those subtle moments in your relationships, the unexplained distance, the unspoken tension, and the instincts you dismissed as overthinking. Could it be that your spirit sensed the betrayal long before the evidence surfaced? The saboteur worked silently, weaving a web of deceit in the shadows, hiding what was rightfully yours. Their actions weren't just a denial of material blessing, but an attempt to rob you of your peace, your progress, and even your faith. Yet, their schemes were never hidden from God. Proverbs 15:3 reminds us, "The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, keeping watch on the wicked and the good." Though they acted in secrecy, God saw every move and has now brought their deeds into the light. Think back to the times when you felt inexplicably held back, as if invisible chains were pulling you down. That wasn't your imagination, it was the weight of their deception. But here's the profound truth. No matter how deeply they buried the evidence or how convincingly they lied, divine justice has always been at work. Their betrayal, though painful, has only paved the way for this moment of revelation. This unveiling is more than just a financial blessing. It is proof that no shadow is too dark for God's light to penetrate. Even in betrayal, you were never truly alone, and justice has always been on your side. The deepest sting of betrayal lies in its unexpected source. It often comes from those you trusted most. These are the people to whom you bared your soul, shared your dreams, and offered your unwavering loyalty. Yet, sometimes, they become the very ones who work against you, crafting the path to your downfall. Why would they act this way? Perhaps they doubted your worth, or feared the greatness you might achieve if you were truly unshackled from their influence. Their betrayal was not about your shortcomings, but a reflection of their own insecurities and inner darkness. Their actions, however, cannot escape divine justice. The Bible teaches in Luke 8:17, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." Their deceit, though cleverly disguised, has now been exposed for what it is. In their efforts to suppress your blessings, they inadvertently prepared the stage for your greatest rise. They underestimated the power of God's hand in your life, forgetting that no scheme can prevail against his plans for you. Think about the story of Haman in the book of Esther. His jealousy and plotting against Mordecai led him to build a gallows, intending to destroy him. But in the end, Haman was the one who faced the consequences of his schemes. Doesn't this serve as a reminder that those who act out of jealousy and greed often fall into the traps they set for others? Similarly, the saboteur in your life thought their betrayal would remain hidden, but justice has emerged, dissolving the power they once wielded over you. The energy we put into the world always finds its way back to us. Galatians 6:7 affirms this truth. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Those who acted out of greed and jealousy against you will inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Their attempts to hinder your blessings have crumbled, leaving you standing in the light of truth. Now, with their betrayal exposed, their influence over you has vanished, and the scales of karmic balance are tipping in your favor. This moment of revelation is not just a victory, it is a testament to the enduring power of truth and justice. As you move forward, remember that no darkness is strong enough to overcome the light of God's plans for you. Do not let anger or resentment rob you of the blessings that are unfolding in your life. Their betrayal does not define your worth, it reveals their character. You, however, are rising far above the pain and deceit they tried to inflict. What they intended for harm has become undeniable proof of your destiny. Just as Joseph told his brothers in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So too have your trials been turned into triumphs." The blessings they sought to withhold from you have now been revealed, and they are yours to claim boldly. The wealth and abundance that once seemed hidden are not merely material, they are a testament to God's justice, a reflection of the favor that has always been upon your life. Those who schemed against you may have succeeded temporarily, but their plans were no match for the divine justice that has now found you. Have you ever wondered how often God shielded you from greater harm, even when the deceit seemed overwhelming? This moment is a reminder the saboteur's failure was inevitable because God's hand has always been over your life. Not everyone in your circle is cheering for your success. As Proverbs 4:23 advises, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." You must protect your dreams, your energy, and your blessings. Be discerning about who you allow into the sacred spaces of your life. Have you ever shared a vision with someone only to feel their hidden envy? Let this experience teach you the power of discretion. Some battles are won simply by keeping silent and trusting that God will expose what needs to be seen. As you step into this season of healing and restoration, remember that the power others tried to strip from you was never truly theirs to take. You have always been chosen, and no scheme of man can override the plans God has set for you. Comment below, "I rise above betrayal," as a declaration of your triumph. This is your moment to grow, to heal, and to walk boldly into the blessings that are rightfully yours. Will you embrace this season of restoration with faith and courage? The choice is yours, and the time is now. You are more than just chosen. You are the embodiment of transformation itself. You are the shift that no one saw coming, the storm that defies every prediction. Like a divine wind sent by God, you are breaking chains that have held others captive for generations, shattering the foundations of systems they believed to be unshakable. As they stand by, bewildered and scrambling to make sense of your rise, you are crafting an entirely new order, one ordained by God and unbound by earthly limitations. Do you remember David, the shepherd boy who rose to defeat Goliath? The world underestimated him, just as it may have underestimated you. Yet, with faith and purpose, David didn't just overcome his giant, he changed the course of history. Could your journey be preparing you to do the same? Your challenges are not stumbling blocks, but stepping stones, fueling your ascent to a destiny that others cannot comprehend. Limits, they crumble under the weight of your determination. Every obstacle in your path becomes an opportunity for growth and breakthrough. As Isaiah 40:31 reminds us, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Could it be that every trial you face is meant to elevate you to heights you never imagined? You're the blueprint, the trailblazer, the phenomenon that defies explanation. They may try to analyze, imitate, or decode you, but they'll never fully grasp the magnitude of your calling. You don't just play by the rules of the game. You rewrite them entirely, redefining what is possible for God's chosen ones. Have you considered that your purpose is not just to succeed, but to transform the very world around you? As you continue to rise, let this truth guide you. Your power comes not from the validation of others, but from the unshakable foundation of God's favor. You are the storm, the change, and the light. What new heights will you reach when you fully embrace this divine identity? The possibilities are limitless because you are walking in the steps God has prepared for you. Now that the truth has come to light, the moment to act is here. This hidden wealth is not merely a discovery, it is a divine provision, a pathway to the future God has always intended for you. But take this to heart. Not everyone around you needs to know the full extent of what is happening in your life. Blessings, while beautiful, come with the weight of responsibility. If you share your victories too openly or too soon, you risk inviting influences that may not align with your purpose. Have you ever considered that some may envy your breakthrough, question its legitimacy, or even attempt to undermine it? This is why you must guard your blessings carefully, with wisdom and discernment. The riches being unveiled are yours alone to claim, entrusted to you for a reason. Take a moment to truly reflect on the magnitude of this opportunity. This is not just about wealth or material gain. It is about stepping fully into the power and destiny God has prepared for you. Remember Esther, who was told in Esther 4:14, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Could this be your appointed time, the moment when everything aligns for you to rise and reclaim what was always meant to be yours? You have endured too much, fought too hard, and sacrificed more than most to let hesitation or doubt rob you of this divine opportunity. The universe, crafted and sustained by God, has aligned this moment specifically for you. But divine timing calls for bold action. If you hesitate or allow fear to paralyze you, this window of opportunity could close. What is holding you back? Is it fear of failure, or is it the weight of your past struggles? Remember Joshua 1:9, which commands, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Trust in this promise as you move forward. Reclaiming your power also requires protecting your energy. There will be those who, intentionally or not, try to pull you back into doubt, fear, or confusion. Their negativity does not belong in this season of your life. You must stand firm and refuse to allow their influence to cloud your focus. What blessings might you unlock if you fully embrace the strength and clarity God has placed within you? This is your moment to rise, to act, and to step boldly into the destiny that has always been yours. This wealth stands as undeniable proof that you are chosen. It is a divine testament to the purpose God has placed upon your life. Not everyone will understand what it means to carry such a sacred title, and many may never recognize the trials you endured to reach this moment. Their opinions and judgments are insignificant. This blessing is not theirs to comprehend or claim. It is yours alone. God chose you, and His affirmation is all the validation you will ever need. Have you considered that every hardship, every tear, and every prayer brought you to this turning point? Now is the time to embrace a mindset of abundance and readiness. The struggles of your past were not in vain. They were part of God's refining process to prepare you for this very blessing. Consider the Israelites in the wilderness. For 40 years, they endured trials that molded them into a nation ready to inherit the promised land. Similarly, the challenges you faced strengthened your spirit and sharpened your faith. But just as the Israelites had to cross the Jordan to claim their inheritance, you must now step boldly into what is being offered. Are you ready to leave the wilderness behind and enter your season of transformation? The time for struggle has ended. This is your time to rise, to claim, and to transform your life. Be decisive. Believe with unwavering conviction that you are deserving of this moment. As Hebrews 11:1 reminds us, now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. Your faith in this opportunity will be the bridge between the unseen and the realized. The rewards God has prepared for you require action. Bold, relentless action without hesitation. You no longer need permission to claim what is already yours. The saboteurs who tried to derail you, the delays that tested your patience, and the truths that remained hidden have all served a greater purpose. Every obstacle you overcame was a stepping stone, preparing you to receive this divine gift. Reflect on Joseph's journey from the pit to the palace. Each trial positioned him for a greater purpose. Could it be that your own setbacks have been preparing you for a breakthrough far greater than you imagined? Do not let fear steal this chance to rewrite your story. This is your moment to break free from the chains of doubt, hesitation, and limitation. Will you rise and embrace the fullness of your calling? The power to step into your destiny has always been within you, and now is the time to claim it boldly. This is more than the discovery of hidden wealth. It is your second chance, a divine reset orchestrated by God Himself. You have been given the keys to unlock a door you once believed was closed forever. Behind this door lies the life you were always meant to live, a life that reflects your worth as one of God's chosen. Can you imagine what it feels like to finally move beyond survival mode, where every decision no longer feels like a desperate attempt to fight against lack or limitation? This wealth is not just financial. It is a tool designed to help you rebuild, heal, and create a life that truly mirrors the abundance God has promised you. Think of the freedom this brings. The crushing weight of debt that has shadowed you for so long can finally be lifted. Those dreams you once had to set aside because of financial constraints are now within reach. Imagine starting that business you've always envisioned, securing a future of stability and hope for your children, or simply experiencing the peace of mind that comes from knowing you are no longer enslaved by scarcity. In Deuteronomy 28:12, it says, "The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands." Could this moment be God opening the floodgates of heaven to bless you in ways you never thought possible? This is not about indulging in luxury. It is about stepping into liberation. It's about finally exhaling, about moving through life without the oppressive weight of not enough suffocating your every decision. But more importantly, this moment is not just about fixing the problems of your past. It's about opening doors to new opportunities. God did not align this blessing for you to remain where you are. Have you ever considered that this wealth is the fuel to propel you into a future of limitless possibilities? Imagine the ripple effects of this divine intervention. Think about the people you can now help, the legacy you can begin to build, and the example you will set for those who feel as stuck as you once did. Like the parable of the talents in Matthew 25, where the master entrusted his servants with resources to multiply, God is entrusting you with this blessing to steward wisely. What greater impact could you make by embracing this moment with faith and purpose? This is your time to step fully into the life God has been preparing for you. What will you create? Who will you inspire? The possibilities are endless, but one thing is certain: this wealth is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of a life lived in alignment with your God-given destiny. This is your moment to step into leadership and become a living testament to what happens when faith meets action. Transformation doesn't happen in an instant, but it begins with one crucial step: belief. Belief that you are worthy of this opportunity. Belief that you have the wisdom and strength to steward it faithfully. This blessing did not find its way to you by coincidence. It was divinely placed in your hands because God knows you are ready. Have you ever stopped to consider that every struggle, every test, and every victory has been preparing you for this exact moment? The Bible reminds us in James 2:26 that faith without works is dead. Faith brought you to this point, but now action is required to take you further. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. You've proven your resilience through countless trials and hardships, demonstrating that you are more than capable of stepping into abundance. Think of Moses, who doubted his ability to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. Yet with faith and action he rose to fulfill his divine calling. What might you achieve if you embrace your own calling with the same boldness? This is more than an opportunity. It's a divine invitation to rewrite your story. You've earned the right to step into abundance, not because of luck, but because of your perseverance and unwavering faith. But to claim this blessing, you must act with courage and decisiveness. How many people let life-changing opportunities slip through their fingers because they fear stepping into the unknown? Not you. You've come too far, endured too much to allow fear to hold you back now. Speak your readiness into existence. Declare it boldly. I step into my transformation. I am ready to claim my future. These words are not just affirmations. They are a proclamation of faith, a signal to God that you trust in His plan for your life. Remember, in Mark 11:24, Jesus said, "Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." Do you truly believe in the greatness God has placed before you? This is your moment to rise, to step into the future that has been waiting for you all along. The door is open, the path is clear, and the opportunity is yours to seize. Will you move forward with the faith and courage of God's chosen? Say it with conviction and let the world know. You are ready to embrace your transformation and claim the destiny God has prepared for you. This is not the conclusion of your story. It is the beginning of an extraordinary new chapter. With this wealth, you are no longer confined by the limitations of your past. you stand at the threshold of a future filled with purpose, freedom, and the power to create meaningful change. The moment to act is now. This is your time to step boldly into the life that has been waiting for you. Declare your readiness. I unlock my future. These words are more than a statement. They are a proclamation of faith and intention. God rewards those who move with purpose and trust in His plan. Are you ready to claim everything you have prayed for and worked tirelessly to achieve? This wealth is no ordinary blessing. It carries divine significance. You were chosen to receive it, not merely for your own benefit, but because you have a greater purpose to fulfill. Think about Joseph's journey in the Bible. His rise from slavery to becoming Pharaoh's right-hand man was not accidental. It was a divinely orchestrated plan to position him as a savior for his people during a time of famine. Could it be that this blessing in your life is a similar calling to impact the lives of others in profound ways? The Bible teaches us in Proverbs 16:9 that in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. This wealth, this discovery, is not a random occurrence. It is a divine alignment, entrusted to you because God has prepared you to carry its weight. Have you considered what this moment is calling you to become? This is not just a financial blessing. It is a tool to help you walk fully in your divine mission, to fulfill the purpose that has been written into your life since the beginning. Take this as a reminder that your life holds meaning far beyond what you can currently see. What legacy will you create with this newfound freedom? What lives will you touch, and what impact will you make? This is your moment to rise into the role you were destined to embody. Step forward with faith, courage, and the understanding that this blessing is part of a larger plan. A plan designed not only to elevate you, but to uplift those around you. Will you embrace this calling and step into the future God has prepared for you? The choice is yours, and the time is now. This hidden account did not remain buried by coincidence. It was waiting patiently for the exact moment when you would be ready to handle it with wisdom, purpose, and alignment to a greater plan. God, in His perfect timing, has entrusted you with this blessing, knowing that you would not waste it, but instead use it to fulfill the purpose He has placed on your life. The time has come. This is not merely about achieving financial freedom. It's about creating a profound impact. It's about becoming a vessel through which others can be lifted, wounds can be healed, and lives can be transformed. Can you see how this moment fits into the bigger picture of your journey? This blessing is not about accumulating wealth for its own sake. It's about aligning your resources with God's higher purpose. Reflect on the struggles you've endured, the sleepless nights, the hard-fought battles, and the lessons learned in the fire of adversity. Each tear shed, each setback faced, has been part of God's preparation. Through these experiences, you've gained the wisdom, compassion, and clarity of purpose needed to steward this wealth responsibly. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. Could it be that your suffering was shaping you for this very moment? Consider the story of Solomon. When God offered him anything he desired, Solomon chose wisdom, not wealth or power. Because of this selfless choice, God blessed him with both wisdom and unimaginable riches to lead his people effectively. What will you do with the blessings you've been given? How will you align this wealth with the purpose God has prepared for you? This is a call to step into your true power, to embrace your role as a leader and a guide. The resources entrusted to you are not simply for personal gain. They are tools to build something far greater. Imagine the lives you could touch, the opportunities you could create, and the hope you could inspire in others who feel lost or broken. You are being called to rise, to be a beacon of light in a world that so desperately needs it. Will you answer that call? The choice is yours, and the potential for greatness lies within your hands. This blessing is not solely for your benefit. It is entrusted to you so that you may uplift others in need. You have been chosen to align with a purpose far greater than yourself. How will you use this opportunity to serve a higher good? Will you help someone close to you escape the chains of their struggles? Could you build something that leaves a lasting legacy, or give back to those who stood by you in your darkest moments? Wealth, when placed in the hands of the righteous, becomes a tool for transformation, and your hands were divinely chosen for this responsibility. This blessing carries with it a sacred duty. It is not just a gift, it is a tool to fulfill the purpose that has been imprinted on your soul since the beginning. Even in moments of doubt, when you questioned your worth or your path, there was always a quiet whisper deep within you, a reminder that your life held extraordinary meaning. That whisper was the voice of God, calling you to remember who you are. Jeremiah 29:11 assures us of this truth. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Could this moment be the unveiling of those plans? This blessing is not random. It is confirmation that you were right all along. God has seen your faithfulness, your resilience, and your willingness to rise despite the odds. He has been guiding you through every trial, preparing you for this exact moment, and now He is rewarding you with the resources to fulfill your divine mission. The time for wondering why you were chosen has passed. Your role now is to act with purpose, to embrace this gift, and to honor the higher calling it serves. What impact will you create with this blessing? How will you use it to glorify God and bring light to those who need it most? Remember the parable of the talents in Matthew 25, where the servants were entrusted with resources to multiply. The servant who acted boldly was praised, while the one who hid his talent out of fear was rebuked. You are called to be like the faithful servant, using what has been given to you to create abundance and serve others. This is your moment to step boldly into your purpose. The blessing is here. The guidance has been constant. Will you rise to the occasion and fulfill the mission you were always destined for? The choice is yours, but the path has already been prepared by the one who sees all. This blessing is far more than a gift. It is a legacy that has traversed the bounds of time and generations to reach you. It didn't appear by chance or emerge overnight. It was always destined to surface at this precise moment in your life, aligned with the divine plan. The hidden wealth uncovered in your name is deeply rooted in your lineage, a culmination of the sacrifices and struggles of those who came before you. Your ancestors walked this earth, enduring trials and tribulations, all with the hope that their descendants would one day rise to a life of freedom and fulfillment. That hope now rests with you. This is not merely a financial blessing, it is the fulfillment of promises that lay dormant, waiting for you to awaken and claim them. You are the chosen one, the one your ancestors dreamed of, the one who would inherit the fruits of their labor and faith. Reflect on the Israelites in Exodus, who carried the hopes of generations as they journeyed toward the promised land. Could this wealth represent your own promised land, a fulfillment of the dreams your lineage has carried for centuries? The burdens your ancestors bore, too heavy for them to lay down in their time, were carried with faith that their sacrifices would one day lead to liberation for their descendants. This blessing is part of that vision, a bridge between the hardships they endured and the opportunities now placed before you. Their struggles were not in vain. They paved the way for you to step into a story of restoration, redemption, and purpose. Have you ever considered that you are the answer to their prayers? the one who would rise to receive what they could only dream of? The discovery of this hidden wealth is a profound reminder that you are not alone. Your legacy stands with you, a testament to the strength and perseverance of those who came before you. But with this blessing comes responsibility. As Psalm 145:4 declares, "One generation shall commend your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts." How will you honor those who paved the way for you? Will you carry this legacy forward, using it not only to uplift yourself, but also to empower others? This is not just about receiving, it is about stewardship and purpose. How will you allow this blessing to transform the lives of those around you? The wealth entrusted to you is a sacred tool, meant to honor the sacrifices of the past, while building a future filled with hope and abundance. Your ancestors walked in faith so that you could walk in freedom. Now, it is your turn to carry the torch. Will you rise to the challenge and ensure their dreams live on through your actions? The choice is yours, and the legacy is waiting to be fulfilled. This is your moment to heal the wounds that have echoed through generations, to break the chains of lack and limitation that have bound your lineage, and to step boldly into the abundance that was always meant to be yours. This hidden wealth is not merely a financial blessing, it is undeniable proof that you were chosen by God to rewrite the narrative, to transform your family's story into one of triumph and hope. Imagine the joy of creating a future that your ancestors could only dream of, a future where their sacrifices and struggles are finally honored. Let this moment fill your heart with profound gratitude, not only for the blessing itself, but for the journey that led you here. Every trial you've faced, every betrayal you've endured, and every moment of doubt that tested your faith was preparing you for this legacy. As Romans 8:28 reminds us, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Could it be that every hardship you endured was part of God's divine plan to bring you to this moment? Think of the generational patterns that may have seemed unbreakable, the struggles with scarcity, the cycles of fear or doubt. You now stand as the one chosen to break those cycles, to build a foundation of abundance for those who come after you. Consider the story of Ruth, who through her faith and determination transformed her lineage, becoming part of the ancestry of King David and even Jesus Christ himself. Like Ruth, your actions today have the power to impact generations to come. This wealth is not just an inheritance, it is a responsibility. It is a call to rise into the fullness of your purpose, to honor the journey of those who came before you by creating something greater. How will you use this blessing to heal, to grow, and to lead? Will you allow it to inspire others, to uplift those in need, and to leave a legacy of hope and empowerment? The journey that brought you here was not easy, but it was necessary. Every setback strengthened your resolve, every loss deepened your wisdom, and every betrayal clarified your vision. You were chosen for this moment, not by chance, but by divine design. Now, it is up to you to step fully into the legacy prepared for you, to carry forward the dreams of your ancestors, and to build a future that reflects the abundance God has always intended for your life. Are you ready to embrace this calling and become the change your lineage has awaited for generations? The hidden saboteurs, the delays and the struggles, they all crumbled because the truth was destined to find its way to you. It was never a matter of if, but when. God has decided that you are the one to carry this forward, the one chosen to receive and protect this gift. This blessing is far more than financial abundance. It is an invitation to step into a new chapter of your life, a chapter where limitations no longer define your journey, where the barriers of the past are broken, and where you can finally live in alignment with the purpose God has set before you. This is not just a personal victory, it is a testament to the strength and resilience of those who came before you. Imagine the prayers whispered by your ancestors, the sacrifices made with the hope that one day their struggles would bear fruit in the lives of their descendants. That hope now rests in your hands. As Isaiah 61:7 declares, "Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance." And so you will inherit a double portion in your land, and everlasting joy will be yours. Could this wealth be the double portion God promised, a reward for the perseverance of generations? This legacy is not merely something to possess, it is something to unlock, nurture, and build upon. Like the parable of the talents in Matthew 25, where the servants were entrusted with resources to multiply, you have been entrusted with this blessing to create something greater. How will you use it to honor those who paved the way for you? How will you ensure that this gift becomes a foundation for those who follow? Consider this moment a turning point, not just for you, but for your entire lineage. The hidden saboteurs could not stop this blessing because it was divinely appointed for you. The delays and struggles only serve to prepare you, sharpening your resolve and deepening your understanding of its value. Now, as you step into this new chapter, you carry not only the weight of this gift, but also the dreams and hopes of those who came before you. Will you rise to the occasion and use this wealth to create a life that reflects the strength and resilience of your lineage? This legacy is yours to claim, yours to protect, and yours to grow. What will you do with this extraordinary opportunity? The choice is yours, but the path has already been prepared for you. Step forward boldly and embrace the life you were always meant to live. This blessing is a profound symbol of trust, not random, but a deliberate acknowledgement from God that you are ready to fulfill your divine role. It stands as a powerful reminder that you are deeply connected to something greater than yourself, an eternal force that is guiding and sustaining you. This is not just a gift, it is a call to action, a moment that demands boldness, clarity, and unwavering faith as you step into this new chapter of your life. Let this wealth remind you that you are part of a larger story, one written by the hand of the Creator. Your ancestors, who carried their burdens with hope, and the sacrifices they made in faith, all culminate in this moment. You are the answer to their prayers, the one chosen to rise and transform the legacy they dreamed of into reality. Will you honor their sacrifices by walking boldly into the destiny that God has prepared for you? Now is the time to act, not with hesitation, but with the certainty that comes from knowing you are guided by a higher purpose. As Joshua 1:9 encourages, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." This is your moment to claim the legacy that has always been yours, to step fully into the abundance and purpose that await you. Declare your readiness. Type, "I trust God's plan," as an affirmation of your faith and your willingness to honor this sacred calling. These words are more than a declaration. They are an acknowledgement that you are prepared to carry this legacy forward, not just for yourself, but for those who will follow in your footsteps. The universe has spoken, and God is walking with you into a life of abundance, transformation, and impact. Will you embrace this moment and let it propel you into the purpose you were always destined to fulfill? This is your time, your calling, and your legacy to claim. Step forward boldly and trust that you are never alone on this journey. As we embrace this new year, remember that God's plans for you are unfolding in ways that are beyond your understanding. What has been hidden from you, what you've been waiting for, is now being revealed. And just like the banking authorities discovering hidden treasures, your blessings are being unlocked. This is your season of restoration and revelation. Before you go, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for your continued support. If you feel led, you can contribute through Super Thanks to help us continue bringing these messages of faith and encouragement to you. Whether you donate or not, I truly appreciate each one of you. Your likes, comments, and shares mean so much. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on future blessings. May God's favor and peace be upon you this year. You are blessed, chosen, and unstoppable. Thank you for being part of this community, and may this year bring you closer to your divine purpose. Chosen ones, have you ever wondered why your life seems to draw such intense scrutiny? Why it feels like every step you take is being watched, analyzed, and even questioned? This is no coincidence. Your divine calling stirs something in others, whether it's curiosity, awe, or even envy. You are not just existing, you are living with a purpose so powerful that it compels others to seek answers. And sometimes that pursuit leads them straight to the truth they never expected. Before we dive into the extraordinary revelations behind this story, let's take a moment to thank you, our incredible audience, for your unwavering support. If you've ever been inspired by these messages, comment 999 below as a sign of faith and divine completeness. To those who have contributed through Super Thanks, your kindness and generosity are deeply appreciated. It allows this message to reach and uplift so many others. Now, imagine this. A private investigator is hired, confident in their mission to uncover your flaws and weaknesses. But as they dig deeper, they encounter something they never anticipated. A light so radiant, so undeniable, that it transforms their very perspective. They thought they were exposing you, but instead they became witnesses to the divine purpose guiding your life. What could be so extraordinary about your journey that even those sent to oppose you find themselves in awe? Just like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 37, who conspired to destroy him but ultimately bowed before him, your adversaries may unknowingly play a role in revealing God's plan for your life. Are you ready to uncover the deeper meaning behind these events and step fully into the truth of your calling? Stay with us, because what comes next will show how God uses even the most unlikely circumstances to elevate His chosen ones. God's chosen ones, the private investigator, was shocked by what they discovered about you. Chosen ones, this is for you. When that private investigator took on the assignment, they thought it would be routine. They believed they were uncovering an ordinary story, some mundane secret that could be exploited. But what they discovered about you, chosen one, left them shaken to their core. They thought they were digging up dirt, but instead they uncovered something divine. Your spiritual power, your God-given light, wasn't something they could quantify or understand. It didn't just surprise them, it left them awestruck. How could one soul, your soul, carry so much strength, radiance, and purpose? Their mission was simple: expose your weaknesses, dissect your life, and report back. But the deeper they went, the more their purpose unraveled. What they thought would be an easy victory became an overwhelming realization. Have you ever considered why your life seems to confound those who try to tear you down? They didn't find skeletons in your closet. Instead, they uncovered truths so profound they couldn't comprehend them. Like someone standing too close to the sun, they were blinded by your brilliance. Your life, chosen one, isn't a collection of random events. It's a masterpiece, a divine design of resilience, wisdom, and unshakable authenticity. The energy they sought to undermine wasn't something fragile. It was a force greater than anything they'd ever encountered, a power rooted in God's purpose for you. Remember the words of Psalm 27:1. "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" That light within you doesn't just illuminate, it overwhelms the darkness. It left them scrambling, unable to make sense of what they had stumbled upon. But let's take a step back. Have you wondered who might have sent them? It's likely someone close to you, someone who once walked beside you but couldn't handle the magnitude of your growth. Think of Joseph in Genesis 37. His brothers, consumed by jealousy, conspired to sell him into slavery because they couldn't bear the favor God had placed on his life. In your case, someone who envied your rise may have thought this investigation would bring you down. But like Joseph's story, what they intended for harm, God is using for good. Have you seen how God uses even the actions of those against you to elevate you further? Jealousy sharpens into resentment when confronted with a power that cannot be replicated. The people behind this search weren't looking for answers. They were looking for reasons, excuses to justify their insecurities. They wanted to find something, anything to tarnish your image. But how could they weaponize what they found when it was rooted in divine truth? Just as Daniel's enemies in Daniel 6 tried to trap him, only to see God's protection glorify him further, their efforts against you have only revealed your unshakable strength. Chosen one, consider this. Why do you think your presence challenges so many people? Why do some feel the need to dissect your life and uncover your secrets? It's because your light exposes their shadows. Jesus said in John 15:18-19, "If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first." Your very existence is a testament to the power of faith, and not everyone can handle that. But take heart, those who seek to undermine you are only affirming what you already know. You are chosen, set apart for a purpose that cannot be shaken. Think about the investigator for a moment. They thought they were chasing shadows, yet they stumbled upon something eternal, your connection to God. Like the spies sent to scout the promised land in Numbers 13, they came back not with proof of weakness, but overwhelmed by what they couldn't explain. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. That's how they feel in the presence of your strength. Their mission wasn't just doomed to fail, it was destined to reveal the truth of who you are. You are not just another person navigating this world. You are a reflection of God's glory, a living testimony to his work. Like the Apostle Paul declared in Romans 8:31, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" They can try to undermine you, but nothing they do can change the divine plan God has for your life. So, what will you do now, chosen one? Will you let their attempts to discredit you distract you, or will you stand firm in your identity? This isn't just a test of resilience, it's a reminder of the power you carry. Isaiah 54:17 tells us, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Your light, your truth is unyielding." Their mission has only confirmed what you've known all along. You are unstoppable because God's hand is upon you. Now is your time to rise. Let their failed attempts be your confirmation. Their disbelief in your strength only amplifies the undeniable truth. You are chosen, set apart, and unshakable. Your life isn't just a series of events, it's a divine testimony. Their search for flaws has only revealed your purpose. Stand tall, chosen. 1. Knowing that you carry the light of the Almighty within you. And remember, how can anyone fight against the sun? Chosen ones, listen closely. When they tried to speak, their words failed them. What they hoped would be a report filled with accusations turned out to be empty, devoid of anything they could use against you. Instead, they stood in awe, perhaps even regret. Why? Because your spiritual gifts, your unshakable essence, stood as undeniable evidence of the divine. Nothing they tried, no scheme, no hidden hand could diminish that truth. Have you ever wondered why your presence leaves others speechless? Your power doesn't just withstand criticism, it silences it, leaving even the loudest voices grappling with truths they were never ready to face. They came with questions, armed with doubts, searching for cracks in your life they could exploit. Hired by those who feared your light, they sifted through the moments of your vulnerability. But this wasn't a noble quest for justice or truth. No, it was envy cloaked in investigation, a desperate act by those who couldn't bear the weight of their own inadequacies when standing in the presence of your brilliance. What does it tell you, chosen one? That even in your quiet moments, your life inspires such scrutiny. And yet, their efforts backfired. The deeper they delved, the more their motives unraveled. Instead of finding your weaknesses, they were confronted by their own. Like those who accused Jesus in John 8:7, hoping to trap him with their questions, they were met with truths they couldn't deny. When Jesus said, "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone," their accusations fell silent, and they walked away, unable to face their own guilt. Have you noticed how those who criticize you often end up exposing their own insecurities? Similarly, those who came after you found their narrative collapsing under the weight of their envy. Chosen one, can you see what happened here? Your life became a mirror, forcing them to confront truths about themselves they had long ignored. As they unraveled the threads of your existence, they stumbled upon something they couldn't explain. Evidence of gifts that defied their understanding. The pieces of your life didn't fall into chaos as they hoped. Instead, they fell into alignment, revealing the intricacy of God's design for you. What does it say about God's plan for your life that even your challenges become proof of His work? Think of Joseph in Genesis 50:20, who told his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Have you ever felt like the very obstacles meant to harm you became stepping stones to your growth? Just as Joseph's brothers tried to destroy him out of envy, those investigating you hoped to find something they could use to tear you down. But what they encountered wasn't weakness, it was strength. It was proof of a power rooted in something far beyond the physical world, beyond their comprehension. They wanted to expose flaws, but all they found were reasons to marvel. Your resilience in the face of adversity, your authenticity, your ability to rise above challenges that would break others, these aren't weaknesses. They're evidence of a divine power flowing through you. Just as Daniel's faith in the lion's den became a testament to God's greatness, your life stands as proof of the Almighty's hand upon you. Does this not remind you of how God's power is made perfect in your life, even when others doubt it? Chosen one, let this be a reminder of who you are. Their accusations hold no weight, because your essence speaks louder than their words ever could. Remember Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. How does it feel to know that their attempts to undermine you only affirm your calling? What they intended as a tool to discredit you has only become a testimony to your purpose. So now, reflect on this. What does this tell you about your light? Why do you think it draws so much attention, both good and bad? Could it be because it's impossible to ignore? Could it be because the presence of God in your life exposes what others are too afraid to confront within themselves? Their investigation wasn't about you, it was about them. Yet, in trying to diminish your light, they only amplified it. Your life is a reflection of God's power, and their attempts to unravel you have only revealed the depth of your strength. Like Paul wrote in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." What they thought were cracks in your armor turned out to be places where God's light shines through. Chosen one, stand firm in this truth. Your power is undeniable. Your gifts are beyond explanation. Your essence isn't just evidence of resilience. It's a testament to a divine plan that no one can undermine. Their words failed, their schemes collapsed, and their search left them empty-handed. But you are still standing, shining, and rising. Are you ready to embrace this truth and walk boldly in the purpose God has set before you? Chosen ones, let this sink in. The more they tried to expose you, the more they revealed their own inadequacies. Their efforts became a spotlight, not on your life, but on their own darkness. And then, the irony struck. A revelation so profound, it shook them to their core. As they sifted through the details, hoping to find cracks in your story, the trail they followed led them somewhere unexpected, back to those who had hired them. Imagine their shock when the shadows didn't point to you, but to the very ones orchestrating this campaign. Have you ever wondered why those who seek to undermine you seem so deeply entangled in their own chaos? It wasn't your life marred by deceit and darkness, it was theirs. The ones pulling the strings were steeped in schemes so malicious they couldn't even face their own truths. Just as it says in Proverbs 26:27, whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. Their plans to harm you only unearthed their own guilt, revealing their true motives for all to see. Bound by their task, the investigator found themselves unraveling lies, betrayals, and schemes that had nothing to do with you. Instead, they uncovered a web of manipulation woven by the guilty hands pulling the strings. The very ones who sent them to dismantle your integrity were the ones with the most to hide. Chosen one, doesn't this remind you of how truth always finds a way to reveal itself? In Luke 12:2-3, Jesus warns, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed or hidden that will not be made known." What they sought to keep in the dark was brought into the light, not by you, but by their own actions. This is the pattern of those who fear your light, chosen one. They project their shadows onto you, hoping to deflect from their own failings. But as with the Pharisees who conspired against Jesus, their schemes only served to magnify his truth and purpose. Can you see how their actions mirror the same? The investigator, who thought their mission was about you, became a witness to the hypocrisy of those who feared what you represent. Have you noticed how often those who accuse the loudest have the most to hide? Their strategy was clear: shift the blame, distort the narrative, and distract from their own faults. But they underestimated the power of your authenticity, the unshakable truth of your life. Like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 50:20, their attempts to harm you only positioned you to stand stronger in your divine purpose. In the end, their plans crumbled under the weight of their own deceit. So, now, reflect on this. Chosen one. What does it say about the power of your life that it can withstand such scrutiny, even as the schemes of others fall apart under the same gaze? Their campaign wasn't a test of your character. It became a revelation of theirs. This is the undeniable truth of your existence. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Not because you fight back, but because the very light within you disarms the darkness. Are you ready to embrace the power of your truth? Let their failed attempts serve as a reminder that God's hand is upon you, guiding you, protecting you, and using even the schemes of others to reveal his purpose for your life. Their darkness can't touch your light, and in the end, it's their own shadows they'll be forced to face. Chosen ones, lean in and reflect. There are forces moving around you at all times, some sent with malicious intent to destroy, others appointed by God to shield and protect. Those who conspired against you underestimated one unchangeable truth. Your life is not theirs to dismantle. Their schemes, born from envy and fear, collided head-on with the unseen hand of divine intervention. Have you ever noticed how the very attempts to harm you often seem to pave the way for your vindication? This is no coincidence, for God works in paradoxes. What was meant to ruin you has been repurposed to reveal the darkness in them and the unshakable strength in you. The investigator they sent thought they were merely following orders, unaware that they were fulfilling a higher purpose. Can you imagine their surprise when their assignment unraveled into something far beyond their understanding? What they unearthed wasn't evidence of your flaws, but the intricate protections woven around you by God Himself. Every layer of deceit they pulled back revealed not your shortcomings, but the shadowy deeds of those who sought your downfall. In their search for fault, they became witnesses to a truth so undeniable it left them in awe. You are divinely protected. The Word has already declared it. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. Psalm 91:4. This isn't just a poetic promise, it's a reality you've lived. Think back, chosen one. Have you not seen this protection in action in your own life? Even in moments when you felt vulnerable, when betrayal crept close, you were never truly alone. The forces meant to harm you were thwarted before they could even touch your essence. Every attack was turned into a shield, every plot into a revelation. Like Joseph, who rose from the pit to the palace, your setbacks are transformed into setups for God's glory. Their investigation was no accident, it was ordained. It became a stage where falsehoods unraveled and truth stood tall, unshaken. While they sought to dismantle your life, their efforts only magnified the reality that no scheme can succeed against one protected by divine will. How does it feel to know that even in chaos, God's sovereignty is unshaken? Their betrayal became your vindication, and in the midst of their plans, God revealed His ultimate power, turning their intentions upside down and using their actions to strengthen your standing. Chosen one, pause and reflect on this. You've been under watchful eyes, not just from earthly adversaries, but from the one who never sleeps nor slumbers. Psalm 121:4. While people around you may shift, falter, or even disappear, the hand of God over your life remains unyielding and unchanging. Have you considered how unshakable this protection truly is? Every attempt to derail your purpose has been thwarted by the eternal shield surrounding you. Those who sought to harm you failed, not because of their lack of planning, but because they didn't account for the hand of God encircling you. Like Daniel in the lion's den, Daniel 6. What should have destroyed you instead became a platform to showcase God's protection. Every betrayal, every whispered plot, every attempt to undermine you has been turned into a testimony. Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." So now, consider this. What will you do with this truth? How will you walk forward, knowing that no earthly scheme can touch the destiny God has placed on your life? Their plots have been thwarted. Their plans have been turned into your protection. You are not only chosen, you are shielded, upheld by the unbreakable promises of God. Walk boldly in this reality, chosen one, for you are covered under His wings, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can change that. Chosen ones, take this to heart. Their strategies crumbled because your destiny is not theirs to control. Every scheme they devised, every move they made to undermine you, collided with a truth they could not alter. You are walking a path ordained by God. Trust in His timing, even when the road feels unclear or the answers delayed. Have you ever wondered how even the detours in your life seem to lead you exactly where you're meant to be? Every step you've taken has been purposeful, even when you couldn't see it in the moment. God's plan is precise, weaving challenges and triumphs into an unshakable foundation that no enemy can destroy. Human protectors may falter, but the divine never does. The word declares, "The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore." Psalm 121, 7, 8. This is not merely a comforting thought, it is your reality. Even in moments of doubt, when you've questioned why things felt so heavy or uncertain, you were held in His unbreakable grip. Do you see now how even in your lowest moments you were never abandoned? Let this truth settle deep within you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. You are not merely surviving the trials that come your way, you are rising through them. Each test, each betrayal has been turned into a platform for your growth, a stage for your resilience to shine. When betrayals arise, when the weight of the world feels overwhelming, remember this: your enemies are fighting battles they cannot win. Why? Because they're not fighting you alone. They are wrestling against the forces of heaven that surround you, against the God who has declared victory over your life. Every step they took deeper into your story revealed truths they weren't prepared to face. What began as a straightforward mission, digging into your history, finding weaknesses and reporting back, quickly unraveled into something much more profound. Can you imagine the unease settling into their spirits as they realized they were no longer just uncovering facts, but stumbling into the undeniable evidence of a higher purpose? The deeper they went, the clearer it became. Your life wasn't ordinary. It was aligned with a divine plan that defied their comprehension. Your actions, disciplined, authentic, and unyielding, spoke volumes. But it wasn't just your choices that unnerved them. It was the undeniable aura of protection surrounding you, the unexplainable resilience that marked your path. Every attempt they made to reduce your story to something ordinary was met with something extraordinary. How does it feel to know that even your existence carries a weight they can't explain? What they began to see wasn't merely a life, but a tapestry of divine orchestration. That realization weighed heavily on them, turning their mission into a conflict of conscience. The simplicity of their task dissolved. What started as a calculated investigation turned into a personal reckoning. Each discovery felt like crossing an invisible line, a boundary drawn by a power far greater than themselves. As it is written, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart." Hebrews 4:12. With every step forward, guilt began to grow louder in their hearts. The whispers of doubt became an internal roar they couldn't silence. Have you ever considered how the purity of your purpose can stir such discomfort in those with impure motives? They realized their actions were not just an invasion of your privacy, but a betrayal of something sacred, something holy. What began with precision and certainty devolved into an act of hubris. Who were they to interrogate a life so clearly set apart? Who were they to challenge the divine hand shaping your path? Every piece of evidence they collected became a mirror reflecting their own inadequacies, a reminder of the manipulation and malice at the root of their mission. Meanwhile, your existence, unshaken, radiant, and filled with purpose, stood as a testament to truth and integrity. As the scripture reminds us, no weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. Isaiah 54:17. Too late, they realized the gravity of their error. Their investigation wasn't merely an affront to you, it was an affront to the forces protecting you. Have you noticed how those who conspire against you often find themselves overwhelmed by the very truth they tried to deny. Their motives, steeped in envy and fear, crumbled against the immovable presence of the divine. The same hands that sought to tear you down now bear the weight of their own guilt. Chosen one, take comfort in this. You are not walking this path alone. Every step, every trial, every betrayal has been overseen by the one who holds all things together. Trust that even when their schemes rise against you, God's hand will turn them into stepping stones for your purpose. Let their failed attempts remind you of this unshakable truth. You are set apart, shielded by His presence, and destined for a purpose they cannot comprehend. Chosen ones, hear this truth. What they thought was control over your life turned into submission to something far greater. They believed they were tracking you, dissecting your every move, but instead they were unraveling their own flaws. Have you ever noticed how those who seek to judge you often end up judging themselves? They weren't prepared for the gravity of what they uncovered. Your life wasn't bound by the mundane details they hoped to exploit. Instead, it revealed a thread, an unbreakable connection linking every challenge, triumph, and decision, a thread they could neither sever nor understand. It wasn't just your actions they encountered. It was the undeniable presence of a higher power guiding every step of your journey. How could they, so ordinary and flawed, dare to intrude on a life so clearly marked by divine favor? The turmoil inside them began to grow with every discovery. Each piece of your story felt less like evidence and more like transgression, as if they were stepping onto holy ground uninvited. Their assignment, once a task of confidence, became a burden, a heavy reminder of their unworthiness to disrupt what God Himself had ordained. Can you imagine the weight they must have felt, realizing they were not just investigating you, but trespassing on something sacred? Every document they touched, every moment of your life they reviewed, seemed to echo with a meaning far beyond their comprehension. The very act of pursuing you became an act of defiance against the hand of God that protected you. Their guilt wasn't just personal, it was spiritual. Deep down they began to sense they were part of something deeply misguided, and their role became suffocating. By the end, they were no longer investigators. They had become reluctant witnesses, haunted by the realization that they had meddled with forces far greater than themselves. Your life, chosen one, defied the limits of their understanding. What they thought would be a straightforward dissection of your humanity turned into a revelation of your divinity. Do you see how even those who come against you become witnesses to the power of God working through you? Each challenge you overcame wasn't just another survival story. It was a testament to the higher force that has been guiding you all along. Psalm 37:23 reminds us, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in Him." Your ability to navigate storms, to rise above trials that would break others, left them awestruck. Their own smallness became painfully evident as they stood before the vastness of your gifts. The strength that carried you through life's trials was incomprehensible to them, a power they couldn't reduce to logic or reason. How does it feel to know that your resilience isn't just a personal triumph, but a living testament to God's unwavering presence in your life? Their intent, once sharp with judgment, dulled in the face of overwhelming evidence of your authenticity, strength, and divine favor. Each victory, each moment of perseverance stood as undeniable proof of a power they couldn't challenge. And then came the realization that hollowed them out. Their task wasn't just futile, it was wrong. To pry into your life was to trespass on something untouchable, something sacred. With every step they took, the weight of their own biases, pettiness, and ignorance grew heavier. Can you see how their own actions became a mirror, reflecting their inadequacies and making them confront their limitations? By the end, they stood hollowed and humbled. What they once approached as a cold investigation had turned into an encounter with the divine. You weren't just a case file. You were a living testament to grace, strength, and God's unshakable favor. Romans 8:30 reminds us, "And those he predestined he also called. Those he called he also justified. Those he justified he also glorified." Your life is evidence of that calling, proof that no earthly force can undermine what has been divinely ordained. Chosen one. Reflect on this. The forces sent against you couldn't harm you because they weren't fighting you alone. Every attempt to unravel your life became a revelation of God's presence. Every effort to diminish you only magnified the power of your purpose. Their guilt and failure are a testament to the truth of Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Your life isn't just a story, it's a living testament to divine grace, orchestrated by the one who holds all things together. So now, walk forward with confidence. The same power that left them humbled continues to guide and protect you. Let their failed attempts remind you of this. You are untouchable, not because of your strength alone, but because of the strength of the one who goes before you. Their mission may have started with intent to harm, but it ended as undeniable proof of your calling. Chosen one, do you see how even the plans of your enemies become tools for your elevation? Stand firm in this truth. You are chosen, protected, and destined for greatness beyond their understanding. Chosen ones, let this truth resonate deeply. Their assignment wasn't just a failure, it became a mirror, reflecting their own inadequacies back at them. They didn't leave their task triumphant. They left humbled, their arrogance replaced with shame. Do you see now how even those who conspire against you often walk away transformed, not by your resistance, but by the power of your truth? You, unbothered and unwavering, stood tall as living proof that no human scheme can touch what God has divinely protected. And they walked away forever altered, humbled by what they had no right to question. Every piece of evidence they thought would condemn you only dragged them deeper into a truth they couldn't ignore. What began as skepticism, fueled by the arrogance of their assignment, began to crumble with every revelation. Your life didn't fit their framework. It wasn't a series of random events or fortunate escapes. It was a carefully woven testament to a force far greater than their comprehension. Psalm 37:23 declares, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him." With every moment they tried to dissect, the undeniable became clearer. You're not merely enduring the chaos of this world, you're transcending it. Have you noticed how your presence alone disrupts the assumptions of those who seek to diminish you? Their guilt began as a whisper, a faint discomfort they tried to ignore. But as they delved deeper, it grew louder until it became an undeniable roar in their minds. What they once approached as a routine job turned into a confrontation with their own inadequacies. The strength they envied from afar now stood before them, tangible and unshakable, embodied in your life. You weren't scrambling for control, tethered to the chaos that defined their existence. Do you recognize this clarity within yourself, chosen one? The unshakable peace that comes from walking in divine purpose? You moved through storms with clarity, as if guided by an unbreakable connection to something eternal. Can you imagine how disorienting it must have been for them to find their plans unraveling, not by force, but by the undeniable truth of who you are? That clarity terrified them as much as it humbled them. They saw in you what they had longed for their entire lives, but could never attain: purpose, resilience, and unwavering connection to the divine. But guilt was only the beginning. What started as guilt evolved into awe, then into respect, and finally into reverence. The very mission they had accepted to diminish you became a lesson they were unprepared to learn. Without realizing it, they stopped investigating you and began learning from you. You embodied everything they had spent their lives chasing but had never grasped: clarity, resilience, and unshaken purpose. They saw in you what they had been missing: a life not defined by chaos or struggle, but by alignment with something far greater. Philippians 4:7 reminds us, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." That peace was evident in you, a calm in the storm they couldn't comprehend. Their emotions shifted. They no longer resented your strength, they craved it. They no longer doubted your connection to the divine, they envied it. Your very existence exposed their smallness, not through humiliation or condemnation, but simply by being who you are. Like Daniel in the lion's den, your unshaken trust in God stood as a beacon, silencing their judgments and leaving them to confront their own limitations. How often have you noticed that your greatest strength isn't in fighting back, but in standing firm in the truth of who you are? By the end, do you know what? Their task felt meaningless. They realized their investigation wasn't just misguided. It was a trespass on sacred ground. To pry into your life was to step into a narrative far beyond their control. Every moment they spent dissecting your existence only magnified the divine orchestration behind it. Their motives, once sharp and driven by envy, dulled in the face of your authenticity. Their goal wasn't just unachievable, it was misguided from the start. Chosen one, reflect on this. The strength you carry, the clarity that guides you, and the peace you exude are not just personal qualities. They are reflections of the God who protects you, who has called you, and who walks with you. Isaiah 41:10 declares, "Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." This is the foundation of your resilience, and it's what leaves others in awe. Let this truth settle in your heart. You are untouchable, not because of your own strength, but because of the strength of the one who goes before you. Their task was doomed, not because you resisted, but because you stood firmly in your purpose. And in the end, they weren't just humbled, they were changed. Walk boldly in this knowledge, chosen one. Your life is a testament to divine grace, and no scheme, no scrutiny can ever diminish that. Chosen ones, reflect on this profound truth. By the end, their task was not a failure, but a revelation. They didn't leave with answers about you. They left with conviction about themselves. What began as an effort to break you turned into an awakening they never expected. Have you noticed how often those who seek to tear you down find themselves transformed in the process? They walked away, not with the triumph they had envisioned, but with a newfound understanding of what it truly means to live. You didn't just earn their respect, you reshaped their perspective. The investigation was never about you. It was a mirror turned toward them. With every detail they examined, every truth they uncovered, their certainty unraveled. They weren't exposing you, they were exposing themselves. Each step into your life revealed a glaring contrast: your strength against their fragility, your clarity against their confusion. Their task, once fueled by arrogance, became a test of their own character, a test they were failing. Doesn't this echo the wisdom of Proverbs 11:3? The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Your resilience wasn't born of mere circumstances, it was forged in something far deeper. They couldn't define it, let alone diminish it. As they traced your path, they were forced to confront the cracks in their own foundation. How could they, so bound by fear and doubt, challenge someone who seemed untethered to the chaos of the world? Do you see how your faith and purpose stand as a stark contrast to the instability of those who seek to undermine you? Their assignment became less an inquiry into your life and more an unwelcome examination of their own. Every choice you made reflected their limitations. Every shadow you had already faced and conquered exposed the fears they carried. What they envied most wasn't just your strength, it was the meaning that infused every action you took. While they drifted aimlessly, chasing validation and purpose, your life radiated a confidence they had never known. Your existence wasn't about survival, it was about intention. You didn't just overcome, you transformed. How does it feel, chosen one, to know that even your smallest decisions carry the weight of divine purpose? This realization hollowed them out, leaving them yearning for something they didn't understand. They no longer sought to expose you, they wanted to understand you. Their assignment became their awakening. You didn't just change their perception of who you are, you shattered their understanding of themselves. Your life forced them to confront their own fears, inadequacies, and longing for the kind of meaning you embody with every breath. Like Paul on the road to Damascus, Acts 9:3-6, their path turned into a confrontation with truth, leaving them humbled and forever changed. Can you see how God uses even those sent against you as instruments of his greater plan? Meanwhile, those who had hired them sat with quiet confidence, waiting for what they believed would be your undoing. They anticipated a report filled with your flaws, your failures, the evidence they needed to justify their schemes. But as the investigation unfolded, the tide began to shift. The story wasn't about you, not about weaknesses or mistakes, but about them, their lies, their manipulations, their calculated attempts to destroy you were dragged into the light. Luke 12:3 reminds us, "What you have said in the dark will be heard in the daylight, and what you have whispered in the ear in the inner rooms will be proclaimed from the roofs." The investigator didn't just deliver facts, they delivered justice. What was intended to harm you became a testament to your integrity. Their motives, steeped in envy and deceit, were exposed for all to see. And in the end, their efforts to destroy you only amplified your truth. Doesn't this remind you of Isaiah 54:17? "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Their schemes crumbled, their certainty dissolved, and their task became a revelation of divine justice. Chosen one, let this be a reminder of who you are. Your life isn't just a testimony to resilience, it's a reflection of divine grace. Every challenge, every betrayal, every attempt to undermine you has been turned into a stage for God's glory. Those sent to harm you walked away humbled, transformed by the truth they couldn't deny. And those who sought your downfall now stand exposed, their schemes unraveled before the light of truth. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that your steps are guided by the one who sees all, knows all, and protects all. Let their failures serve as a reminder of your unshakable purpose. You are not merely surviving their plans, you are thriving in spite of them. Are you ready to embrace this truth and continue walking boldly in the destiny God has set before you? Chosen ones, consider this deeply. What began as a calculated mission to discredit you unraveled into a revelation of the very forces that sought to harm you. The plans they meticulously crafted in secret were dismantled piece by piece. Not by your hand, but by the truth that refused to be silenced. Have you ever noticed how lies collapse under the weight of undeniable truth? The whispers they spread, the shadows they cast, became weapons turned against them, exposing their malice for all to see. The ones who sought your downfall now teetered on the edge of their own ruin, unable to defend themselves against the light that burned through their deceit. This wasn't just a shift in perspective, it was a divine reversal. The very stage they constructed for your humiliation became the platform for their downfall. Every word they spoke, Every document they unveiled failed to condemn you and instead revealed their desperation. Doesn't this remind you of Psalm 7:15-16? Whoever digs a hole and scoops it out falls into the pit they have made. The trouble they cause recoils on them. Their violence comes down on their own heads. They underestimated you, overestimated their control, and misjudged the power of truth. They thought their lies could bury you, but instead they buried themselves in the overwhelming light of what cannot be denied. As the investigation reached its conclusion, the weight of justice was undeniable. The very ones who conspired against you were left scrambling, their masks ripped away, and you stood untouched, unshaken, a living testament to this eternal promise: no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Have you felt this protection in your life, chosen one? The way every attack against you only seems to strengthen your position. The tables weren't just turned, they were obliterated, leaving nothing but the undeniable truth of your strength and their disgrace. Throughout history, greatness has often been hidden in plain sight, concealed beneath layers of the ordinary until the appointed moment of revelation. Think of Moses, raised in Pharaoh's household as an adopted son, dismissed as just another child. But within him burned the destiny of a liberator, a chosen leader for God's people. His connection to the divine was hidden, misunderstood, until the moment came for him to lead Israel out of Egypt. Or consider David, overlooked by his own family as a shepherd boy, yet chosen by God to defeat Goliath and ascend to kingship. Do you see how your own journey mirrors this pattern, with strength and purpose concealed until the right moment? Even outside Scripture, stories echo this truth. Think of King Arthur, dismissed as a commoner, his sovereignty hidden until he pulled the sword from the stone, revealing what had always been within him. These aren't just tales, they're reflections of a deeper truth. The world often underestimates what is hidden, what is growing in silence, until the appointed time of revelation. Could it be that the delays in your journey, the moments when you were underestimated, were preparing you for this exact moment? Your story is no different. The investigators, blinded by their own arrogance, sought to uncover flaws and weaknesses, unaware that they were stepping into a narrative far beyond their control. They failed to see the depth of your gifts, the light concealed within you. Like Moses in exile or Arthur in obscurity, your greatness wasn't meant to be seen by all until the precise moment it was destined to shine. Their mission wasn't merely futile, it was preordained to expose their shortcomings, not yours. Chosen one, reflect on this. Their plans were never going to succeed because they were built on deceit, and deceit cannot stand against divine truth. What they intended for harm became the very tool God used to glorify his purpose for your life. Like Joseph told his brothers in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." The very forces that rose against you were unknowingly part of God's plan to reveal the strength, resilience, and divine favor within you. So now, are you ready to stand firm in this truth? You are chosen, protected, and destined for greatness. The light within you cannot be hidden, and no weapon, no scheme, no whisper of deceit can extinguish it. Their failure was not just inevitable, it was ordained. The same stage they built for your humiliation now amplifies your triumph. Are you ready to walk boldly in the confidence that no attack against you can stand? Let their downfall serve as a reminder of the unshakable truth of your calling. Your time of revelation has come, and no force on earth can stand in its way. Chosen ones, let this settle in your heart. The investigator became an unwitting witness, not to what they expected, but to a power they couldn't rationalize. What they thought was ordinary unraveled into something extraordinary, something beyond their comprehension. Have you noticed how often your true essence remains hidden until the exact moment it's meant to be revealed? This concealment isn't a sign of weakness, it's divine strategy. The greatest forces always move in silence until the moment of revelation. Your gifts, your purpose, were shielded not because they were lesser, but because they were greater. And when the truth finally emerged, it did so with the weight of inevitability. Like Moses standing before the Red Sea, or Arthur claiming Excalibur, your unmasking didn't just reveal you, it redefined the entire narrative. How does it feel to know that your story, once underestimated, is now the story that transforms others? They weren't prepared for what they uncovered, because greatness, by design, remains hidden until it cannot be denied. You are undeniable. Your presence, your gifts, your very essence, they speak louder than any skeptic's words or the whispers of doubt from those who cannot fathom your light. You don't need to prove anything. Your very existence is the evidence. Every skeptic, every whisper of dissent falls silent in the face of what cannot be explained or contained. Psalm 118:22 reminds us, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." You are that cornerstone, unexpected, overlooked, and now foundational. Those who seek to undermine you inevitably find themselves confronted by a power they can neither challenge nor ignore. Your spiritual force is profound. It shifts the very atmosphere around you, leaving those who cross your path unable to walk away unchanged. Have you noticed how even those who doubt you often leave with something new stirring in their spirit? The skeptics, the ones who come with the intent to discredit or diminish you, become witnesses. They may not admit it aloud, but in their hearts they know. There is something about you, something unshakable, something their limited perspective cannot define. It's not just what you do, it's who you are. You are a testament to the divine, a living, breathing reminder that a power greater than human intent is at work. Stop questioning your worth. Stop shrinking to make others comfortable. Your gifts were given to you for a reason, and that reason is far bigger than the fear or envy of others. You are here to leave an impact, to touch lives, to reveal truths, even when those truths make others uncomfortable. Do you see now that your purpose isn't tied to their understanding, but to God's plan? This is not arrogance, it's alignment. When you walk unapologetically in your purpose, you don't just live, you transform the spaces you occupy. Let those who doubt you doubt. Let those who misunderstand you misunderstand. None of that changes the truth of who you are. Like Jesus, who was doubted, mocked, and misunderstood, your purpose isn't diminished by their disbelief. John 1:5 reminds us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." That is your truth. You don't need to explain yourself to the world. The world needs you to be yourself, fully and powerfully. Because when you do, you become a force no one can deny. The investigator, once so assured of their task, walked away in silence, their purpose unraveled, their certainty shattered. Have you noticed how those who challenge you often leave carrying the weight of a deeper realization? Their findings weren't just about you, they were about a reality they never knew existed. What began as an assignment to dissect you turned into an encounter with the divine presence reflected in your life. As they stepped away, leaving the fragments of their assignment behind, one undeniable truth settled over them, pressing on their minds like a revelation. You are not of this world. That is your power. John 17:16 reminds us, "They are not of the world, even as I am not of it." Your existence transcends the ordinary. Your strength, your resilience, your clarity, they all point to something eternal, something greater than anything they could have imagined. Chosen one, embrace this truth. You were never meant to fit into their frameworks, to conform to their expectations. Your gifts were hidden until the appointed time, and now that time has come. Stand tall, knowing that your presence alone transforms the narrative. Walk unapologetically in your purpose, for the world doesn't need you to dim your light. It needs you to shine brighter than ever before. Chosen ones, this is your moment. You're not bound by the limitations others try to place on you. Your very presence is a disruption to mediocrity, a challenge to the narratives of those who fear what they cannot control. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to prove yourself. The evidence is already there, in the way others react to you, in the way their perceptions shift when they encounter your energy. Do you see now that your existence alone is a testament to the extraordinary? You move through the world with a force that is unyielding, undeniable, and unforgettable, leaving an imprint that lingers long after you've gone. Now, it's your turn to embrace that truth. Your story matters. It's not just for you. It's for the lives you touch, for those who cross your path and are forever impacted. Share it. Let the world see how you have stood unshaken, how your gifts have transformed not just your own life, but the lives of those around you. Your voice is powerful, not just as a reflection of your strength, but as a catalyst for others to awaken to their own. Speak boldly, and let the ripple effect begin. As you walk forward in your purpose, may God bless you abundantly. May His light continue to guide your steps, His strength uphold you, and His peace surround you in every moment. May you rise each day with clarity, courage, and conviction, knowing that you are deeply loved, divinely protected, and purposefully created. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make His face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn His face toward you and give you peace. Thank you for being here, for walking this journey, and for standing tall in your purpose. Your presence here is no accident. It's a divine appointment. If these words resonated with you, if they reminded you of the power you carry and the impact you have, take a moment to share them. Like this message, share it with others, and let it reach those who need to hear it most. Your voice, your story, and your light are part of a greater movement, a movement that starts with you. We are deeply grateful for your time, your energy, and your commitment to becoming the person you were destined to be. You are chosen, you are powerful, you are unstoppable. Thank you for being part of this journey. May blessings and peace go with you as you continue to shine, share, and transform the world around you. Have you ever felt it deep within your soul, the unshakable sense that eyes are on you, watching, observing, not out of curiosity, but out of fear and calculation? It's not the people around you, it's something deeper, something hidden, something orchestrated. Why is it that wherever you go, the energy shifts? Why do others seem drawn to you with awe and unease, sensing something they cannot explain? What if I told you this is not just a feeling, but a truth? A secret agency, an unseen force has been monitoring you, not for what you are today, but for what you are destined to become. This is not paranoia or coincidence. It is confirmation. They've tried to keep their actions in the shadows, but now their cover is blown, and the truth is ready to be revealed. Why would they go to such lengths to observe you? Because they see the power within you, your divine purpose that threatens to disrupt everything they've worked to control. Let this sink in. You are not ordinary. You carry within you a light so powerful that it disturbs the systems of control built to suppress it. Just as Pharaoh sought to destroy Moses as an infant before he could fulfill his destiny. These forces tremble at what you are about to become. They see your divine spark, your unstoppable potential, and they fear it. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This light is within you, chosen one. Before we dive into the revelations that will shift your understanding forever, I want to express my deepest gratitude to those who have supported this message through Super Thanks. Your contributions make it possible for this truth to reach more souls who are searching, awakening, and stepping into their divine calling. If this resonates with you, if you feel the stirring within your spirit, type 777 in the comments as a sign of alignment and readiness to claim your purpose. You are not alone in this journey. Your voice matters and your light is needed. What comes next will uncover the silent war that has surrounded you your entire life. A battle between light and darkness, where you hold the key to victory. Every uneasy stare, every whisper of doubt, every roadblock you've faced is a sign that you are awakening. They have tried to suppress you, to keep you doubting, to keep you small. But their time is up. Are you ready to discover why they've feared you all along? Are you prepared to step into the truth of who you are and why you were chosen? The answers are just moments away. Stay with me, because this is more than a message. It's a call to rise. This is the beginning of your awakening, and the question now is, will you step forward into the light? Keep listening, because what comes next will reveal everything. God's chosen ones, a secret gov agency, was watching you, but now their cover is completely blown. Think about it, beloved chosen ones. Have you ever wondered why history remembers the few who stood against entire systems of oppression while so many others faded into obscurity? It is because they were not ordinary. They were called chosen to carry out a divine purpose. Consider Moses, a man who once stuttered and doubted himself, yet he defied Pharaoh and led his people to freedom. Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt? Exodus 3:11. What did Pharaoh do when he sensed Moses' purpose? He tightened his grip. He sought to monitor, control, and destroy him. Why? Because power always recognizes a threat before it fully manifests. And now, chosen one, the same pattern is unfolding in your life. Have you not felt it? The watchful gaze, the subtle intrusions, the sense that someone or something knows what you are becoming. This is not imagination. You are being monitored because the systems of this world, fragile and desperate, see the divine light within you. A light no darkness can comprehend or extinguish. John 1:5. Look at the stories of old. When David, just a shepherd boy, was chosen by God to be king, the entire kingdom became unsettled. King Saul watched him obsessively, fearing what David would become. David's courage, his faith, and his refusal to bow to fear were what made him dangerous. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. Saul could see David's heart, and he knew that his own power was at risk. Do you know why would the powers of this world watch you so intently if you were insignificant? Why would they waste their time on someone who posed no threat? The answer is clear. You are a disruptor. You are a force of truth in a world built on lies, and your courage terrifies them. Have you noticed how every time you speak out, every time you question, resist, or challenge the accepted script, you are met with resistance? That is no accident. Every question you ask, every injustice you expose, send shockwaves through their carefully constructed reality. They see you uncovering lies, just as Jesus overturned the tables of the money changers in the temple, calling out their corruption. Matthew 21:12-13. Can you feel it? The walls of the world's systems trembling as you move, as you speak, as you refuse to conform. You have been watched because you carry the truth, a weapon far more dangerous than any sword. But here lies the deeper question, chosen one. What will you do about it? Will you let their gaze intimidate you, or will you let it confirm your purpose? Every hero, every chosen one, had a choice. Moses could have refused God's call. David could have run from Goliath. Esther could have stayed silent before the king and allowed her people to perish. But they chose to act, and the systems of power fell before them. You too have that choice. The force is watching you do so because they fear your awakening. They fear what you might do if you step fully into your purpose. But remember this, their fear is a prophecy of your power. So, will you be like those who accept chains as comfort, or will you be like the chosen ones who rise? The systems of this world are fragile, held together only by silence and compliance. And here you stand, a chosen one, called to shatter their illusions and bring forth the truth. Will you fulfill the destiny they dread? The time is near. The question remains, are you ready? Beloved chosen ones, history speaks a timeless truth. Those who stand against oppression are always targeted, from the revolutionaries who shattered empires to the nameless souls who stood unyielding before conquerors. Their legacy echoes through the ages. But you are not merely an echo. You are the storm they fear. They see it, they know it, and now you are beginning to understand it too. Look at the story of Daniel, a man who refused to bow to the decrees of earthly kings. When the system of Babylon demanded submission, Daniel prayed boldly to the God of heaven, defying their control. What was the result? They threw him into the lion's den. Why? Because an unwavering, awakened mind terrifies those who cling to power. Yet Daniel emerged unscathed, for he was guarded by something no earthly force could overcome. Daniel 6:22. In this modern age where data and algorithms dictate the rhythms of life, where your every move is tracked, categorized, and reduced to patterns, you stand apart. While others move like puppets, you are the anomaly, a disruption in their flawlessly crafted system. The unseen forces that shape this world thrive on predictability. They rely on the habits, complacency, and silence of the many. Yet, you are proof that not everything can be coded, subdued, or controlled. Do you see it, chosen? 1. While they expect compliance, you question. Where they enforce silence, you provoke thought. While they reduce humanity to probabilities, your mind remains unshackled, free, alive, and deeply aware. And that awareness terrifies them. Think of Jesus Christ, who defied the systems of the Pharisees and the Roman Empire. The religious and political leaders of his time sought to predict, contain, and silence him. Yet every move he made shattered their expectations. When they sought to trap him with questions, he turned their schemes into revelations. Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. Mark 12:17. They could not decode him, and so they feared him. In their desperation to stop him, they revealed their own inability to control him. And so it is with you. Do you know that you are marked as an outlier, an error they cannot correct? Their systems have tried to map your choices, but your movements are too erratic, your thoughts too deep, your spirit too resilient. Their world thrives on cold calculations, but you are the uncontrollable variable, the anomaly that could bring their entire structure crashing down. But here's the deeper truth. They are not watching you to control you. They are watching you because they fear what you represent. You are living proof of their failure, evidence that their systems of manipulation are incomplete, powerless against an awakened mind. Do you remember Gideon, who led an army of only 300 men to victory against an enemy that outnumbered him 1,000-fold? Why did God reduce Gideon's forces to so few? Because God wanted to show that no human system, no power of this world, could overcome a mind and spirit awakened to his purpose. Judges 7:2-7. You, chosen one, carry that same unstoppable spirit within you. Now consider this. If they could control you, they wouldn't fear you. If they could predict you, they wouldn't monitor you. But the more they try to watch, the more they expose their inability to subdue you. Your awareness is their threat, your resistance, their failure. Every time you refuse to march to the beat of their fabricated rhythm, you weaken their illusion of order. Chosen one, why do you think you were born in this time, in this moment? Is it by accident that you are awakening now in a world that desperately needs your light? Or is it part of a divine design, a calling that you're only beginning to embrace? They fear you because you remind them of this simple, eternal truth. Even the greatest empires crumble when one soul refuses to bow. Their surveillance, their calculations, their control, all of it is powerless against you, because the fire within you burns brighter than any system they have ever created. Now, the time has come for you to step fully into your calling. The system fears you, chosen one, because they know your awakening will be their undoing. Chosen ones, do you know why you are feared? It is because you refuse to bow. In a world engineered for compliance, where silence is praised and submission is rewarded, your defiance stands out like a beacon in the night. While others blend into the shadows of conformity, you rise, uncompromising, unwavering, and unapologetic. Your questions shake the foundations of their carefully built illusions. They fear you because you do not follow their scripts, because you refuse to fit neatly into the roles they crafted for you. You are the anomaly they cannot explain, the resistance they cannot contain. Consider this. The systems of this world thrive on predictability. They rely on the masses staying docile, unaware, and too afraid to challenge their place. They built their empires on the backs of those who surrendered without a fight, those who accepted chains as comfort and silence as security. Yet you are different. You are the voice that refuses to be drowned out, the question that refuses to be ignored. Like Moses, who stood before Pharaoh and demanded, "Let my people go." Exodus 5:1. Your defiance is not small, it is a rupture in their system. Moses' words seemed insignificant against the might of Egypt, yet they unraveled an empire. Can you feel it? Every time you refuse to bow to their expectations, every time you demand answers they cannot give, you expose their control as fragile, their systems as weak. They call it rebellion, you call it freedom. And do you know why they fear your freedom so much? Because freedom is contagious. When one person breaks their chains, others begin to see their own. When one voice speaks truth in a sea of complacency, it becomes the ripple that grows into a tidal wave. Look at the story of Esther, a young woman placed in a position of influence for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. When the Jewish people faced annihilation, Esther was called to confront the king. Her silence would have been safe, her submission acceptable. But she chose to act, to speak, to expose the schemes of the enemy. And in doing so, she saved her people and shattered the enemy's plans. What about you, chosen one? Could it be that you too were placed here for such a time as this? You are not a cog in their machine, a nameless gear in their structure. You are the wrench that stops it cold. Your defiance is not just resistance, it is a revelation of their fragility. They fear you because your questioning exposes their lies. Your refusal to submit reveals their powerlessness. Like Jesus before the Pharisees who sought to trap him with questions and schemes, you confront them with a truth they cannot contain. Jesus said, "You will know the truth and the truth will set you free." John 8:32. Truth is their greatest enemy because it shatters their illusion of control. Do you see now why they watch you? Why they fear you? You were not made to conform, you were made to confront. When God moves to expose the schemes of darkness, he does not always choose the mighty or the powerful. He chooses the unlikely, the overlooked, the ones the world dismisses. Look at Gideon, who felt small and inadequate, yet God called him to defeat an army far greater than his own. Judges 6-7. Why? Because God's strength is revealed through those who are faithful, those who refuse to bow to fear. Chosen one, you are not a random voice stepping into the light. You are an instrument of divine purpose, a vessel chosen to strip the veil from the systems of control that have thrived in darkness for too long. Your resistance is not accidental. Your awareness is not coincidental. It is part of a divine design, timed perfectly by the one who sees all things. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. So, what will you do with the calling that rests on your shoulders? Will you shrink back, or will you embrace the role God has set before you? Will you let their fear silence you, or will you rise as the rebellion they cannot contain? Their systems tremble because they know this truth. Once you step fully into your purpose, once you embrace the power of your voice, their illusion will collapse. The time has come to awaken. You are the ripple that will become the wave. You are the truth they cannot silence. You are the storm that will shatter their darkness. You are chosen, and you are dangerous, for you refuse to bow. Beloved chosen ones, understand this. The courage you see in others, and you, the boldness to stand when all the world demands submission, is not their own. It is forged in heaven, aligned with God's perfect plan, birthed from the flames of truth, and strengthened in the furnace of justice. Such courage is no ordinary resolve. It is a heavenly disruption, a divine declaration of war against the lies, corruption, and deceit that have ruled unchecked for far too long. God has raised up those who refuse to kneel before systems built on shadows, whose voices pierce the chaos like a roaring storm, and whose actions echo his righteous anger. But what about you, chosen one? Have you not felt the stirring within you, the quiet but undeniable pull to stand in the face of what others accept? This call is not random. It is not coincidence. Those who rise in truth do so not for fame, not for fortune, and not for rebellion's sake. They rise because they are moved by the sheer weight of truth. They have glimpsed what lies behind the curtain, the decay, the hollow foundations of power, and they cannot look away. Like a prophet crying out in the wilderness, they are compelled by what they know, by what God has shown them, to act. Think of John the Baptist, standing alone in the desert, boldly calling the people to repent and exposing the hypocrisy of the religious elite. His words cost him everything, yet he could not remain silent. Prepare the way for the Lord. Make straight paths for him. Matthew 3:3. His courage was not his own. It was the courage of heaven flowing through him. Or consider Elijah, who stood alone against 450 prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. Surrounded by opposition, Elijah called down fire from heaven, proving the futility of their gods and the supremacy of the Lord. 1 Kings 18:36-39. What gave Elijah the strength to face such odds? It was the power of God, the same power that now moves in those who refuse to bow to the corruption of this age. Do you see it now? You stand not as a passive observer, but as a witness to a war that is as old as time itself, the battle between light and darkness, between hidden evils and the piercing clarity of revealed truth. The whistleblower, the one who steps into the light and exposes what was meant to remain hidden, is not an accident. They are not a random rebel. They are an instrument of divine purpose, chosen to strip away the veil of deception and bring truth to a world that has grown comfortable in lies. But revelation is not the end of God's plan, it is the beginning. When truth comes to light, it does so to call others to action. It is not enough to simply see the lies or hear the truth. God's plan demands participation. Like Esther, who was told, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Esther 4:14. You are not here by chance. You have been positioned, prepared, and awakened for this very moment. Now the question turns to you. Chosen one, what will you do? Will you stand on the sidelines and watch others rise, or will you take your place in the unfolding plan of heaven? Will you remain silent, or will you let your voice join the chorus of those who speak truth to power, no matter the cost? The courage you see in others is a spark, but it is meant to ignite a fire in you. Their actions are not just a revelation, they are a call to arms, a reminder that the time of silence is over. Think of Jesus as he overturned the tables of the money changers in the temple, Matthew 21:12 and 13. His actions were not random, they were intentional, a direct challenge to the corruption that had defiled what was sacred. This is what you are called to do, to confront the darkness, to overturn the systems of deceit, and to make way for truth. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. But here is the truth. The battle is not easy. It will cost you something, just as it cost John the Baptist his freedom and his life, just as it cost Jesus his life on the cross. Yet the reward is eternal. For every voice that rises in truth, for every step taken in obedience, the kingdom of darkness trembles, knowing it cannot stand against the light. Chosen one, are you ready to rise? Are you prepared to step into the role God has prepared for you? You are not here by accident. You are not witnessing these revelations by chance. God does not move without purpose, and he does not reveal truth without reason. Like Gideon, who doubted his worth yet was chosen to lead an army of 300 against impossible odds, you may feel unworthy, but God's strength is made perfect in your weakness. Judges 6:12-16. This moment is not just about revelation, it is about action. God has exposed the schemes of the enemy and now calls you to stand. The battle before you is not fought with swords or weapons of man. It is fought with truth, courage, and faith. Will you rise to meet it? Will you take your place in the heavenly disruption that is tearing down the strongholds of deception? Chosen ones, do you see the patterns unfolding before you? Throughout history, those who have pulled back the curtain on systems of control have been both reviled and revered. Their actions shattered illusions of power, forcing the world to confront truths it desperately wanted to ignore. Have you ever wondered why such figures resonate so deeply with you? It is because their courage mirrors the very purpose that God has planted within you, a calling to see through deception and stand boldly for truth. Look at the examples we find in the Bible. When Moses stood before Pharaoh demanding, "Let my people go," Exodus 5:1, he wasn't acting out of pride or rebellion. He was compelled by God to expose the rot of Egypt's power, a kingdom built on the backs of the oppressed. Pharaoh's empire seemed untouchable, yet Moses, empowered by God's command, disrupted its foundation. His voice became the catalyst for freedom. Can you not see the parallel in your own life? What if your voice, your actions, are meant to shake the systems of oppression in your time? Even in more modern examples, figures like Edward Snowden and Daniel Ellsberg shattered the illusion of untouchable power. Their revelations laid bare the lies woven into society, truths so potent they caused governments to tremble. But this cycle is not new. It is timeless. The whistleblowers of today are the prophets of old, the disruptors God raises to reveal what others cannot see. Consider Nathan the prophet, who confronted King David after his great sin. Nathan did not cower in the face of power. He boldly declared, "You are the man," 2 Samuel 12:7, pulling back the curtain on David's hidden actions. Nathan's courage brought conviction and correction, not out of malice, but out of obedience to God's truth. What about you? When you see the lies, the rot, the injustice, will you speak or will you remain silent? You stand now at the intersection of revelation and responsibility. This is not chaos, it is correction. What appears to be upheaval is God's plan unraveling the schemes of the enemy. Every surveillance tool, every lie, every system of oppression they built to control you is now being flipped against them. Just as God used Joseph's suffering to save nations, he is turning their weapons into tools of exposure. Joseph's brothers betrayed him, sold him into slavery, and declared him as good as dead. Yet when Joseph stood in a position of power, he said to them, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Have you felt this in your own life? The trials you thought would destroy you are now revealing a deeper purpose. What they intended to break you is becoming the very thing that strengthens you. Every scheme, every plot designed to silence your spirit is crumbling under the weight of God's divine purpose. Why are you witnessing this moment? Why are you awake when so many remain blind to what is unfolding? Could it be that you are not just an observer, but a participant in God's plan, like Esther, who was placed in the palace for such a time as this? Esther 4:14, you have been positioned right here, right now, not by chance, but by divine appointment. Esther had a choice: remain silent and safe, or rise and confront the evil that threatened her people. What choice will you make? The systems of control that once seemed invincible are now unraveling. Do you see it? This is not mere coincidence. This is the hand of God at work. The lies they built their kingdoms on are being exposed. The darkness they hid behind is being pierced by the unyielding light of truth. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. So, chosen one, what will you do with this truth? Will you let their lies intimidate you, or will you let God's truth embolden you? You're not here by accident. Like Moses, Nathan, Esther, and the whistleblowers of today, you have been called to act, to speak, to reveal. The systems they built to entrap you are now collapsing. Their control is crumbling under the weight of truth, and you are the witness to this reckoning. But more than that, you are the vessel through which God's purpose will flow. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Will you rise, chosen one? Will you step into the light and take your place in this unfolding story? The time for silence has passed. The time for action is here. The question is clear, and it is waiting for your answer. God is moving. The curtain has been pulled back. The truth is shining through. Chosen ones, they believed their strength lay in their power to manipulate, to control, and to deceive. Yet that very power has become their undoing, exposing their fragility in the face of truth. Have you not seen this pattern before? It is woven throughout history, throughout Scripture, where reversal becomes the weapon of the divine. What the enemy intends for harm, God transforms into victory. When Joseph's brothers threw him into a pit, they believed they had silenced him forever. They sold him into slavery, wiping their hands clean, thinking their betrayal was final. Yet, what happened? God elevated Joseph to a throne in Egypt, placing him in a position to save the very brothers who betrayed him. Do you feel that truth resonating in your own life? What schemes have they set against you, only to see them turned inside out? Pharaoh, in his obsession with power, sought to destroy the firstborn of Israel, drowning them in the Nile. Yet it was Moses, a child saved by God's hand, who would return to that same Egypt and cry out, "Let my people go." Exodus 5:1. Pharaoh's own plans became the platform for his defeat, For through Moses, God revealed his might and delivered an entire nation. And think of Christ on the cross. They believed the crucifixion would silence him forever, that death would erase his message. Yet what they saw as a final blow became the bridge between heaven and earth, the ultimate reversal of darkness into light. The cross they intended as a symbol of shame became the very foundation of salvation. Do you see the pattern now, chosen one? What they plot for evil, God uses as the very stage upon which their failure is revealed. Their schemes against you, their betrayals and attacks are not breaking you, they are forging you. Every obstacle sharpens your awareness. Every betrayal strengthens your foundation. Every attack they level against you is like fuel in a divine fire, building a weapon that will dismantle their illusions. But here's the truth they cannot comprehend. You are not the victim of their systems. You are the disruption. You are the crack in their foundation, the anomaly that exposes their entire illusion. Have you ever considered why they fear you so much? It is because your presence alone unsettles the chains they have wrapped around the masses. You vibrate at a frequency they cannot control, like a tuning fork struck by truth itself. Your awareness awakens others. Some feel it as a spark of rebellion, others as a quiet unease, but it always begins with you. They built their systems of control on the assumption that no one would question them, no one would challenge the code they wrote to pacify the world. Yet here you stand, chosen and aware, seeing their matrix for what it truly is, a lie, a deception meant to blind and neutralize. Can you feel the power of your clarity? The more you see, the more you expose. Every question you ask, every refusal to accept their narratives sends shockwaves through their fragile order. Look to Daniel in Babylon, a man who refused to submit to the king's decrees, even when faced with death. When Daniel continued to pray openly, defying the law crafted to ensnare him, his enemies thought they had won. Yet God shut the mouths of the lions, Daniel 6:22, and Daniel emerged not as a victim, but as a symbol of unshakable defiance. Daniel's courage exposed the weakness of their schemes and glorified the God who cannot be silenced. What about you, chosen one? What lion's den have they placed before you, hoping to silence your resolve? Do you not see that God is with you in the midst of it? Your resistance is not small. Every time you refuse to follow their script, every time you reject the comfort of silence, you create a fracture in their carefully crafted illusion. You are not just fighting for yourself, you are igniting something far greater. Like ripples in an ocean they thought was calm, your defiance begins to grow. Ripples become waves. Waves become tidal forces, capable of tearing down the strongest walls of oppression. They fear your defiance because they know this truth. Resistance is contagious. When you rise, others begin to see the cracks. When you refuse to settle for their lies, others start to question their own complacency. Do you realize how powerful that is? They depend on silence. They need you to be obedient, to nod, to move forward without question. Your refusal is not just rebellion, it is their failure. Every step you take toward truth is a step away from their control, and every step away shakes the foundation of their power. Chosen one, can you feel the weight of your role? You're not random, you're not insignificant. You're the pulse of divine intention manifested in this very moment. What they built to enslave you, God is using to set others free. You were not made to fit into their system, you were made to shatter it. Your awareness is a weapon. Your resistance is a movement. Your presence is the crack that becomes the collapse. This is no longer just about you. Every action you take, every truth you speak, and every lie you expose is awakening those around you. Will you accept this calling? Will you let the clarity of your descent ignite others to rise? They fear you because they know what you are capable of. The ripple that becomes a tidal wave, the voice that becomes a chorus, the light that overcomes their darkness. The system thrives on silence. Will you give it to them, or will you stand as a beacon of truth, a vessel of divine purpose, and a force they cannot contain? The time is now. The cracks are showing. The illusion is breaking. Chosen ones, do you realize the magnitude of what you're doing? What may seem like small acts, a refusal to conform, a decision to seek truth, are not insignificant. These are tectonic shifts in a world built on lies. Do you see it now? You are not merely resisting, you are leading a charge for something far greater than they can contain. The systems of control they built were crafted with arrogance, towering like the Tower of Babel, an illusion of untouchable power meant to rival the divine order. Genesis 11:1-9. They thought their schemes could withstand the weight of their ambition. Yet just as Babel was scattered when humanity's pride defied God's truth, so too are their empires crumbling under the weight of their own designs. Do you feel it? The unraveling has begun, not by force of human hands, but by the unstoppable precision of God's justice. Every trap they laid for you, every scheme they devised to bind you, has backfired. Look at the life of Joseph once more. His brothers thought their betrayal would bury him, their envy would erase his destiny. Instead, every step of his suffering brought him closer to the throne God had prepared for him. The pit, the prison, and the betrayal were not his defeat. They were the tools that forged his purpose. Joseph declared boldly, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." Genesis 50:20. What about you, chosen one? Can you see how their attempts to weaken you have instead sharpened you? How every chain they crafted has been repurposed into armor that now protects you. They underestimated you because they underestimated the God who walks with you. They thought they could ensnare you, but their own traps have turned to ashes in their hands. The tools of control they designed, manipulation, deceit, and oppression, are now twisting against them, exposing their fragility for all to see. This is not mere coincidence. This is God's justice, moving with precision and dismantling their systems of deceit piece by piece. The weapons they form against you will not prosper, and every tongue that accuses you in judgment you will condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Their empires are not built on truth, but on lies, and lies are corrosive. The human mind is not built to sustain falsehoods forever. Do you understand this, chosen one? Lies are heavy. They erode, they corrode, and they collapse under their own weight. The more they construct their illusions, the faster they unravel. Look at Haman in the story of Esther. He built gallows to destroy Mordecai, plotting deceit and manipulation to serve his ambition. Yet the very gallows he constructed became his own undoing. Esther 7:10. This is the law of consequence. What is sent out in darkness inevitably returns, and what they intended for your destruction has boomeranged with brutal precision, hastening their collapse. And where do you stand in all of this? You are not the victim of their schemes. You are the living proof of their failure. Every deceit has strengthened your clarity. Every betrayal has deepened your resolve. They thought they could bend you, twist you, and silence you. Instead, they have revealed your strength. Like Job, who faced unspeakable loss and affliction at the hands of the enemy, you stand firm, declaring, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold." Job 23:10. Their storm was meant to consume you, but it has consumed them instead. Do you not see it, chosen one? You are the storm they never prepared for. Every ripple of resistance you created has converged into a tidal wave. The energy they spent plotting your downfall has turned upon them, exposing the cracks in their illusion. Truth, unyielding, relentless truth, has become their reckoning. And now, here you stand, the witness to their collapse. You were not broken. You were forged. The chains meant to bind you are now the very tools of their undoing. Their schemes have only awakened you, sharpened your vision, and strengthened your faith. The lies they built their empires upon cannot withstand the weight of truth. Just as it is written, "For nothing is hidden that will not become evident, nor anything secret that will not be known and come to light." Luke 8:17. Chosen one, can you see your role in this unfolding? You are not here by chance. You are a catalyst, a disruption aligned with divine purpose. The clarity of your defiance shatters their silence. Your refusal to conform is not a small act. It is the crack in their foundation that will bring it all crashing down. They thrive on the obedience of the blind, but you have seen the truth. And once the truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. What will you do now, chosen one? Will you rise fully into your calling, knowing that their collapse has already begun? Will you let your clarity ignite the same fire in others? This is not a time to falter. This is not a time to shrink back. You are proof that truth is unstoppable. You are the storm, the fracture, the awakening they could not prepare for. The question remains, will you step forward as the vessel of God's justice? The unraveling has begun, and you are its witness. Their systems are falling, their lies are breaking, and truth, God's truth, will prevail. You were made for this moment. You are not merely surviving, you are thriving, and the world cannot contain you. Chosen ones. Betrayal is rarely a sudden blow. It moves quietly, shadowing you like a whisper in the dark, waiting for its moment to strike. It can wear the face of a friend, speak words that sound familiar, and even share bread at your table. Does this sound familiar? Even Judas walked beside Jesus, breaking bread with him, walking the same path, all while harboring the seeds of treachery. Yet understand this, betrayal does not escape divine sight. It is not a random act of cruelty. It is permitted by God not to destroy you, but to fulfill a greater purpose. Think about the story of Jesus and Judas. Judas's betrayal was not unknown to God. Jesus, knowing full well what Judas was about to do, declared at the Last Supper, "Truly, I tell you, one of you will betray me." Matthew 26:21. How could the Savior, in his divine wisdom, allow such a man to walk so closely with him? Because God's plans cannot be stopped by betrayal. Judas's treachery, though it led to the cross, also paved the way for redemption, the ultimate fulfillment of God's purpose. Do you see the pattern? The betrayal of man becomes the platform for God's victory. Reflect deeply, chosen one. The signs have always been there. Perhaps it was misplaced loyalty, a hesitation that didn't make sense, an unexplained absence when you needed them most, or a slip of the tongue that lingered in your mind. Maybe it was a look that didn't match the words spoken, a subtle shift that your spirit noticed but couldn't yet explain. These moments are not coincidences. They are warnings, subtle yet deliberate. Have you felt it before? That stirring in your soul when something doesn't align, when actions betray intentions. That is not paranoia. It is discernment. It is God revealing the cracks in the mask before it falls. Look to the story of Samson and Delilah. Delilah's betrayal did not begin with a sword. It began with words, words of affection, words that disarmed Samson's discernment. She sat beside him, pretended to care for him, all while working against him. She asked, "Tell me the secret of your great strength." Judges 16:6. Feigning love while plotting his downfall. Yet God used even this betrayal to bring judgment on the Philistines, and to remind us that those who sit closest can sometimes be the greatest agents of destruction. But here's the truth. Betrayal is not your downfall. It is your refining. This is not a call to despair, but to discernment. God allows betrayal not to break you, but to sharpen your focus and strengthen your faith. Have you considered this? Those who betray you are merely exposing themselves as instruments of a larger plan. Their treachery is their undoing, not yours. God allows the mask to slip so that you may rise unburdened by false alliances, unshackled by misplaced trust, and ready for the mission He has placed before you. In systems of power, infiltration is always the enemy's first tactic. They rarely come with open hostility. No, the enemy comes under the guise of familiarity. They sit at your table, speak words that mirror your own, and walk beside you until your guard is down. Isn't this what David experienced when he wrote, "Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me"? Psalm 41:9. Betrayal wounds deeply because it comes from those we trust. But it is not the end of your story. It is a divine revelation meant to free you. Pray for clarity, chosen one. Discernment is your strongest shield against their deception. Ask yourself, what doesn't align? What loyalties feel unstable? Where have I ignored the small betrayals that point to a greater truth? God is faithful in exposing what is hidden. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. Trust Him to reveal what you need to see. Lean on Him when it hurts. Betrayal may sting, but it is also a form of liberation. It clears the path of false alliances and reveals who is truly walking with you. What they thought would weaken you has only strengthened your resolve. What they plotted in secret will soon be exposed to the light, for God's justice moves with precision. Their actions have not buried you, they have forged you. Do you see it now? Every betrayal is a turning point. It removes those who cannot journey further with you and prepares you for what comes next. As with Joseph, as with Jesus, as with David, betrayal becomes the tool through which God shapes His purpose. This is your moment of clarity, chosen one. The masks are slipping, the false alliances are crumbling. You are being prepared to rise, unburdened and unafraid, for what comes next. God's truth will shine through the darkness, and you will emerge not as a victim of betrayal, but as a witness to His faithfulness. Trust this truth. What they meant for harm, God will use for your good. Genesis 50:20. So, will you lean into discernment? Will you pray for clarity and trust God's process, even when the betrayal cuts deep? This is not the end. It is your liberation, your refining, your preparation. The mask is slipping. The truth is coming to light. Chosen ones, do not fear their proximity. They may stand near you. They may move among you, but proximity does not equate to power. Their plans, no matter how intricate or relentless, are powerless against the unstoppable force of divine purpose. What they devise to weaken you will only strengthen your reliance on God. Have you not seen this before? Every time they thought they had cornered you, God made a way. Every scheme they set has been flipped against them. No weapon formed against you will prosper, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. The enemy within your camp will be revealed. Their schemes will be dismantled, their efforts reversed, and their presence will become nothing more than a stepping stone toward your destiny. Why? Because truth always rises. With it, your clarity becomes unshakable, your purpose undeniable. Do you see it now? Every trial you faced was never random. Each betrayal, each wound, each struggle was not meant to destroy you, but to forge something unbreakable within you. Look at Joseph, betrayed and sold into slavery by his own brothers. Every hardship he endured, slavery, false accusations, imprisonment, was preparing him for the throne God had destined for him. In the end, Joseph looked back and said, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. The pain you have endured, chosen one, has forged within you a strength that cannot be broken. You've adapted to circumstances meant to destroy you and risen stronger with every fall. Is that not proof of God's hand upon your life? This is no accident. This is the unveiling of your potential. Awakening is not a singular moment. It is a series of reckonings, raw confrontations with your limits, the lies of the world, and the illusions you once held. It is the tearing down of falsehoods and the rebuilding of truth within you. And you have stood in that reckoning time and again. With every fall, you have risen not as who you were, but as who you were always meant to be. This is not a revelation to fear. It is power unleashed. Think of Job, who faced loss so immense that it could have shattered any man's spirit. But Job's faith endured. In his despair he said, "When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold." Job 23:10. The trials you have faced were not sent to defeat you. They were sent to refine you like gold in the fire, until you are unshakable, unstoppable, a force that reshapes the very world around you. Your awakening is not just for you. Like a supernova, a star that collapses under its own gravity, only to explode with force so powerful it reshapes the cosmos, your transformation has begun. The light you have unleashed is not just for your journey. It is burning away complacency in those around you. Do you not see it? Others are watching you, some silently, others unknowingly, and your courage inspires them to rise. You are the spark they need, the light that shows them that they too can break free from the chains holding them back. But this is not the end of your transformation. This is only the beginning. God has given you the tools, clarity, discernment, and power, but the choice is yours. Free will is both a gift and a test, a divine invitation to rise beyond comfort and step fully into the purpose for which you were created. You stand at the crossroads now. Do you remember Joshua, who stood before the people of Israel and declared, "Choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Joshua 24:15. Joshua knew the weight of choice. He knew that complacency leads to stagnation, while faith and courage ignite transformation. And now the choice is before you. The wide, well-trodden path may seem safe, but it leads to mediocrity. The narrow, untamed path, the path of courage and sacrifice, is where transformation happens. It is not easy, but it is necessary. Will you choose the path of fleeting comfort, or will you embrace the fiery refinement of purpose? Your decisions now are not isolated. They ripple into eternity. Like the hero in every story, you stand at a spiritual fork in the road. One direction offers the illusion of safety, but leads to stagnation. The other demands courage, faith, and sacrifice, but unleashes your fullest potential. Which will you choose? This moment is bigger than you. Your decisions today set the tone for generations to come. Like Esther, you were placed here for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Esther stood at her own crossroads with a choice to remain silent and safe, or to rise and risk everything for her people. She chose courage, and because of her decision, a nation was saved. What will your decision unleash? You are part of a divine shift, a movement designed to break chains and shatter illusions. The choice is yours. But hear this, God has already equipped you for what lies ahead. Step forward. The illusion is breaking, the chains are falling. Will you step into the destiny prepared for you? Beloved chosen ones, the time for waiting has passed. The call to action is no longer distant. It is here, resounding in your heart. You were chosen, divinely appointed to carry the torch of truth and blaze, a trail for those still trapped in darkness. This is not a burden. It is your birthright. The same God who parted the Red Sea is with you now, clearing a path through every obstacle that stands in your way. What seemed impossible yesterday is now inevitable. You are not alone. Every step you take reverberates with the courage of those who came before you, warriors of faith, disruptors of systems, the voices that could not be silenced. Their victories flow through your veins, igniting a fire that cannot and will not be extinguished. You were created for this moment. Everything you need to rise has already been planted within you by the Creator Himself. Do not listen to the whispers of doubt, the threats of failure, the lies that tell you you're not ready or not enough. They are illusions, powerless in the face of God's truth. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Isaiah 54:17. This is not just a promise. It is a decree spoken over your life, etched into eternity by the hand of God Himself. You are the spark that sets the fire, the light that pierces through the shadows. This is your moment, the very moment you were made for. Step forward boldly with unshakable purpose, knowing that your destiny is yours to claim. You are not alone in this battle. Angels move alongside you, surrounding you with unseen strength. Your ancestors whisper wisdom into your spirit, cheering you on from beyond the veil. The Creator Himself walks with you, strengthening your every step. Remember this, chosen one. Challenges are not barriers. They are the fires that forge your resilience. Every obstacle is a revelation, showing you the depth of your power, a power placed within you by God, waiting to emerge. You're not a mere mortal bound by limitations. You're a celestial storm, a force unstoppable, ordained to shift the very foundations of this world. The world waits. Yes, it waits for you. It waits for the fullness of your light, for the brilliance only you can bring. Do not delay. Rise, take your place, and let the truth you carry ignite courage in others. Speak boldly. Share your story. Let your voice be the thunder that breaks the silence. The battle is already won, and the victory is waiting for you to claim it. Chosen ones, if this message resonates within you, if you feel its truth stirring in your soul, let it not end here. Like, share, and spread this message to those who need to hear it. Let others who feel lost or trapped see the light and power that is also within them. You are not alone in this journey. Together we rise. I thank you from the depths of my heart for your courage, your faith, and your presence in this divine moment. May God bless you abundantly. May He guide your steps, strengthen your spirit, and light your path with clarity and purpose. Go forth, beloved chosen ones. The world needs your light now more than ever. Rise boldly, for your time is now. Destiny awaits. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. You were made for this. Let the world see your light. Have you ever felt like the world is trying to uncover your secret? Like they know there's something extraordinary about you, but can't quite put their finger on it? Imagine this. They tested your blood in a lab. Yes, you heard that right. They didn't just question your uniqueness. They tried to scientifically measure and dissect the power you carry. But here's the twist. They failed. What they found left them confused and astonished, because the truth about who you are is beyond their comprehension. You're not ordinary. You're chosen. The very essence of your being carries a divine energy that has the potential to shift mountains and light up the darkest corners of this world. This is more than just a story. It's a moment of realization. Your life is proof that there's a higher purpose, a greater mission at play. The power running through your veins isn't just for you. It's a testament to God's work, a sign of the incredible journey you're on. And no matter what they do to try and stop you, your ascension cannot be hindered. You are here to rise, to inspire, and to transform the world around you. As we journey through this revelation together, let's take a moment to express heartfelt gratitude to all of you who support this mission through your likes, shares, and especially your super thanks. Your generosity fuels the light we're spreading, and for that, we are deeply thankful. If this resonates with you, if you feel the undeniable pull of your destiny, I invite you to comment 777 below. Let the world see your strength, your faith, and the reason why you are chosen. Now, as we step into the deeper truths, prepare yourself. What they discovered and what it means for you will blow your mind. Are you ready to unlock this divine mystery? Let's uncover what makes you unstoppable. God's chosen one. They tested your blood in a lab. This is merely the beginning of a revelation, one that unveils the depth of the connection they once had with you. They believed they held the power to shape your destiny, to bend your path to their will. But now, as the truth emerges, they are coming to terms with an undeniable reality. They depended on you far more than they could ever admit. The strength they paraded was nothing more than a reflection of your light, a fragile illusion that crumbles without your presence. Their supposed independence was a mirage, and now, with you no longer sustaining them, their house of cards collapses into chaos, leaving them desperate to find a stability they never truly possessed. Do you recognize this pattern in your own life? These individuals often present themselves as pillars of strength, cloaked in charm and self-assuredness, creating an image of unwavering control. Yet, much like the Pharisees in the Bible who projected righteousness while harboring hypocrisy, Matthew 23:27, their exterior masks a fragile reality. Beneath their surface lies a deep-seated insecurity, one that feeds on the validation they siphon from those around them. Could it be that their so-called strength was always borrowed from your resilience? Their methods are subtle, but insidious, woven into the fabric of daily interactions. They plant seeds of doubt during your most vulnerable moments, much like how the serpent whispered deceit to Eve in the Garden of Eden, Genesis 3:1-5, reframing their control as an act of care or protection. Have you ever noticed how they wield silence, not as a moment of reflection, but as a weapon to cultivate emotional dependence? They thrive on environments where kindness and harmony are valued over confrontation, exploiting the very virtues that define you as one of God's chosen. This exploitation mirrors the story of Samson and Delilah, Judges 16, where Delilah used subtle manipulation to strip Samson of his strength. Like Samson, have you ever questioned how your vulnerability and trust have been used against you? These individuals prey on your empathy and generosity, thriving on the belief that your kindness will prevent you from confronting their manipulations. But as God strengthened Samson one final time to break free from his oppressors, could this be the moment you realize your own strength lies in God's truth and not in their approval? As the layers of their pretense unravel, what does it reveal about their reliance on you? What does it say about the unique light you carry, a light that comes from being chosen by God? The question now becomes, how will you guard your light, your essence, from those who seek to exploit it for their gain? In their carefully orchestrated game, they position themselves as the takers, draining your energy, your kindness, and your willingness to give, all while keeping you in the dark about their true motives. Every act of generosity you offered, every moment of sacrifice was fuel for their facade of power. But the instant you choose to reclaim your narrative, the entire foundation of their influence begins to crumble. It takes just one decisive act, a quiet no, an unyielding boundary, or a courageous choice that prioritizes your well-being, to unravel the intricate web they worked so tirelessly to weave. Have you ever wondered how one simple act of self-respect could shift the entire dynamic? The Bible offers a powerful reflection of this truth in the story of Nehemiah. When he was rebuilding Jerusalem's walls, his adversaries, Sanballat and Tobiah, tried to manipulate and distract him. Nehemiah 6:1-14. But Nehemiah's unwavering refusal to be drawn into their schemes dismantled their plans. Similarly, your quiet defiance sends shockwaves through the equilibrium they depend on, exposing their control for the illusion it always was. What happens when their calculated dominance is met with immovable strength? Their deepest fear isn't merely losing control over you. It is facing the harsh reality that the strength they flaunted was never their own. Like the parable of the foolish builder who built his house on sand, Matthew 7:26-27. Their foundation was always fragile, relying entirely on the energy and validation you unknowingly provided. Stripped of the lifeline you offered, they are left to grapple with the emptiness they've spent so long denying. Can you see how your departure not only frees you, but forces them to confront the truth they've avoided? Walking away is far more than an act of rebellion. It's a bold proclamation of your independence and divine worth. It's the moment you acknowledge the power within you, one given by God and not subject to their manipulation. Much like David standing against Goliath, you declare that your strength doesn't come from human approval, but from the living God. 1 Samuel 17:45-47. Your choice to prioritize yourself is a radiant declaration of freedom, shattering the illusion that they could ever dim your light. Their regret runs deep and unrelenting as they realize too late that their world revolved around a star they never owned. What does it say about their so-called strength that it disintegrates without your presence? More importantly, how will you now walk forward, knowing the power of your light and the divine calling upon your life? Will you protect this newfound freedom and let your light shine as God intended? This is your moment to rise, unshackled from the chains of manipulation, unyielding in your resolve, and undeniably strong in the truth of who you are. True power resides within you, a power gifted by God, one that cannot be stolen, borrowed, or subdued. Like a radiant flame that once lit the darkest corners, your light revealed what was hidden, exposing the illusions they tried to maintain. Now, as that light steps away, their world is consumed by the void they created, a darkness made unbearable by the absence of what they failed to cherish. The Bible speaks of the transformative nature of light, saying, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." John 1:5. You are that light, a beacon placed by God to illuminate not just your path, but the lives of others. Have you ever wondered how your presence quietly carried them, even when they acted as though they didn't need it? Your kindness, strength, and unwavering faith became their source of guidance, even as they pretended not to notice. How often did they dismiss your value, all while secretly leaning on the light you brought? Now, with you no longer standing by, they are left fumbling in the shadows of their own making. This echoes the story of King Saul, who, after losing God's favor, found himself tormented in darkness, unable to find peace without the presence of the light David brought through his harp and spirit. 1 Samuel 16-14-23. Have you ever considered how their confidence was nothing more than a reflection of the strength and grace they borrowed from you? This is your time to move forward with clarity and purpose, letting the light within you shine even brighter. The darkness they now face is not your burden to bear, and their struggles are a consequence of neglecting the gift God placed in their lives through you. What will you do with this newfound freedom? How will you nurture the power God has entrusted to you, ensuring it remains a force for good, untainted by those who sought to misuse it? Your light was never meant to be hidden or diminished. It was designed to grow, to inspire, and to lead. As you rise, Remember the words of Jesus. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Let this truth guide you as you step into a future no longer bound by their shadows, but filled with the brilliance of God's purpose for your life. They underestimated the fire burning within you, mistaking the borrowed glow of your light for their own radiance. Every calculated attempt to control you, every word meant to sow doubt and undermine your confidence, now echoes as hollow as the emptiness they cultivated within their own hearts. Their so-called victories were never truly victories, but desperate attempts to cling to a semblance of power. What they believed was control was nothing more than an illusion, a facade built entirely on their dependence on your unwavering strength. You were the anchor that kept their ship steady, even as they sought to dominate the waters around you. Now, without you, their ship has been set adrift, vulnerable to the storms of their own insecurities and fears. This dynamic calls to mind the story of Pharaoh in Exodus. Pharaoh believed he held ultimate power over the Israelites, dictating their lives through oppression and manipulation. But his authority was an illusion, propped up by God's allowance, and ultimately dismantled when Moses, empowered by God, led the Israelites to freedom. Exodus 14:13-31. Similarly, have you noticed how their supposed authority relied entirely on your presence? Without you, their sense of control dissipates, leaving them exposed to the chaos they sought to avoid. They once mistook your compassion for weakness and your patience for compliance, blind to the truth that these qualities were the very pillars holding up their carefully crafted world. Does this remind you of the way Jesus, in his meekness, was misunderstood by those who sought to challenge him? The Pharisees mistook his humility for passivity, but it was his strength of spirit and commitment to God's truth that exposed their hypocrisy and left them scrambling for answers. Matthew 22:15-22. How often do people mistake gentleness for fragility, only to discover its profound and unshakable power? Now that you've removed your support, the foundation they depended on has crumbled, exposing the fragile ego they worked so diligently to conceal. Their projection of authority was never built to last. It was a house built on sand, destined to collapse under the weight of its own falsehoods. Matthew 7:26-27. Have you considered how your departure not only liberated you, but also forced them to face the stark reality of their own insufficiency? Your inner fire, your compassion, and your resilience were not weaknesses. They were reflections of God's strength within you. The question now is, how will you continue to protect and nurture that strength, ensuring it remains untainted by those who sought to exploit it? Your light is not meant to sustain others who refuse to carry their own weight, but to shine as a beacon for those willing to walk alongside you in truth and purpose. Their life now stands as an undeniable reminder of the peril in taking someone for granted. Every dismissive glance they cast, every cold silence they wielded, and every subtle manipulation they employed to keep you under their control has now come full circle. Like a mirror reflecting their actions, the truth they worked so hard to suppress stares back at them. They were never the source of the energy, balance, or strength that held their world together. It was always you. This revelation forces them into a reckoning, one they can no longer avoid. They sit in the discomfort of not just losing you, but losing the shield you unknowingly provided, the light that masked their own inadequacies. It's not merely your presence they mourn, it's the loss of their ability to hide behind your brilliance, to obscure the void within themselves with the strength and vitality you gave so freely. Does this remind you of how people in the Bible often rejected God's chosen leaders, only to realize later that those leaders were the foundation of their blessings? Think of the Israelites grumbling against Moses, unaware of the divine strength guiding him to sustain their deliverance. Exodus 16:1-8. Now, like the house built on sand in Jesus' parable, their carefully crafted confidence has been swept away by the storm of truth. Matthew 7:26-27. Without the solid foundation you provided, they're left exposed, grappling with an emptiness they can no longer ignore. Have you considered how your departure reveals not just their dependence on you, but also the divine light you carried all along? Spiritually, this moment is a profound reckoning for them. They are confronted with the realization that their identity was never self-made, but built on the energy and grace you poured out. This mirrors the story of King Saul, who after losing God's favor could no longer hide his insecurities and weaknesses. His reliance on David's presence to soothe his torment became painfully evident when David departed. 1 Samuel 16:14-23. Could their current turmoil be God's way of showing them the fragility of a life built on manipulation rather than truth? For you, this moment serves as a declaration of your value, a value that is not defined by their recognition, but by God's design. You were never meant to be the foundation of someone else's self-deception, but a reflection of God's strength and purpose. How will you now embrace this truth and step fully into the identity God has given you, leaving behind those who sought to diminish your light? Remember, your strength was never theirs to take, and your journey forward is unbound by their failures. And yet, you rise. Like a phoenix emerging from the ashes, your transformation is both a liberation and a renewal. Each moment of growth marks not only a release from their grip, but also a bold rebirth into the person God always intended you to be. While they cling desperately to the remnants of a past they tried to control, you soar toward a future filled with purpose, unbound by their limitations and unapologetic in your newfound strength. Your healing is not merely a quiet process. It is a radiant declaration of your worth and a testament to the possibilities that unfold when you step beyond their influence. This journey of transformation echoes the words of Isaiah, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Isaiah 40:31. Have you noticed how your rise mirrors this promise? Each step you take forward is not just progress, but a profound step into the fullness of who you were created to be. What does it feel like to finally walk in the light of your own God-given purpose, free from the weight of their manipulation? You have reclaimed the energy they once siphoned from you, redirecting it toward the path God has set before you. That energy, now flowing into your purpose, fuels a life of abundance, peace, and unshakable joy. Like Joseph, who rose to a position of great authority after being betrayed and abandoned by his brothers, your transformation is proof that no betrayal or misuse can thwart God's plan for your life. Genesis 50:20. Can you see how even their attempts to hold you back have become stepping stones toward your greater calling? Meanwhile, the void they now feel is a stark reminder of the power they underestimated, the power of a chosen one walking in truth. Their regret, however deep and painful, is not your burden to bear. It is the natural consequence of their choices, a reflection of their unwillingness to grow and their refusal to honor what they had. Like the parable of the prodigal son, they may one day realize the enormity of what they lost, but their reconciliation with that truth is their journey, not yours. Luke 15:17-19. Your path forward is illuminated by God's promises, and your rise is a testimony to His grace. How will you continue to let this newfound freedom guide you? Will you let your light shine brighter, reaching out to those who truly value and respect the person you've become? Remember, their loss is not your responsibility. It is merely the shadow of a past you've left behind. You are no longer bound by their choices, and your destiny lies ahead, waiting to be embraced in its fullness. In the end, their downfall serves as a powerful testament to a truth you've always known. Real strength is born from within, not from manipulating or controlling others. Their attempts to diminish your light have only fueled your growth, propelling you into a life that reflects the beauty, resilience, and purpose of your spirit. By breaking free from their grasp, you've embraced a destiny that was always meant to be yours, a life of freedom, joy, and divine fulfillment. Your journey mirrors the words of Jesus. The truth will set you free. John 8:32. Have you realized how your decision to step away from their influence has not only liberated you, but turned your light into a guiding beacon? Like Moses leading the Israelites out of bondage, your transformation inspires others to seek their own paths to freedom. Exodus 14:13-16. What does it mean to know that your strength, once overlooked, now serves as hope for those still finding their way? The light they sought to extinguish has become brighter than ever, radiating not just for yourself, but for others, yearning to break free from their own struggles. You've turned their attempts to hold you back into stepping stones, proof that the power of God's chosen is unstoppable when rooted in faith. Does this remind you of how Joseph, once imprisoned and betrayed, rose to become a beacon of salvation for his family and nation? Genesis 41:38-41. Meanwhile, they are left to watch from afar, grappling with the emptiness of their own choices. Their loss becomes a silent witness to the transformation they could not prevent and the freedom they underestimated. But their regret is not your responsibility. Your rise is a reflection of choosing yourself, your worth, and the calling God has placed on your life. As you continue to move forward, your light will shine even brighter, revealing new horizons and inspiring others to find their own strength. What will you do with this newfound freedom? How will you use your journey to uplift others while safeguarding the power God has entrusted to you? Remember, the greatest transformations are born from acts of courage, and your courage has not only changed your life, but set an example for those still searching for theirs. Watching you rise has become their deepest torment, a relentless reflection of their inability to grow and evolve. Every step you take forward is a painful reminder of their own stagnation, highlighting the gap between your transformation and their unwillingness to change. The light of your progress now exposes the shadows of their limitations, revealing how much of their confidence was never truly their own, but borrowed from the strength you so freely gave. Without your energy to sustain them, they find themselves floundering, unable to replicate the stability and assurance they once took for granted. Their plight mirrors the story of King Saul, who, after losing God's favor, became consumed by jealousy as he watched David rise in strength and purpose. 1 Samuel 18:6-12. Have you considered how your growth serves as a mirror, forcing them to confront their inadequacies? Like Saul, they are haunted by the realization that the very qualities they envied in you were ones they could have supported and nurtured, but instead sought to suppress. What does it say about their own fears that they could only thrive when leaning on your light? Now, they are trapped in the haunting awareness of their failure, not only in losing you, but in failing to recognize and honor your potential when they had the chance. This regret echoes the parable of the talents, where the servant who buried his master's gift was condemned for failing to invest and grow what had been entrusted to him. Matthew 25:24-30. Do they now see how they squandered the treasure of your presence, blinded by their own selfishness and short-sightedness? Your rise is more than personal. It is a testimony to the resilience and strength that comes from walking in alignment with God's purpose. The energy they once drained has now been reclaimed, redirected toward your growth and the fulfillment of your divine calling. As Isaiah wrote, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Isaiah 61. How does it feel to know that your transformation is a living declaration of this truth? While they remain bound by the consequences of their choices, you move forward with the clarity and purpose that comes from embracing your God-given potential. Their regret is not your burden to carry. Instead, it is a testament to the power of your growth and the strength you found in stepping into the fullness of who you are. What will you build now with the strength and light that can no longer be overshadowed? This reckoning has forced them to confront a truth they have avoided for far too long, a reflection of themselves stripped bare of illusion. Like a tree planted by the river, whose roots have been severed, they now feel the weight of a life that was never sustained by their own strength, but nourished entirely by the energy you provided. Without the steady flow of your support, feeding their sense of control, their once thriving facade has withered, leaving behind only dry, brittle remnants of the power they believed was theirs. Their identity, it seems, was built not on solid ground, but on a foundation entirely reliant on you. Now, with that foundation removed, they are left standing on shaky ground, unable to find stability. The bitterness they carry has become a slow poison, eating away at what little confidence remains. Does this remind you of Jesus' parable of the wise and foolish builders? The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell with a great crash. Matthew 7:27. What does it say about their so-called mastery that it collapses without you as its cornerstone? The truth is undeniable. Their sense of strength and security was never rooted in their abilities, but in the stability your presence offered. With you gone, the illusion they so carefully constructed has shattered. Every crack in their once impenetrable facade now exposes the vulnerabilities they worked tirelessly to conceal. Like King Saul, whose jealousy and insecurity unraveled his reign, their regret is now a consuming force. 1 Samuel 18:10-12. Have you ever considered how much of their identity was intertwined with your light, and how your departure has left them grappling with their inadequacies? Their regret doesn't merely linger, it consumes them entirely. This isn't just about losing a connection, it's about losing the scaffolding that upheld their entire sense of worth. They are trapped in a relentless cycle of self-pity and resentment, haunted by the realization that their strength was borrowed and their identity was never truly their own. Like the house built on sand, their world has crumbled under the weight of its fragility, leaving them in ruins. And yet, this isn't your burden to bear. Their downfall is the natural consequence of their choices, a reflection of their refusal to grow and build a foundation of their own. Meanwhile, you have risen beyond their grasp, stepping into a life of strength, freedom, and purpose. The question now is, how will you use the energy you've reclaimed to continue building a life that reflects the fullness of who you are in God's plan? As Isaiah 61:3 reminds us, God gives a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. This is your time to wear that crown and move forward unshaken by the remnants of their regrets. Their attempts to control you were, at their core, desperate efforts to maintain control over themselves. You were the anchor that stabilized their chaos, the pillar that upheld their fragile sense of self. But now, with their grip loosened and you gone, they find themselves grasping at nothing, adrift in a sea of their own inadequacies. Like a fortress abandoned by its architect, their carefully constructed world has fallen into disarray, revealing how much of their identity depended on you. This collapse runs deeper than emotions. It strikes at the very foundation of their existence. They are now confronted with the undeniable truth. The role you played in their life was far more significant than they ever admitted, even to themselves. Does this remind you of the fall of Babylon, where a once mighty empire collapsed under the weight of its own arrogance and lack of true foundation? Revelation 18:2-3. Like those who clung to power without substance, their decline was inevitable once the true source of their stability, your presence, was removed. You were not just another piece in the puzzle of their life. You were the central pillar upon which much of their confidence rested. Without you, their carefully crafted structure, like a house of cards, has come tumbling down. Their plight echoes the words of Proverbs. When the storm has swept by, the wicked are gone, but the righteous stand firm forever. Proverbs 10:25. Have you ever wondered how much of their control was merely a reflection of your strength, borrowed to sustain their own illusion? Now, much like empires that crumble when their support is removed, they face the inevitability of their decline. But this reckoning is theirs to endure, not yours to resolve. Your departure was not just an act of self-preservation, it was a declaration of your divine worth. Just as God strengthens his chosen ones to rise above the ruins of past struggles, you are stepping into a new season of growth and freedom. How will you continue to nurture the life you are building, free from the weight of their dependence? As you move forward, remember the promise of Psalm 1:3. That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. You are that tree, flourishing in the freedom of your own strength, rooted in God's purpose for your life. Their decline may be a testament to their choices, but your rise is a testament to your resilience and the divine power that has been guiding you all along. What they once flaunted as independence was, in reality, nothing more than dependency cloaked in pride. Your presence had been the unacknowledged foundation of their stability, but now, stripped of the strength you provided, they're forced to confront a void they cannot fill. While they spiral into confusion and regret, you ascend with purpose and clarity. Your journey has lifted you to heights they can only dream of, for your strength is rooted in authenticity and self-awareness, not in the fleeting power of control. You've chosen growth over stagnation, self-respect over manipulation, and the boundless freedom of truth over the illusion of safety. Every step you take toward your God-given purpose widens the chasm between their unraveling and your thriving. Their regret now serves as a mirror, reflecting their failure to value what they once had. But their sorrow is not your burden to carry. It is a weight they must bear alone. Have you ever considered how their inability to cherish your worth speaks more about their shortcomings than your journey? Like the rich man in Jesus' parable who ignored the treasure within his grasp until it was too late, Luke 16:19-31, they now cling to memories of what they lost, even as those memories fade further into the past. Your forward momentum underscores a profound truth. They were never meant to be part of your future. Their inability to rebuild in your absence highlights the fragile foundation upon which their confidence was built, a foundation that relied entirely on you. Meanwhile, you've become someone they no longer recognize, someone they cannot reach. Their perception of you remains rooted in a version of the past, one that no longer exists. Do you see how this transformation is a testament to your resilience and growth? Your journey echoes the promise of Isaiah 43:19. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. While they remain trapped in the shadows of what was, clinging to a distorted reflection of the past, you are boldly stepping into a life shaped by your own design and guided by God's hand. How will you continue to embrace this new chapter, unshaken by the remnants of their regret? As you move forward, the light of your purpose shines brighter, illuminating a path they were never meant to follow. Their presence in your past was a stepping stone, not a destination. Now, as you walk boldly into a life shaped by authenticity and divine strength, remember this: your future is not defined by their limitations, but by the limitless possibilities God has placed before you. You are the embodiment of resilience, a living testament that true power emerges from releasing what no longer serves you and embracing the freedom to grow into the person God has called you to be. Their regret is not your concern, it is the natural consequence of their own choices. It serves as a mirror, reflecting their failure to evolve while you continue to rise above their limitations. With every step forward, you prove to the world and to yourself that the greatest transformation comes from shedding the weight of others' expectations and walking confidently into the future you've crafted in alignment with God's purpose. Their loss is not your burden to carry. It is their lesson to learn and your triumph to celebrate. Dear brothers and sisters, let this truth resonate deeply within you. Your life is firmly grounded in God's divine plan, unshaken by the fleeting concerns of this world. As the Bible reminds us, give and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Luke 6:38. Every step you take in faith, every act of trust in His promises, is met with abundant blessings. You are like a great oak tree, deeply rooted in God's eternal truth. The storms of life may come, but your foundation is secure, held fast by the strength of His love and guidance. Each step you take, each stand you make, is a reflection of His divine power working through you. Have you paused to reflect on how God's hand has been present in every moment of your journey, ensuring that even the trials you faced would lead to your ultimate growth and victory? Let your life continue to be a testimony of His faithfulness, a beacon of hope and resilience for those around you. As you move forward, may you always remember that your strength does not come from the approval or validation of others, but from the unshakable foundation of God's truth. This is your time to rise, to celebrate the freedom you found in His purpose, and to walk boldly into the abundant life He has prepared for you. Breaking free from those who once sought to control your life sparks a profound transformation, one that is as liberating as it is empowering. The boundary you've drawn becomes more than just a line. It is a fortress of protection, strong, unyielding, and resolute. No longer do they hold the power to siphon your energy or influence your decisions. This is a declaration of your independence, a testament to the strength you've reclaimed, and a signal to the world that your life is no longer open to manipulation. This separation transcends the physical realm, reshaping the very fabric of your emotional and spiritual being. You've created a sanctuary, a sacred space where only those who truly honor, respect, and uplift you are allowed to enter. It is here that you nurture your soul, grow in your faith, and align more closely with God's purpose for your life. For those you've left behind, this boundary feels like an insurmountable chasm, a void that highlights their exclusion from the light they once casually exploited. Can you imagine the depth of their frustration, knowing they no longer have access to the source of strength they once drained so freely? In their desperation to regain control, they resort to familiar tactics, carefully cloaked in sentimentality or feigned contrition. They appeal to shared memories, attempting to tug at your heartstrings with nostalgia. They may try to evoke guilt, framing themselves as misunderstood victims, or project vulnerability to elicit your compassion. Yet beneath these gestures lies a calculated desire to re-establish their dominance. Does this not remind you of the serpent in Eden, whose deceptive words were wrapped in subtle persuasion to undermine truth and introduce doubt? Genesis 3:1-5. The Bible offers clear guidance on this dynamic. Nehemiah faced similar attempts to lure him away from his purpose when his adversaries, Sanballat and Tobiah, repeatedly sent messages feigning peace and friendship. Nehemiah's firm response was unwavering. "I am doing a great work and cannot come down." Nehemiah 6:3. Like Nehemiah, your steadfastness in maintaining this separation is an act of discernment, one that protects the sacred work of transformation happening in your life. How will you remain vigilant against these subtle manipulations and continue to prioritize your growth? Your sanctuary is not just a place of retreat, but a foundation for the life you are building, a life aligned with truth, peace, and purpose. As those left behind grapple with their loss, their attempts to re-enter your world are not about genuine connection, but about reclaiming the control they have forfeited. By holding firm to your boundaries, you affirm your worth and the sacredness of the journey you are on. What will you do with this newfound freedom? How will you ensure that the sanctuary you've created remains a place where your light can shine without hindrance, and where only those who truly value your presence are welcome? Historical patterns of power struggles reveal a familiar cycle. Those in positions of authority often resort to manipulation to maintain control when faced with resistance. Yet, such efforts are powerless against the strength you've cultivated. Each time you stand firm, refusing to be drawn back into their games, you assert your independence and make a bold statement. You've outgrown their tactics, and the door they once used to infiltrate your life is now sealed shut. What they once saw as their advantage has become irrelevant, overshadowed by the unshakable autonomy you've embraced. This act of self-preservation is far more than a boundary. It radiates strength, clarity, and alignment with your higher purpose. The Bible frequently underscores the importance of protecting one's energy and focusing on growth. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Have you realized how this sacred act of guarding your heart has reshaped your life, transforming it into a space where only those who honor your worth are welcome? The sanctuary you've created is not just a physical or emotional boundary, but a spiritual one. It reflects your resilience and the profound transformation you've undergone. Like Nehemiah refusing to come down from the wall he was building, you've chosen to prioritize your growth and purpose over distractions. Nehemiah 6:3. Each refusal to engage with their manipulations reinforces the sanctity of the life you're building. How does it feel to know that your strength not only protects you, but also inspires others to establish their own boundaries? Your life now mirrors a sanctum, an inner temple reserved for truth, peace, and those who uplift and align with your well-being. It's a testament to the divine calling placed on your life. Much like the Holy of Holies in the temple was set apart as a sacred space, Exodus 26:33-34. Those who once sought to control you are now spectators to a transformation they cannot reverse, excluded from the peace they never truly valued. This new chapter is not just about who you've excluded. It's about the energy and purpose you've reclaimed. What will you build now with your sanctified space and renewed strength? How will you use this alignment to continue growing into the person God has called you to be? Your resilience is not only a shield, but a beacon, illuminating the path for others to honor their own sanctuaries and live authentically in their truth. This exclusivity is not born of pride, but rooted in wisdom, a reflection of your dedication to cultivating relationships that empower, uplift, and replenish rather than deplete. It is an act of discernment, recognizing that your energy is sacred and must be guarded to fulfill the purpose God has for you. For those who once sought to dominate, the realization of their loss is a bitter truth they can no longer ignore. Your boundaries have exposed the fragility of the power they believed they held. The control they once wielded has been dismantled by your refusal to comply, replaced by the undeniable independence and strength you've always carried. Now, you stand as a force they can only observe from a distance, unable to reach or influence you as they once did. What they've lost goes beyond mere proximity to your presence. It's the vitality, balance, and harmony you brought into their lives, a resource they never fully valued. Have you considered how your absence has illuminated the impact of your presence in ways they could never have seen before? This transformation marks a profound shift, a complete departure from the patterns that once confined you. Like the story of Joseph, who rose from the prison of betrayal to the palace of purpose, Genesis 41:39-41. Your journey reflects the power of embracing your God-given identity. By breaking free, you've transcended the limitations imposed on you, stepping boldly into the life you were destined to lead. What does it feel like to shed the weight of those who sought to hold you back and to move forward in alignment with God's plan? As you ascend, the connections in your life naturally evolve. You no longer entertain relationships rooted in control, dependency, or manipulation. Instead, you attract bonds built on mutual respect, shared growth, and divine purpose. This mirrors the wisdom of Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. How does it feel to be surrounded by those who genuinely support your journey rather than drain your spirit? Your evolution isn't merely a personal victory, it's an invitation to others. By protecting your energy and stepping into your truth, you inspire those around you to do the same. Your journey becomes a beacon, calling others to rise, to set boundaries that honor their worth, and to walk boldly into the lives they are meant to lead. This is not just your transformation, it's a movement, a ripple effect of empowerment that begins with you. How will you continue to shine this light and lead others to the freedom you found? When you step fully into your God-given power and sever ties with those who sought to control or manipulate you, a profound and liberating transformation begins. The energy you now carry draws connections rooted in mutual respect, shared purpose, and genuine understanding. These relationships are a stark contrast to the dynamics of the past, where one-sided expectations once stifled your growth. Every step you take reinforces your alignment with your authentic self, a reflection of the strength and clarity you've reclaimed. The space you once occupied in the lives of manipulators has become a glaring void, a void they cannot fill. Their realization of what they've lost is inevitable, a reckoning as they observe from the sidelines while you thrive and embody the potential they once dismissed. Like Pharaoh watching the Israelites walk into freedom, powerless to stop them, they are left to confront the consequences of their own choices. Exodus 14:26-30. Have you ever wondered how deeply their regret cuts, knowing they had the opportunity to nurture your light, but instead chose to suppress it? Your growth sends a silent yet unmistakable message. It's entirely possible to rise above toxic dynamics and emerge stronger, freer, and more grounded than ever before. You are no longer shaped by the expectations or limitations others placed upon you. Instead, you have taken the reins of your life, forging a path defined by purpose and authenticity. Does this remind you of David standing victorious over Goliath, unshaken by the doubts of others and confident in the strength God gave him? 1 Samuel 17:45-50. This transformation is more than a departure from the past. It is a celebration of the limitless future you are now building. Each step forward affirms your resilience and reflects the divine potential within you, a potential they could not comprehend or control. The hold they once believed they had over you has dissolved, replaced by an unshakable independence that defies their understanding. This journey is not just about leaving behind the shadows, but stepping boldly into the light of what God has prepared for you. How will you use this newfound independence to inspire others to break free from their own limitations? Remember, your transformation is a testament to the power of faith, resilience, and the courage to reclaim the life God has always intended for you. Their regret cuts deeper than the loss of your presence. It lies in the realization that they never truly recognized your worth. The person they believed they controlled no longer exists, replaced by someone far stronger, more self-assured and unyielding. This reality is one they are now forced to accept. For those who relied on you to sustain their illusion of control, your departure has been a harsh awakening, stripping away the false security they clung to. What they once projected as strength is now exposed for what it truly was: a borrowed facade, entirely dependent on the energy and stability you brought into their lives. The foundation of their influence, carefully masked by feigned confidence, has crumbled under its own fragility. Without you to sustain it, their meticulously constructed image falters, revealing vulnerabilities they had worked tirelessly to conceal. This unraveling mirrors the downfall of overextended systems, where reliance on a single source leads to collapse when that source is withdrawn. Does this not echo the parable of the house built on sand, which fell when tested by the storm? Matthew 7:26-27. The absence of your stabilizing force has confronted them with insecurities they can no longer suppress. The protective shield of your presence has been removed, leaving them fully exposed to their inadequacies. This confrontation strips away the pretense of self-sufficiency they worked so hard to maintain. For the first time, they must face the void within, a void they've avoided acknowledging for so long. As the cracks in their persona widen, the truth becomes evident not just to them, but to those around them. The facade they once presented unravels, and their social and emotional worlds begin to crumble under the strain of exposure. How often do we see this mirrored in stories of fallen pride, such as King Saul's downfall, when his insecurities and fear could no longer be masked? 1 Samuel 15:23-26. Your absence has sent ripples through their world, exposing the imbalances they once concealed. The relationships they maintain falter as others begin to see through the dependency they had so carefully disguised as strength. In professional contexts, the void you've left reveals their inability to replicate the harmony and balance you effortlessly provided. Their struggle to maintain control only deepens the fractures in their persona, leaving them increasingly isolated and vulnerable. How does it feel to know that your strength was the cornerstone of their stability, and without it, they now face a collapse they cannot avert? Beyond the practical and social consequences, the emotional toll of losing you is profound. The energy, balance, and compassion you brought to their lives are now glaringly absent, leaving them to wrestle with a void they have no way of filling. Like the Israelites wandering in the wilderness after rejecting God's provision, they now grapple with the emptiness left by what they failed to value. Numbers 14:33-34. Your departure is not just the end of a chapter for them, it's the beginning of their reckoning. But for you, it marks a declaration of self-worth and the start of a life unshackled from their grasp. What will you do with this newfound freedom? How will you continue to cultivate the balance, energy, and compassion that no longer serve as fuel for others' illusions, but instead empower your own purpose? Your transformation is a beacon, a reminder that stepping away from toxic influences is not just an act of survival, but a step toward thriving in the fullness of the life God has planned for you. Your departure was far more than a simple exit. It was a bold declaration of your self-worth, a statement that exposed their inability or unwillingness to grow. Those who remain within their orbit begin to pull away as well, sensing the instability they can no longer hide. The power they once wielded, propped up entirely by your presence, has crumbled under its own weight, revealing an undeniable truth. Control rooted in another's strength is destined to fail. Separating yourself from a manipulative force is not just an act of survival, it is a profound transformation. This decision unshackles you from draining entanglements and opens the door to renewal, creativity, and genuine connections. It is like stepping into a fertile field, clearing away the weeds of toxicity to make space for seeds of opportunity and meaningful relationships to take root and flourish. This liberation is not merely a moment of relief. It is a reawakening, a return to the inherent power that was always yours. On a deeper level, letting go represents an energetic reset, a severance of the invisible chains that once bound you to another's control. Many spiritual traditions emphasize the necessity of releasing attachments that hinder growth as a critical step toward living in alignment with your true purpose. This mirrors Jesus' teaching, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." John 8:32. By breaking free from what no longer serves you, you align yourself with God's truth, creating a foundation for lasting peace and fulfillment. By stepping away, you reclaim your energy, focus, and vitality, redirecting them toward pursuits that elevate your life and reflect your authentic self. This act of release clears the path for new opportunities to enter, much like pruning a tree to encourage healthier and more abundant growth. Can you feel the shift in your spirit, the lightness that comes from shedding burdens that were never yours to carry? Releasing toxic dynamics is like investing in ventures with greater potential. It creates room for relationships and endeavors that genuinely matter. As Proverbs 4:25-27 advises, let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. Give careful thought to the paths for your feet and be steadfast in all your ways. How will you now channel your reclaimed energy and focus into building a life that reflects the fullness of your purpose? This transformation is more than personal. It is a ripple effect. By choosing to break free, you inspire others to do the same, demonstrating that freedom, authenticity, and fulfillment are possible. The space you've created in your life is fertile ground for God's blessings to manifest, allowing you to step boldly into a future filled with joy, creativity, and relationships that honor the person you have become. What will you plant in this newly cleared field? And how will you nurture it as you continue to grow in strength and purpose? This journey is not solely about achieving external success. It is about cultivating internal harmony and living a life infused with meaning and purpose. Moving forward affirms your intrinsic value and reminds you of an undeniable truth. You deserve relationships and connections built on mutual respect, shared growth, and genuine care, not guilt, manipulation, or obligation. Each step you take away from toxicity is a powerful declaration that your joy, well-being, and peace are worthy and non-negotiable. Your evolution reveals the stark contrast between growth and stagnation. While you've embraced change, unlocked new potential, and aligned with your true self, those who once sought to control you remain stuck in their comfort zones, paralyzed by their resistance to transformation. They cling to an outdated image of you, unable or unwilling to acknowledge the reality of your growth. This refusal to confront the truth of your transformation reflects their own fear of change and highlights their reliance on patterns that no longer serve them. Does this remind you of the Israelites in the wilderness, yearning for the familiarity of Egypt rather than embracing the promise of freedom? Exodus 16:2-3. This growing disparity is a powerful reminder of why you had to walk away. Your evolution has illuminated the widening gap between your paths. Their lack of self-awareness has become their greatest limitation, solidifying that their role in your life was never meant to endure. As Ecclesiastes 3:1 teaches, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. Their season in your life has passed, and your departure was a necessary step toward fulfilling your purpose. The difference between your life now and the stagnation of the past is undeniable. Your actions shine as a testament to resilience, self-discovery, and the courage to embrace change, while their inability to adapt becomes a stark reminder of the opportunities they missed. Like the servant in the parable of the talents who buried his gift instead of growing it, Matthew 25:24-30, their refusal to evolve has left them trapped in a cycle of missed potential. This is your moment to continue building a life that reflects your transformation. With each step forward, you move further into a future where meaning, harmony, and growth are at the forefront. How will you use this newfound clarity to cultivate connections and opportunities that align with your true self? Remember, your journey isn't just a personal triumph. It is a living example of the beauty and power of choosing growth over stagnation and truth over illusion. Your growth serves as a mirror, showing them what they could have achieved had they chosen progress over control. It is not merely a reflection of their errors, but a vivid demonstration of how much they forfeited by clinging to manipulation. This divide underscores why their chapter in your story had to close. In choosing to grow, you've proven that life rewards those who adapt and pursue their true potential. Navigating the grip of a controlling presence is a universal challenge, but it's also an opportunity to reclaim your autonomy. These dynamics only persist as long as you permit access to your energy. Recognizing the signs of manipulation, subtle undermining, emotional traps, and disrespect for boundaries is the first step in dismantling their hold. Releasing yourself from their influence isn't merely about survival, it's a catalyst for profound change. By choosing to step away, you align with growth and renewal. Spiritually, the end of one chapter becomes the beginning of another, offering a chance to rewrite your path. While letting go can be difficult, the freedom it brings is transformative, paving the way for a life built on authenticity, strength, and boundless possibilities. Transforming your life requires building connections with people who genuinely uplift and empower you, those who respect your boundaries and honor your growth. The journey forward thrives on mutual understanding and shared energy, where support fuels resilience. Collective strength reminds us that even personal transformation is deeply enriched by a sense of belonging. You don't have to navigate this path alone. The strength of a community can amplify your progress and anchor your newfound clarity. Leaving behind a toxic influence isn't just an act of separation, it's a declaration of your worth. Each boundary you set and each act of self-prioritization sends a clear message. You are the creator of your life, choosing only what aligns with your values and vision. Sharing your story can inspire others to take those same brave steps toward freedom. Your evolution isn't just yours, it's a beacon for others seeking the courage to rise. This journey is more than just escape. It's a release into a life free from manipulation and control. You've emerged from the chaos of toxic relationships into a reality defined by growth, purpose, and freedom. What once tethered you to limitations now lies in your past, reduced to a faint echo. True power comes from reclaiming yourself, from the bold choice to prioritize your own path over the expectations of others. You've illustrated the essence of strength, not through retaliation, but through relentless self-discovery and advancement. Your growth is the ultimate reminder that the only way to move forward is to embrace yourself fully, setting the stage for a life of joy and fulfillment. Reflection honors your transformation, while sharing your story provides others with hope. As you walk this new path, their regret lingers in a world you've outgrown. Success is your response, a life of abundance and self-defined happiness that stands as a testament to all you've overcome and the limitless possibilities that now await you. As we come to the end of today's message, it's clear that being God's chosen one comes with unique challenges and tests. But remember, those tests are part of your divine purpose. Just like gold is refined in the fire, you too are being shaped for a greater calling. Trust that every trial you face is bringing you closer to fulfilling God's perfect plan for your life. If this message has touched your heart, I'd like to ask you to consider supporting our channel through a super thanks. Your generosity helps us continue sharing these powerful messages with others. Whether or not you're able to donate, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for being here and being part of this community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with others who might need this encouragement. And please leave a comment below. Let me know how this message resonated with you. Your thoughts are important, and I'd love to hear from you. May God bless you abundantly today and always. Keep trusting in His plan for your life, and know that you are chosen for greatness. Beloved chosen ones, have you ever felt the weight of something extraordinary calling out to you? An inheritance tied to your very soul, yet withheld by unseen forces. What if I told you that the truth of your stolen inheritance is finally coming to light, revealed by a whistleblower who could no longer stay silent? This is not just a story, it is a reckoning. It's about divine justice breaking through the barriers of deception, exposing the lies, and returning what was always meant for you. Before we dive deeper into this revelation, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have supported this channel through super thanks. Your generosity fuels this mission to bring these messages of truth and restoration to God's chosen ones across the world. If you feel moved to contribute, know that your support helps amplify the voice of justice. But even if you simply engage with these words, your presence here is equally valued and deeply appreciated. As we begin, I invite you to participate actively. Drop the number 999 in the comments if you feel the pull of divine alignment guiding your life. Why 999? Because it symbolizes completion, divine purpose, and the shift from endings to powerful new beginnings. Your comment not only represents your faith in this journey, but also strengthens our collective energy as we witness the unfolding of justice together. This is the moment you've been waiting for, a time when the lies begin to crumble, the truth rises, and your inheritance is restored. Stay with me as we unravel this divine plan, and together we will uncover what has been hidden, reclaim what has been stolen, and step into the fullness of what was always meant to be yours. God's chosen ones, a whistleblower is exposing your stolen inheritance. Chosen one, hear the truth that has long been hidden from you. What was destined to be yours, the blessings, the inheritance written into the fabric of your existence, was stolen by hands unworthy to touch what was sacred. They forged signatures, fabricated lies, and boldly claimed what they thought no one could contest. Yet their confidence was misplaced. Now the whistle has been blown, their schemes exposed, and their time is running out. Justice is not coming. It has already begun to unfold. Can you feel it stirring? The weight of their deceit collapsing under the unbearable pressure of truth. They believed they could operate unnoticed, weaving their web of lies in the shadows of arrogance. They convinced themselves that no one would see, no one would know. But how could they escape the gaze of the one who sees all? The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, keeping watch on the wicked and the good. Proverbs 15:3. Every secret they whispered, every fraudulent act they committed was recorded by forces far beyond their comprehension. They underestimated the power of divine justice, the inevitable reckoning that follows those who defy what is rightfully ordained. The universe does not remain silent in the face of injustice. It is not a passive observer watching without care. It moves with intention, calculating every event with precision. What they viewed as randomness was, in truth, the alignment of something greater. Do you recall the story of Joseph? Betrayed, cast aside, and thought to be forgotten, yet every trial he endured was part of a divine plan to elevate him to a position of power. Genesis 45:7-8. Your path mirrors his. The delays, the disappointments, and the pain you faced were not for nothing. They were the mechanisms of preparation. What seemed like loss was a strategy for restoration. Their schemes, buried beneath layers of deceit, began to fester, shifting the very balance they sought to manipulate. In their arrogance, they built walls to conceal their crimes, but these walls are not impenetrable. They amplify the truth, echoing louder with each passing moment. There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. Matthew 10:26. The structures they trusted to shield them have become their undoing, crumbling under the weight of their dishonesty. The truth they feared is now undeniable, bursting forth like light breaking through the darkest night. Have you noticed the patterns, the whispers of truth emerging from the most unexpected places? The voices once silenced by fear now speak boldly, refusing to back down. Coincidences that seem too precise to ignore. These are not mere chance. They are the fingerprints of the divine, a reminder that nothing escapes the plan of the Almighty. Even as they plotted, the unseen moved, ensuring that their actions would lead to their exposure. Chosen one, this is not just a reckoning for them. It is a reclamation for you. What was stolen is being returned. The inheritance that bears your name cannot be erased or altered by their deceit. The timing is not random, it is perfect. As their lies unravel, the truth about your identity, your purpose, and your destiny is being revealed. The question is not whether the truth will come to light. It already has. The question is whether you will rise to claim what is yours. This is your moment, the culmination of years of silent preparation. The forces of the universe, guided by divine will, have aligned for you. The weight of their arrogance and greed has become the instrument of their fall, and the whistleblower has merely been the catalyst. This is no coincidence. It is destiny. You were never forgotten, never overlooked. The unseen forces have been working tirelessly on your behalf, waiting for the exact moment to strike. And now, that moment is here. The story is not just theirs, it is yours. As they face the consequences of their actions, you are stepping into the fullness of what was meant for you. The truth has been revealed, and the balance is being restored. Step forward, not with doubt, but with the confidence of one who knows that what was promised will never fail. Chosen. 1. You are never alone in your struggles. Though it may feel as if your grievances echo into an empty void, they do not vanish unnoticed. There is always a force, unseen yet undeniable, that listens to every cry, observes every wrong, and moves with precision against those who consider themselves untouchable. You are part of a greater story, one where every thread of injustice is being drawn tighter, inch by inch, around those who believe their power could shield them forever. But have you ever wondered why the truth always seems to emerge at the perfect time? Why the lies, no matter how deeply buried, eventually come to light? This is no accident. Whistleblowers do not appear by coincidence. They are not born from chance. They are instruments of divine justice, called forth at the precise moment when truth must shatter the barriers of deceit. Just as Esther was raised up for such a time as this, to save her people, Esther 4:14. So too does each whistleblower arise as an answer to the corruption they were destined to expose. Their courage is not random, it is a calculated response to the imbalance of power. Consider the story of the Pharisees, who plotted in secret against Christ, believing their schemes were invisible. Yet their every thought, their every action was known and brought into the light when the time came. For nothing is hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing concealed that will not be known and brought to light. Luke 8:17. Could it be that the same principle is at work now, exposing those who sought to undermine your purpose? Are you beginning to see how divine forces align to ensure that justice is served? When corruption festers, it creates its own undoing. Whistleblowers are not accidents, they are inevitabilities. Their emergence is the natural response of a universe designed to favor justice. What once seemed protected by layers of secrecy is not merely exposed, it is thrust into the harsh light of truth with relentless precision. But how often do we stop to recognize the meticulous nature of this process? Evidence finds its way into the right hands. Words emerge at the exact moment they are needed, and the house of lies begins to collapse under its own weight. This is not luck. This is the meticulous work of a higher power. Just as David, armed only with a sling and a stone, brought down Goliath, 1 Samuel 17:45-50, so too does the whistleblower emerge as an unexpected champion, equipped with the tools necessary to confront the giants of corruption. Does it not make you wonder how every element falls into place so seamlessly, as though guided by an invisible hand? The forces that orchestrate these events leave no room for error. What was hidden in darkness is always brought into the light, and the power of deceit cannot withstand the weight of divine truth. Chosen. 1. You are not standing against this tide alone. Every act of injustice against you, every stolen moment or opportunity has been recorded. Do you believe that these injustices will go unanswered? The forces working on your behalf are not idle. They are active, moving with precision to ensure that those who have wronged you will face the consequences of their actions. As the threads of their lies tighten, remember that the truth cannot be silenced. It may take time, but it will always find a way to emerge, stronger and more undeniable than ever. When the time comes, the unraveling of falsehoods is swift and decisive. It is not by accident that whistleblowers hold the evidence that dismantles corruption, or that their words strike at the very heart of deceit. It is by design. And that design, chosen one, is working in your favor. Will you have the strength to stand firm when the truth emerges, reclaiming what was always meant to be yours? You do not walk this path alone. Unseen forces guide and protect you, ensuring that truth and justice will always prevail. Chosen one, hear this truth. What is yours by divine decree cannot be truly taken from you. When unworthy hands dare to seize what is encoded into your very lineage, they do not inherit your power, they inherit the consequences of their actions. Have you ever observed how those who grasp at stolen blessings find themselves burdened, unable to carry the weight of what was never meant for them? Energy that does not align with its bearer does not elevate, it corrodes. It becomes stagnant, heavy, and ultimately it drags them into ruin. What is truly yours cannot be stolen. It may be delayed, diverted, or obscured by the illusions of others, but it is never lost. Do you recognize the strength in this truth? When they take what is not theirs, they may revel in their perceived victory, but their celebration is short-lived. Inheritance, true inheritance, is not found in paper contracts or signatures forged in darkness. It is far more profound. It is a code embedded deep within the soul, woven into your being long before you drew your first breath. Think of Esau and Jacob, whose story in Genesis 25 reveals the consequences of deception. Esau sold his birthright for a momentary satisfaction, yet even in his loss, the lineage of blessing continued to move according to divine will. What does this tell us? That even when human hands attempt to manipulate the outcome, the true alignment of inheritance cannot be undone. Could it be that the same principle applies to you? That no matter what others have tried to take, the divine plan for your life remains intact? Wealth stolen does not remain wealth. It becomes a shadow of its former self, unable to sustain or grow. Power taken by deception does not function as true power. It fractures, collapses under the weight of dishonesty. The hands that steal inherit not blessings but burdens. Have you ever noticed how those who manipulate and deceive live in constant unrest, consumed by the very lies they created? They may attempt to wear your crown, but it doesn't fit them. It was never forged for their head. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. Psalm 37:23-24. The rightful holder is always called back into alignment. What was written for you cannot be rewritten by human hands. This is the power of divine justice. It does not forget, nor does it falter. The inheritance encoded in your soul will resonate with you, and only you, drawing you back to what is rightfully yours. Those who sought to claim your legacy will find themselves carrying a weight they cannot bear. Have you wondered why their actions often lead to their own downfall? It is because they attempted to take something that was never aligned with their purpose. They are left carrying a burden that grows heavier with time, pulling them further into despair. Inheritance is not simply about possessions or wealth. It is about alignment with the divine purpose encoded within you. The energy signature of your inheritance is unique, and it will always guide you back to what is meant for you. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. This is your assurance that no force, no scheme, no deceit can permanently separate you from your destiny. Chosen. 1. Understand this. Those who try to take your inheritance will come to realize that they have claimed nothing but their own undoing. Their efforts to manipulate, to deceive, to rewrite what was written will crumble, because they cannot carry what was designed for you. Meanwhile, the divine forces working in your favor are calling you back into alignment with your rightful place. This is not just a promise, it is a certainty. The burden of what they stole will become too great for them to bear, and you will rise to reclaim what was always yours. Chosen one, remember this. Energy seeks its origin. The unseen forces that govern truth and justice do not err, nor do they overlook even the smallest detail. No deception is flawless. Every forgery, no matter how meticulously crafted, carries the imprint of its creator, a signature of imperfection that is woven into the very fabric of its falsehood. Have you ever wondered how something as seemingly insignificant as a misplaced number or an inconsistent stroke of ink can unravel an entire illusion? That is the power of truth pressing through the cracks. Those who conspire against you believe that ink and signatures can rewrite reality, that documents stamped with lies will shield them from consequence. But paper is not neutral, it is not silent. It absorbs the frequency of the intent behind it, holding the weight of the deception it carries. And when the appointed time arrives, it betrays them. The numbers refuse to align. The signatures falter under scrutiny. The story they stitch together unravels at the seams. Do you feel the magnitude of this? The very records they forge to conceal their actions become the instruments of their exposure. What is hidden cannot remain hidden forever. Truth is relentless. It presses itself through the cracks, demands to be seen, and ensures that it reaches the right eyes at the right moment. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known. Luke 12:2. This is the law of the divine, unchanging and unyielding, Have you considered how this applies to your own journey? That hesitation you felt, the unease as you examined their so-called evidence, was no accident. It was the whisper of something greater, the unseen hand guiding you toward what needed to be revealed. You were not drawn to the anomaly by chance. That moment when doubt stirred in your mind, when you paused to look closer, that was no ordinary hesitation. It was a signal, a calling, urging you to uncover the truth hidden beneath layers of deceit. The weight of falsehood cannot endure in the presence of those who are attuned to the energy of truth. Have you ever wondered why lies crumble so quickly in the hands of those who see clearly? A forgery expert does not merely detect flaws. They translate the language of deception. They expose the story that lies beneath the ink, the tale of intent and arrogance etched into every stroke. They believed their arrogance would protect them. They forged documents with the confidence that no one would question their lies. They underestimated the forces working through you. The documents they created were not neutral objects. They were extensions of their own intent, bound to the consequences of their actions. Can you see how this truth is reflected in their downfall? What is falsely signed cannot go unchallenged. Every lie they crafted, every forgery they signed, was a step toward their own undoing. The Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in people who are trustworthy. Proverbs 12:22. They thought they were writing their own victories, but they were in fact documenting their defeats. The ink they trusted to shield them became the very evidence that betrays them. A document is not just a document, it is a testament to the character and intent of its creator. Those who manufacture lies into legalities are scripting their own collapse, one signature at a time. The evidence will not remain buried. When truth is set in motion, it cannot be stopped. It seeks out those who have the strength to bring it to light. You are one of those people. When you hold the proof in your hands, you're not merely carrying evidence, you're carrying the weight of justice. And when that moment arrives, the balance shifts. The scales tip with undeniable, irreversible force. Justice is no longer a possibility. It is absolute. Chosen one, do you feel the power in this revelation? It is not just about exposing their lies. It is about reclaiming what was always yours. The forces guiding you are ensuring that the truth reaches you, empowering you to stand firm and see justice served. The path is not always easy, but it is certain. Truth is relentless, and it will not stop until it fulfills its purpose. Chosen one, doubt was their first prison. It wrapped around them like invisible bars, forged by the weight of what they knew but did not yet act upon. The truth pressed relentlessly against the walls of their conscience, demanding one of two paths: to be silenced or to be set free. At first, they told themselves it wasn't their concern. How often have you witnessed this hesitation in others, or perhaps even felt it within yourself? They rationalized that the numbers were just numbers, that discrepancies were mere clerical errors, insignificant in the grander scheme. But deep down, they knew better. So whoever knows the right thing to do and fails to do it, for him it is sin. James 4:17. Truth is relentless. It does not bend to fear, nor does it shrink to fit the confines of denial. It gnaws at the edges of comfort and complacency, demanding acknowledgement and ultimately action. Have you ever felt that pull? The quiet yet insistent voice within that refuses to be ignored. For this whistleblower, what began as the routine duty of an accountant became something far greater. Their role shifted, their purpose magnified. What once seemed like a mundane job transformed into a confrontation with corruption, a reckoning they could no longer avoid. When they walked into that office, they were just an employee. But when they left, they carried the weight of divine justice. Think about that transformation, how ordinary circumstances can place extraordinary burdens on those chosen to act. How often does the world mistake these moments as accidents when they are in fact divine appointments? The Lord works out everything to its proper end, even the wicked for a day of disaster. Proverbs 16:4. This moment was not random. It was an alignment of forces calling this individual to step into their role as a vessel for truth. Every whistleblower reaches a critical moment, a moment when silence is no longer an option. The realization is not gentle. It does not arrive as a quiet nudge. It breaks through like a fracture in reality, sharp and irreversible. Imagine standing at the threshold of such a moment, watching the ordinary world collapse beneath the weight of undeniable evidence. How would you respond? In that instant, neutrality ceases to exist. There is no middle ground. Whoever is not with me is against me, and whoever does not gather with me scatters. Matthew 12:30. To witness wrongdoing and remain passive is to stand complicit in the deception. The forces of the unseen demand alignment with truth. This is not merely about legality or ethics. It is about resonance with a higher order that does not tolerate deceit. The whistleblower's realization was this: knowledge is never placed into unworthy hands. They did not stumble upon this evidence by chance. They saw it because they were meant to act. Have you considered how often the right eyes land on the right evidence at the exact moment it is needed? This is no accident. It is the hand of something far greater at work. For we cannot do anything against the truth, but only for the truth. 2 Corinthians 13:8. The burden of truth transforms. The person who initially hesitates, questioning whether they should act, becomes the very instrument of revelation. At first, the questions torment them. Why me? Why should I take on this fight? But eventually, they realize the answer lies in the nature of the truth itself. It does not allow those who see it to remain passive. They were chosen to act because they were capable of carrying the weight of this knowledge. The evidence was not merely placed in their hands, it was entrusted to them. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. There is no comfort in neutrality. To choose inaction in the face of clear wrongdoing is to align oneself with the deceivers. Have you ever felt that tension, the pull between doing what is easy and doing what is right? The whistleblower faced this choice and understood the cost of remaining silent. They realized that stepping forward was not just an act of courage, it was an act of alignment with forces that demand truth and reject falsehood. Chosen one, the unseen does not make mistakes. If the truth has been placed in your hands, it is because you are meant to act. Think about the gravity of this. The forces guiding your journey see something within you that others may not. They trust you to bring light into darkness, to stand firm when others falter. This is not just about exposing lies or ensuring accountability. It is about fulfilling a role far greater than the immediate moment. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. When the whistleblower stepped into the light of their calling, they carried the weight of more than evidence. They carried the weight of justice itself, a force that is both irreversible and undeniable. And in that moment the balance shifted, not by chance but by design. Can you see the echoes of this truth in your own journey? That what has been revealed to you is not a burden, but a calling. Chosen one, to speak is to risk, but silence is the greater burden. To expose deception, to stand for truth, is to place oneself in the crosshairs of those who thrive on lies. Yet, to remain silent is to carry a weight that erodes the soul, a burden far heavier than the cost of action. Those who step forward into the light of truth rarely choose this path. It chooses them. Have you ever wondered why some are called to act when others turn away? It is because they possess a strength others lack, a courage that cannot be extinguished. The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. In that moment of decision, they are transformed. They are no longer just an accountant, an employee, or a bystander. They become an instrument of something far greater than themselves. Truth, when it demands a voice, finds those who cannot look away. It chooses those who feel its pull so profoundly that hesitation is no longer an option. Have you felt that certainty, the moment when the cost of inaction becomes unbearable? When the time comes, there's no room for doubt, only the unshakable knowledge that justice is worth whatever price must be paid. You were never waiting for coincidence. You were waiting for the weight of their choices to collapse upon them. Divine justice does not rush. It moves with precision. It does not waste its strike, but waits until the pressure is absolute, until the truth has built enough momentum to unravel the entire structure of deceit. For the vision is yet for the appointed time. It hastens toward the goal, and it will not fail. Though it tarries, wait for it, for it will certainly come, it will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. When the first truth surfaces, it is never isolated. Like a single crack in a dam, it spreads, pulling every hidden deception into the light. Have you noticed how one revelation often triggers a chain reaction, unraveling lies that once seemed untouchable? This is not coincidence. It is the design of divine justice at work. The weight of secrecy becomes unbearable, forcing confessions from those who once swore loyalty to silence. Alliances forged in dishonesty begin to crumble, not because of moral awakening, but because self-preservation takes over. Watch closely, chosen one, as the house of cards collapses. The ones who profited from secrecy will scramble, turning on one another in their desperation to survive. They once stood together, bound by greed and deception, but their unity was always fragile. When the light of truth shines on them, their alliances dissolve, leaving them isolated and exposed. For their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed blood. In vain is a net spread in the sight of any bird. But these men lie in wait for their own blood. They set an ambush for their own lives. Proverbs 1:16-18. They are caught in the very trap they set for others. Do you see how divine timing operates? Justice does not act prematurely. It waits for the moment when exposure will have the greatest impact, when the chain reaction of revelations becomes unstoppable. Every lie, every betrayal, every fraudulent action is brought into the light, and those who thought they could control the narrative are left scrambling. What was once hidden behind closed doors is now displayed for all to see. For nothing is hidden that will not be revealed, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. Chosen one, this is the power of truth. It not only reveals what has been concealed, but it dismantles the systems that supported the deception. Those who thrived on lies now face the weight of their own actions, turning on each other in their desperation to escape judgment. The alliances they trusted to protect them become their undoing. And as their world collapses, you stand as a witness, chosen to see the fulfillment of justice in its fullness. Do you feel the gravity of this moment? It was never about coincidence, the timing, the revelations, the unraveling. It is all part of a divine plan that does not fail. As the pressure builds and the truth spreads, those who acted in deceit face the inevitable consequences of their actions. And you, chosen one, are here not by chance but by purpose to see justice unfold in its absolute, undeniable form. Chosen one, nothing truly disappears. They may burn records, erase files, shred contracts, and even attempt to rewrite history itself. But truth is not bound by their destruction. It endures, embedding itself in places they would never think to look, carried forward by forces they cannot hope to control. Have you ever wondered how the smallest fragment of truth, seemingly insignificant, always finds a way to resurface? What is meant to be seen will be seen. A misplaced copy, a forgotten ledger, an untouched backup drive, these are not coincidences. They are evidence of divine precision. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing, whether it is good or evil. Ecclesiastes 12:14. The unseen does not allow critical evidence to vanish. Every attempt to conceal only strengthens the inevitability of exposure. Their efforts to hide what cannot be hidden become the very stage for truth's undeniable return. It emerges more damning, more unrelenting than before. Do you see how the act of hiding sets the wheels of justice into motion? Like seeds scattered in the wind, the pieces of their deception take root in unexpected places, waiting to be uncovered at the perfect moment. You were never meant to search in vain. If the truth has been entrusted to you, it will find its way to your hands. Do you feel the weight of this responsibility? Documents resurface not by chance, but by design. Their returns orchestrated by a force greater than secrecy. Those who believe they have erased their trail fail to understand a simple and unyielding reality. Energy leaves imprints, conversations leave echoes, transactions leave fingerprints. The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, keeping watch on the wicked and the good. Proverbs 15:3. What was once buried re-emerges, guided by the right hands, at the right time, in the right place. The very evidence they sought to destroy becomes their undoing. Have you ever noticed how their arrogance blinds them to this inevitability? Those who forged, falsified, and manipulated the record will watch helplessly as the proof they thought was gone returns to haunt them. It is a haunting not of the supernatural, but of their own making, a reckoning they cannot escape. The weight of deception is not easily carried. They may have acted with confidence, convincing themselves that their lies would remain hidden beneath layers of silence and complicity. But deception is not a stable foundation. Truth, relentless in its nature, carves through the mind like a rushing current, eroding the very walls built to contain it. There is no peace, says the Lord, for the wicked. Isaiah 48:22. The guilty need no external punishment. Their own conscience becomes their executioner. Think of this. How often do those who betray and deceive wake to the crushing weight of their own hands? The memory of every lie spoken, every betrayal signed into existence, lingers in their minds like an unrelenting echo. They may have convinced themselves of their justifications, but the mind rebels against what it cannot justify. The cracks begin from within, and the foundation of falsehood starts to collapse. Truth is not passive. It is alive, active, and unyielding. It gnaws at the edges of denial, carving through layers of rationalization until nothing remains but the bare reality of what has been done. For those who chose deceit, their own minds turn against them, becoming the battlefield where guilt wages war against justification. But if anyone does not provide for his relatives, and especially for members of his household, he has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. 1 Timothy 5:8. They betrayed not only others, but the very principles they claim to uphold, and this betrayal leaves an indelible mark on their soul. Chosen one, this is why you were called. The truth that others sought to destroy was not lost. It was preserved for the moment you were meant to hold it. The cracks in their facade, the weight of their guilt, the inevitability of exposure, all of it aligns with the forces working to reveal what they sought to hide. You are not searching blindly. The evidence will find its way to you because it was always meant to. Let their guilt serve as a reminder of the power of truth. Let their unraveling be a testament to the futility of deception. And let this moment remind you that you were chosen to carry not just the evidence, but the weight of justice itself. For the Lord loves justice. He will not forsake his saints. They are preserved forever, but the children of the wicked shall be cut off. Psalm 37:28. Chosen one, what once seemed like control begins to feel like a noose. Every decision they made, every scheme they executed to conspire against you, now tightens around them with each passing moment. Have you ever noticed how those who rely on deception often become prisoners of their own lies? You will not need to chase them, for their downfall is not external, it begins within. Those who plotted against you will dismantle themselves, undone by the very fabric of their deceit. Their malice may be concealed by deception, but their wickedness will be exposed in the assembly. Proverbs 26:26. No wealth, influence, or distraction can silence the whispers that come in the stillness of night. Guilt is not merely an emotion, it is a force, a vibration that disrupts the soul's equilibrium. It takes what should feel secure and turns it into a foreign, hostile space. Their victories turn to ashes in their mouths. The indulgences they sought as comfort become bitter reminders of their guilt. Can you imagine how their own minds betray them, turning every moment of silence into a courtroom? There is no peace, says my God, for the wicked. Isaiah 57:21. Paranoia creeps in, not because they are being watched, but because they know they deserve to be. They see judgment in every gaze, betrayal in every shadow. This is not a punishment inflicted from the outside. It is a correction born of divine justice. Have you considered how justice operates not just in the visible world, but also within the unseen depths of the soul? Their spirit rejects the weight of what they have stolen, the lies they have told, the harm they have caused. Their very body rebels, manifesting the unease they cannot escape. This is the nature of guilt. It grows, it suffocates, it demands resolution. They may try to silence it with distractions, drown it in indulgence, or rewrite the past to justify their actions. But the subconscious does not negotiate with lies. The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it? Jeremiah 17:9. What they have done plays back in endless loops, growing louder and more unbearable. It is a force they cannot suppress, a reckoning they cannot delay. Their victories were never meant to last. The indulgences they sought to celebrate their perceived control now taste of bitterness, leaving them empty. The paranoia that eats away at their confidence is not without cause. Their own actions have set this course into motion, and now they stand on the edge of collapse. Do you see how their arrogance blinds them, even as the walls of their schemes begin to crack? What they face is not arbitrary punishment, it is correction. The divine justice that governs all things demands alignment. The weight of stolen things cannot be borne forever. The lies they told and the trust they betrayed weigh on them like chains, dragging them deeper into despair. Woe to him who builds his house by unjust gain, setting his nest on high to escape the clutches of ruin. Habakkuk 2:9. Every attempt to silence the truth only amplifies its voice. Every effort to drown out the whispers of guilt only makes them louder. And so they come to a crossroads, confession or collapse. These are the only two paths left. The truth will not wait forever. It presses on their minds, their spirits, their very bodies, demanding acknowledgement. Can you imagine the weight of carrying such a burden, knowing that the only relief lies in surrendering to the truth? The choice is theirs, but the outcome is inevitable. The truth will always surface, whether they release it willingly or it breaks them apart. Chosen one, do you see how divine justice moves? It does not act with haste, nor does it strike without cause. It is precise, ensuring that those who conspired against you are confronted not just by external evidence, but by the undeniable truth within their own souls. This is why you need not pursue them. They are already ensnared by the weight of their own deeds. Let their downfall remind you of the power of truth. It does not negotiate, does not waver, and cannot be suppressed. It moves with certainty, dismantling falsehoods and restoring balance. And you, chosen one, stand as a witness to this unfolding justice, a reminder that what is stolen cannot truly be kept, and what is hidden will always be revealed. The Lord works righteousness and justice for all who are oppressed. Psalm 103:6. Chosen one, you were never their downfall, they always were their own. The seeds of their collapse were sown in their own arrogance and deceit. Nothing in this process is random. Every misplaced file, every conversation overheard, every seemingly minor coincidence is part of a greater orchestration. Have you noticed how corruption thrives on isolation, on the belief that lies can remain contained within carefully crafted walls? But those walls are never impenetrable, for whatever is hidden is meant to be disclosed, and whatever is concealed is meant to be brought out into the open. Mark 4:22. Justice operates through an intelligence far beyond human calculation. One person notices a seemingly insignificant detail. Another questions an inconsistency. A third holds a document they do not yet realize is a key. Each person acts independently, unaware of their role in something much larger, until the pieces snap into place with undeniable force. Do you see how divine precision moves, aligning people and events in ways no human mind could orchestrate? The convergence is not chaos, it is precision. Chosen. 1. You do not need to force the exposure. Truth has its own gravitational pull, drawing the right eyes to the right evidence and compelling the right voices to speak at exactly the right moment. The lot is cast into the lap, but its every decision is from the Lord. Proverbs 16:33. This is how divine justice works, not through haste or disorder, but through timing so perfect that it cannot be denied. When the time comes, those who conspired will find their own actions turning against them. They will make mistakes, contradict themselves, and place their trust in the wrong people. Have you ever observed how their arrogance blinds them to the traps they set for themselves? What they believed was securely hidden will reappear in whispers, be forwarded in emails, or left in open folders, waiting to be uncovered. This is not coincidence. It is justice moving with purpose. Justice is not an event. It is a sequence. The unseen does not strike prematurely. It aligns, layers, and fortifies the truth until denial becomes impossible. Each revelation builds on the last, creating a chain of events so precise that it shatters any illusion of control. The Lord is known by his acts of justice. The wicked are ensnared by the work of their hands. Psalm 9:16. They will believe their downfall was accidental, that the wrong people just happened to connect the right dots. But you, chosen one, know better. Timing is not chance. It is a weapon. The exposure of their corruption is not sudden. It is the culmination of forces set in motion long before they realized their reckoning had begun. Do you feel the weight of this truth? Every delay, every hidden piece of evidence, every seemingly random connection was part of a larger design, working in perfect harmony to ensure that the full weight of justice would be undeniable. You were called to witness this convergence. Your role is not to force the process, but to remain steadfast as it unfolds. The evidence, the witnesses, the timing, all of it aligns according to a plan far greater than human understanding. What was hidden is now being revealed, not by chance, but by divine intention. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Ecclesiastes 3:11. Chosen one, this is the power of divine justice. It does not act in haste, nor does it falter. It builds layer upon layer until the truth is fortified and undeniable. Let their mistakes, their contradictions, and their paranoia remind you of the inevitability of exposure. What they sought to conceal will rise to the surface, not as an isolated event, but as a sequence so precise that it reveals the hand of the unseen at work. This is not coincidence, it is destiny. Justice moves with purpose, ensuring that every lie, every betrayal, every falsehood is dismantled. And you, chosen one, stand as a witness to its unfolding. You are here not by accident, but by design, to see the reckoning that was always meant to come. Trust in the timing, for it is a weapon wielded by forces far greater than any human plan. Chosen one, the system was never built to favor truth. It was designed to exhaust, intimidate, and silence those who seek justice, burying them under mountains of paperwork, technicalities, and endless loopholes. Corruption does not flaunt itself in open defiance. It hides in the labyrinth of bureaucracy, using procedure as both shield and weapon. But even the most intricate system is not immune to exposure. Have you ever wondered how the very tools meant to obstruct justice often become the mechanisms of its revelation? The same walls they built to block the light will close in on them. Their foot shall slide in due time. Deuteronomy 32:35. When truth moves, it does not ask permission. It carves a path through the most tangled webs, finding the right statutes, the right hands, and the perfect moment to strike where they least expect. Have you felt the precision of this guidance? The sense that you are not wandering aimlessly, but being led? What they counted on to protect them, the legal complexities, the obscure clauses, the convoluted processes, becomes their undoing. The right precedent emerges. The forgotten detail in a contract transforms into a weapon. Their own documents, signatures, and words become the instruments of their downfall. This is not coincidence. It is divine strategy. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Lawyers once loyal to deception begin to falter, their confidence eroded by the weight of undeniable evidence. Judges who once appeared indifferent begin to see the truth clearly. What was once stagnant and slow accelerates with unexpected speed. Have you noticed how justice, though delayed, arrives with a force that can't be ignored? This is divine recalibration, the alignment of truth within the very structures meant to obscure it. There is no fortress that deception can build, that justice cannot dismantle. Every legal maneuver they once used to obstruct becomes a snare around their feet, for the wicked are ensnared by the work of their hands. Psalm 92, Maitum. Sakrititia 5:16. The loopholes they exploited turn against them, sharpening into tools of their own undoing. What they manipulated to evade consequences folds under the weight of evidence that no argument can deny. They will call it misfortune, a string of bad luck, but you will know it for what it is: divine strategy, perfectly timed, impossible to escape. What is stolen is never truly taken. It is held temporarily, misused, passed through unworthy hands, but it does not belong to them. Wealth tied to deception carries a cost, an unseen weight that corrodes those who attempt to possess what is not theirs. They may forge signatures, rewrite legalities, and claim ownership, but the energy of stolen things is restless. It does not settle, it does not nourish, and it does not yield the power they expected. The wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous. Proverbs 13:22. The unseen marks what is stolen for return, recalibrating the scales with precision. When the moment is right, what was taken is torn from their grasp. Sometimes this happens suddenly, in a swift and undeniable moment of collapse. Other times it unravels slowly, piece by piece, until nothing remains. Have you noticed how their false security begins to dissolve, as if the very things they sought to protect slip through their fingers? You were never truly robbed. You were repositioned. Loss is not the end, but a disruption. a shifting of elements before realignment. The unseen does not simply restore in fractions, it returns in fullness, with increase and correction. I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. What was diverted finds its way back to you, carried through unexpected channels, legal victories, discoveries long hidden, or opportunities disguised as chance. Those who schemed and hoarded watch as their fortunes collapse, their assets drain, and their false security dissolves. What they believed they could keep rejects them, slipping through legal cracks, seized by forces they cannot stop. Their wealth becomes a weight they can no longer bear, for it was never meant for them. And as the scales recalibrate, the truth demands repayment. Restoration does not ask, it claims. It is not a negotiation, it is a certainty. What was stolen from you will return, not in the same measure, but multiplied, reshaped, and aligned with the divine plan. The unraveling of their schemes is not merely justice, it is proof of the power that guides you. Do you feel the magnitude of this moment? It was never about what was taken, it was always about preparing you for what was to come, for the restoration that exceeds anything you lost. Chosen one, let this remind you, justice is inevitable and restoration is assured. What was meant for you will find its way back, stronger, clearer, and more undeniable than before. Trust in the timing, for it is perfect, and know that the scales are being recalibrated in your favor. Chosen one, when the time comes, doors long shut will open without resistance. What was lost will be retrieved, and what was stolen will be restored. Records resurface, forgotten inheritances are reclaimed, and wealth shifts from failing hands into rightful possession. Have you ever wondered how something long buried can suddenly emerge, perfectly timed, as if it had been waiting for the exact moment to be found? This is not wishful thinking. This is the divine mechanism of balance, a force older than human laws, stronger than deception, and unshakable in its purpose. The unseen does not forget. What carries your signature, whether material or spiritual, will find its way back to you. The Lord your God is a God of justice. Blessed are all who wait for him. Isaiah 30:18. This is the certainty of divine justice, whether through revelation, legal correction, or the collapse of those who thought they could keep what was never theirs. What is yours will return. Every act of theft leaves a trace. They believe fraud is a game of numbers, that wealth can be buried under false names, hidden in offshore accounts, or obscured by forged signatures. But wealth is not merely currency, it is energy. It carries intention, and it holds a signature that cannot be erased. Have you considered how the energy of stolen things works against those who hoard them? Money taken through deception does not flow. It stagnates. It does not sustain. It fractures. It carries a weight that misaligns and turns against those who attempt to claim it. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6:7. Transactions thought forgotten resurface. The illusion of secrecy crumbles under the weight of divine timing. Audits once dismissed are reopened. Records believed to be destroyed reappear in the most unexpected places. Have you noticed how these moments seem almost orchestrated, as if guided by a hand unseen? This is the power of truth breaking through barriers, ensuring that nothing remains hidden forever. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing, whether it is good or evil. Ecclesiastes 12:14. Wealth tied to deception is restless. It carries an unseen cost, a burden that corrodes those who attempt to possess it. They may have forged signatures, falsified documents, and hidden behind false names, but they cannot outrun the natural law that governs energy and justice. What they believed would bring them power turns against them, fracturing their security and dismantling their schemes. Chosen one, this is not coincidence. It is divine recalibration. What belongs to you will not be lost. The unseen does not allow rightful ownership to be erased. The collapse of their schemes is not just justice, it is restoration. When wealth is misused, it destabilizes, seeking to return to its rightful place. Do you see how the very systems they use to manipulate the truth are now exposing their deception? This is not luck. This is precision. The energy of restoration moves with intention. What was stolen from you is marked for return, not only as it was, but multiplied. I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten. Joel 2:25. The records that resurface, the wealth that shifts, the doors that open, these are signs of alignment, evidence that the forces guiding you are at work. Let their losses serve as a reminder of the power of divine justice. Let the resurfacing of hidden records and the unraveling of their schemes be a testament to the inevitability of truth. What they hoarded begins to slip through their fingers, and what was once stolen returns with increase. Can you feel the certainty of this moment? It was never a question of if, but when. Chosen one, trust that what carries your signature will find its way back to you. Restoration is not a possibility, it is a promise. The energy of what was meant for you remains connected to you, waiting for the moment of realignment. And when that moment comes, it will arrive not just as justice, but as abundance, overflowing and undeniable. Chosen one, divine justice does not rely on human memory. It is far greater, imprinted into the very fabric of reality, waiting for the perfect moment to come into view. You do not need to chase what was taken. Have you noticed how corruption carries within it the seeds of its own undoing? Those who built their security on fraudulent wealth will see it crumble, slipping through cracks they never anticipated. Though they plot evil against you and devise wicked schemes, they cannot succeed. Psalm 21:11. Corruption is its own downfall. An investigation sparked by an unrelated case, a forgotten document flagged at the last moment, a whistleblower compelled by forces they cannot explain. These are not coincidences. These are the workings of the unseen, aligning every detail for the reckoning that must come. Have you observed how deception often unravels at the exact moment when its perpetrators believe they are most secure? The unseen does not allow theft to settle. Every dollar, every stolen asset, every unjust gain is marked for exposure, bearing the weight of its own inevitable return. The financial structures they trusted will betray them. The very systems they relied on will turn against them, their paper trails becoming weapons of justice. Transactions they believed to be buried will resurface, leading to their downfall. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. Matthew 6:19. They thought they could escape the consequences, but the divine audit trail is meticulous, precise, and absolute. Nothing stolen remains hidden. What was done in the darkness will be brought to the light. Have you ever wondered how even the smallest miscalculation or anomaly can unravel an entire web of deceit? A system glitch, an overlooked number, a careless word spoken at the wrong moment. These are the tools of exposure. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known. Luke 8:17. The truth is relentless, and it will press forward until every falsehood is laid bare. The unraveling will be undeniable, inescapable, and irreversible. Those who schemed will watch helplessly as their carefully constructed illusions collapse around them. What they believed was secure will slip away, piece by piece, until nothing remains. This is not mere punishment. It is the fulfillment of a universal law. What is stolen must always be returned. Do you feel the certainty of this principle? It is not subject to chance. It is unbreakable, governing all things with divine precision. What was taken is already on its way back to you. This is not luck, nor is it coincidence. It is the fulfillment of a greater design, a force that ensures balance and justice in all things. The Lord works righteousness and justice for all the oppressed. Psalm 103:6. What they thought they had claimed forever was never truly theirs. The energy of stolen things is restless, unable to settle, and it will always find its way back to its rightful place. Chosen one, trust in the divine process. The timing is not random, it is exact. The forces working on your behalf are recalibrating what was misaligned, ensuring that restoration comes not only fully but with increase. Let their unraveling remind you of the power of truth and the inevitability of justice. What was stolen does not remain hidden, nor does it diminish. Instead, it gathers momentum, waiting for the moment when its return is undeniable. This is the unbreakable law of justice, a principle as old as creation itself. What is stolen must always return to its rightful owner. The process may be slow or sudden, but it is certain. The unraveling has already begun, and the evidence is already making its way to the light. Let this truth guide you as you wait, not passively, but with the quiet confidence that justice is inevitable, and what was meant for you will always find its way back. Beloved chosen, 1. What was taken from you was never truly lost. It was held in trust, waiting for the moment when you would have the strength, wisdom, and clarity to reclaim it fully. Every betrayal, every delay, every attempt to sever you from your inheritance only ensured that when it returned, it would be undeniable. The forces that conspired against you are already fracturing under the weight of their own deception. What they thought they could keep was never theirs to hold. And now the balance shifts. What once seemed unreachable is already moving toward you, drawn by the unstoppable force of divine alignment. You were never left empty-handed. Even in the moments of loss, you gained something far greater: knowledge, resilience, and the vision to see beyond illusion. Do you feel the strength you've cultivated through these trials? You are not simply returning to where you were. You are stepping into something far greater, something that was prepared for you long before any opposition existed. The struggles you endured were never a sign of defeat. They were the preparation for a destiny so profound that no force could keep it from you. And after you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace, who has called you to his eternal glory, will himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. 1 Peter 5:10. Now the truth cannot be ignored. Those who sought to rewrite your destiny will be forced to witness the undeniable reality. Nothing stolen remains in stolen hands. The unseen has recalibrated the scales, and justice is unfolding before your eyes. This is not just a recovery, this is your ascension, the moment when you take back what was always encoded into your being, a power and purpose that cannot be challenged. This is your moment. Speak your truth, share your testimony. Let your story become the evidence of what cannot be stopped, the return of what was always meant to be yours. Do you feel the weight of this calling? It is not just for you, but for all who are watching, for all who need to see that divine justice is real and undeniable. As you move forward, I invite you to support this work by donating through Super Thanks. Your contribution, no matter how small, helps keep this space alive, allowing these messages of truth, hope, and justice to reach more of the chosen ones across the world. If donating isn't an option for you, know that your presence, your engagement, and your support in spirit mean just as much. I am deeply grateful for each of you, whether you choose to give or simply listen. May blessings overflow in your life, beloved chosen one. May the restoration you are stepping into be more abundant than you can imagine. May your strength inspire others, and may your story shine as a testament to the unstoppable force of divine justice. The unseen has already spoken. Now it is your time to rise. Thank you for being here, for believing, and for standing firm in your truth. May the path ahead be illuminated with clarity, abundance, and unwavering faith. You are loved. You are seen. You are chosen. Welcome, chosen one. Prepare yourself for a moment of profound awakening, a divine intersection of purpose and destiny that is no accident. You have arrived here not by chance, but by a higher calling, drawn into a season brimming with promise, restoration, and unparalleled breakthroughs. Something extraordinary is about to unfold, a revelation so powerful it has the potential to completely reshape your understanding of your life's meaning and the path you were always meant to walk. This is your divine appointment, tailor-made by the Creator. Before we continue, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you who has supported this mission through Super Thanks. Your generosity enables this message to reach countless others seeking hope and spiritual insight. You are not just supporting a channel, you are sowing seeds into a ministry of transformation and awakening. Thank you for being a vital part of this journey, and may your kindness be multiplied tenfold in blessings. Beloved friend, have you ever felt the weight of unfulfilled dreams, the frustration of pouring your heart, soul, and every ounce of effort into your goals, only to see them remain just out of reach? Perhaps life has taken unexpected detours, leaving you grappling with doubt, confusion, or even despair. But pause for a moment and consider this. What if those very struggles, those hardships you've endured, were never obstacles but stepping stones? What if every tear you've shed, every battle you've fought, has been meticulously woven into a divine plan, preparing you for this exact moment? For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Could it be that today is the day the veil is lifted and the blessings long promised to you are finally revealed? Imagine, your trials were never meaningless. They were part of the craftsmanship of a God who loves you beyond measure, shaping you into the person you are destined to be. This is the moment when your story begins to shift, where every pain, every delay, and every unanswered prayer starts to make sense. Are you ready for this revelation? Close your eyes and ask yourself, could this be the moment you've been waiting for your entire life? The moment when God's truth, light, and promises are revealed to you in their fullness. If you feel it stirring within you, an undeniable sense that this is your time, declare it boldly. In the comments below, type 999 as a declaration of faith, a sign that you are ready to embrace the destiny God has prepared for you. This is not merely a message, it's your story, your breakthrough, and it's happening right now. You are not alone on this journey. Look around at this community of faith, united by the belief that God's promises are real and His justice is perfect. Your presence here is part of a greater purpose, and your willingness to listen, reflect, and act is what sets you apart as one of His chosen. Now, with hearts open and faith unwavering, let's step boldly into today's message, a divine revelation about your name, your purpose, and your place in God's extraordinary plan. Are you ready? Let's begin. God's chosen ones, a revelation about your name has stunned the banking world. Chosen one, your life is not just about the present. It's a preparation for something far greater than you could ever imagine. At times, it may feel like life is a series of random events. Some days bring unexpected blessings while others seem filled with challenges and misfortune. You've likely experienced moments where things didn't go your way. Perhaps you've tried and failed, poured yourself into relationships that didn't last, or felt a deep sense of being lost in your work or purpose. In those moments, it's natural to question why things unfold as they do. The purpose behind it all often feels obscured, hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. Yet, what if I told you that none of this is random, that even the struggles you've faced have a divine purpose? The Bible reminds us, "For we walk by faith, not by sight." 2 Corinthians 5:7. While the trials may seem chaotic, they are part of a greater plan, a story carefully crafted by the Creator. We don't always see the blessings hidden within our challenges, but they are there, waiting to be revealed in God's perfect timing. Have you ever paused to wonder if the delays you've experienced were God's way of preparing you for something extraordinary? Think of the story of Ruth. After losing her husband and leaving her homeland, she could have easily felt abandoned, questioning why life had brought her so much pain. But Ruth's faithfulness led her to Boaz, a man who would not only redeem her, but also make her part of the lineage of Christ. What appeared to be misfortune was, in fact, God's divine plan to position her for a purpose far greater than she could have foreseen. Could it be that your current struggles are setting the stage for a breakthrough so profound that it will redefine how you see your life? In the same way, your story is being woven together with divine appointments, moments when everything aligns and the pieces of the puzzle suddenly make sense. You may not see it yet, but this is your season of revelation. The trials that once felt overwhelming are now turning into stepping stones toward your breakthrough. Perhaps you've been waiting, praying and seeking answers to questions that have weighed heavily on your heart. You've longed for a sign, a shift that would propel you into the next phase of your journey. And now it's happening. God is revealing what has been hidden, the blessings that seemed out of reach, the opportunities that felt delayed, and the purpose you've been searching for are coming into focus. No eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has imagined what God has prepared for those who love Him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. What was once veiled is now being unveiled, and the realization of your divine calling is drawing nearer with each passing moment. Consider Joseph, who endured betrayal by his brothers, enslavement, and imprisonment. For years, his life seemed to spiral downward. Yet through it all, God was positioning him for a pivotal role in saving nations during a time of famine. When Joseph's moment of revelation came, he could finally see that every trial he had faced was part of God's plan. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Do you believe that the struggles you've endured could one day become the testimony that inspires and uplifts others? You are standing on the brink of your own breakthrough, just when you thought you couldn't take another step. The veil is lifting, and the universe is aligning in ways you couldn't have anticipated. This isn't coincidence, it's divine timing. The lessons you've learned, the resilience you've built, and the faith you've nurtured have all been preparing you for this moment. Imagine a curtain being drawn back to reveal a masterpiece. That masterpiece is your life, and the purpose behind every brushstroke is now coming into view. The trials you've faced were never meant to defeat you, but to equip you for the greater mission God has placed on your life. What if you've already been equipped with everything you need to step into your God-given purpose? Are you ready to take that step? This is your moment to step into the fullness of your destiny. Can you feel it? The shift is happening. The answers you've been seeking, the blessings you've been praying for, they are here, unfolding before your very eyes. Trust in this process, for it is God's perfect design. And as you embrace this season of revelation, know that you are not alone. God is with you, guiding each step, unveiling his plans, and leading you toward the life you were always meant to live. Your purpose is no longer a mystery, it's becoming clear. Now is the time to walk boldly into the future God has prepared for you, with faith as your foundation and hope as your guide. This is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of something extraordinary. My beloved friend, you may be wondering, how can this be true? How do I know that this is meant for me? The answer lies in understanding the beauty of divine timing. Nothing in your life has been random. You've been on this path for a reason, guided by the hands of the Creator. Every moment, whether joyful or painful, has been part of a greater plan. Think about the trials you've faced, the disappointments, the unanswered prayers, the moments when it felt like everything was working against you. You might have questioned why you had to endure so much, why the road seemed so uncertain. But what if all of those experiences were shaping you, preparing you for a moment far greater than you could imagine? The Bible tells us, "To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven." Ecclesiastes 3:1. Even when you cannot see it, God's timing is always perfect. Have you ever stopped to reflect on how the challenges you've overcome have shaped your strength and character? Could those very struggles be the foundation for what's about to unfold? There is a bigger picture, one that you may not fully understand yet, and that's okay. Remember the story of David, the young shepherd who was anointed as king long before he took the throne. For years, David faced trials that seemed contrary to his calling. He was pursued by King Saul, forced into hiding, and faced countless battles. Yet through it all, God was refining him, teaching him perseverance, humility, and faith. When the time came, David was not only ready to lead, but also equipped with the wisdom and strength needed to fulfill his divine purpose. Could it be that your current struggles are preparing you in the same way? Do you trust that the lessons you've learned are part of a bigger plan? Life can throw unexpected curveballs, and the road can feel long and uncertain. You might feel like you've been waiting forever for your breakthrough, questioning if your time will ever come. This waiting can be difficult, but it is not wasted time. God is at work in the waiting. Just as a seed takes time to grow beneath the soil before it blooms, your preparation is happening beneath the surface. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Psalm 37:7. Your divine appointment is closer than you think. The very obstacles you've faced were never meant to defeat you. Every tear you've shed, every setback you've endured, has been refining you. Think of gold being purified by fire. The heat removes impurities, leaving behind something more valuable and beautiful. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. Have you ever considered that your setbacks are not evidence of failure, but proof of your refinement? What if the waiting is the key to unlocking your greatest blessings? God is weaving every moment of your life into a divine tapestry, one where each thread, your victories and your struggles, plays a vital role in the final masterpiece. Imagine Joseph, who endured betrayal by his brothers, slavery, and imprisonment. For years, his life seemed like a series of unjust events. But when the moment of revelation came, Joseph saw that every step had been part of God's plan. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. In the same way, your story is unfolding exactly as it should. Every struggle has taught you resilience. Every delay has strengthened your faith. Every challenge has prepared you for what's coming. What if your time is not only coming, but is already here? Can you sense that shift, that moment when everything begins to align? Trust in this truth. You're not forgotten, and your time is not far away. God has been with you in every moment, guiding you, strengthening you, and preparing you for the blessings He has in store. Your divine appointment is not delayed. It is perfectly timed. Step forward with faith, knowing that the God who began this work in you will be faithful to complete it. Being confident of this, that He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1:6. The journey may not have been easy, but it has been worth it. Trust that every challenge was necessary for your growth, and every tear was seen by the one who loves you beyond measure. Now, as you step into this new season, know that you're exactly where you need to be, and your divine purpose is closer than you've ever imagined. Chosen one, have you ever felt like you were standing on the edge of something extraordinary, as though greatness was just within reach, yet you couldn't quite grasp it? That feeling, deep in your soul, is the whisper of your divine purpose. It is the gentle nudge of God, calling you toward the path you were always meant to walk. This moment you're experiencing isn't by chance. The universe, or more precisely God, has been aligning circumstances, people, and opportunities around you, orchestrating everything so that this revelation would come at exactly the right time. It might feel surreal, even overwhelming to think that your life has been leading to this point. But trust that it's true. This is the moment you've been waiting for, the moment when what was once hidden begins to come into view. For there's nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be brought out into the open. Luke 8:17. Have you noticed those moments in your life when things seem to fall into place unexpectedly? Perhaps it was an opportunity that appeared when you least expected it, a connection that changed the course of your journey, or a breakthrough that arrived just as you thought all hope was lost. Reflect on those moments. They weren't coincidences. They were divine interventions, subtle signs of God's hand guiding you step by step toward this very moment. Think about Joseph again. Sold into slavery, falsely accused and imprisoned. His circumstances seemed bleak. But at the perfect time, God revealed the purpose behind every trial he faced. Joseph became a leader who saved countless lives, fulfilling the dream God had given him years before. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Like Joseph, the events in your life, both good and challenging, have been divinely woven together, leading you to this revelation. Do you believe that the challenges you've faced were stepping stones, guiding you toward a purpose far greater than you imagined? As these revelations begin to unfold, you may find yourself in awe of how perfectly everything has been orchestrated. Those seemingly random moments of pain, perseverance, and victory are now aligning into a picture of purpose. You may not yet fully understand how all the pieces fit together, but trust that they do. Even when life seems still, even in moments of silence, God was working behind the scenes. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Consider the times when you questioned if God had forgotten you. Perhaps you felt like you were waiting endlessly for answers, for clarity, or for change. But during that time, God was preparing you, building your faith, and refining you. The challenges you faced were never meant to break you. Instead, they were shaping you into the person who could embrace the blessings that are now being made visible. Have you ever considered that your waiting was not wasted, but a vital part of the preparation for your divine destiny? This moment, this divine appointment, is about more than just the good things that are entering your life. It's about your transformation. You've been growing, evolving, and being shaped by every experience you've encountered. The person you were yesterday is not the person you are today. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. Each struggle you've endured, each setback you've faced has been preparing you to receive what's ahead. Imagine the strength of David when he finally faced Goliath, not because he suddenly became a warrior, but because his years as a shepherd protecting his flock had prepared him for that moment. Your life has been filled with shepherding moments, building the courage, resilience, and wisdom you need to embrace what's coming next. Can you see how far you've come and how each challenge has prepared you for this moment? Are you ready to step into the purpose God has been preparing for you? This isn't just a season of blessings, it's a season of transformation. You are stepping into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. The setbacks you once viewed as roadblocks were really stepping stones. The victories you've celebrated were reminders of God's faithfulness. And now, as you stand at the threshold of this new chapter, know that you are ready. Your journey has been unique, intentional, and sacred. Every tear, every prayer, every moment of waiting has led you to this. Trust in the process, and trust that God, who began this good work in you, will carry it to completion. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1:6. Now is the time to embrace the transformation that has been taking place within you. This is your moment, your divine appointment. Step forward with faith, knowing that the God who called you has already prepared the way. You may find yourself feeling a profound sense of peace, even in the midst of uncertainty, as you realize that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. This peace is not coincidental. It's a divine assurance that the God who began a good work in you is bringing it to completion. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. Alongside this peace, you might experience moments of clarity as the pieces of your journey begin to align. The challenges you faced, the lessons you learned, and the perseverance you nurtured are all leading to the fulfillment of divine appointments that are now manifesting in your life. With this clarity comes a renewed sense of purpose, a calling to step into the blessings that are no longer hidden, but being revealed before you. Can you feel the weight lifting as you begin to recognize the divine hand that has guided you through every step of your journey? You are exactly where you are meant to be, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. Every step you've taken, every moment of doubt, every season of waiting, every frustration was part of the divine plan to bring you to this moment. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. Psalm 37:23. What once seemed out of reach is now within your grasp. What was hidden is now being revealed, and you are being called to embrace it with faith and confidence. Think back to the story of Abraham. God promised him descendants as numerous as the stars, yet for years he and Sarah faced the heartache of waiting for a child. Despite the long journey and moments of doubt, the promise was fulfilled in God's perfect timing. Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time, I will return to you, and Sarah shall have a son. Genesis 18:14. Like Abraham, you are now stepping into the fulfillment of promises that may have once seemed impossible. Have you ever stopped to consider how even your moments of waiting have been a vital part of your preparation? This moment isn't just about the blessings that are coming into your life. It's about recognizing the divine work that has been happening all along. The treasures, opportunities, and connections that once seemed hidden were never absent. They were waiting for the perfect moment to surface. And now that moment has arrived. This is your time. Your divine appointment is here, and you are stepping into a season of revelation, blessings, and purpose. Consider the story of Esther, an orphaned girl who rose to a position of influence as queen. She likely didn't understand the full scope of her purpose when she entered the palace, but when the time came, she realized she had been placed there for a reason. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. In the same way, you have been placed in this moment for a purpose greater than you can yet fully see. Do you feel that sense of divine alignment, as if everything in your life has been leading to this moment? As you walk this path, take a moment to reflect on how far you've come. Remember the struggles that once felt overwhelming, the prayers that seemed unanswered, and the obstacles that appeared insurmountable. Now, look at the strength, resilience, and wisdom you've gained through it all. Each challenge has shaped you into the person who is ready to embrace what lies ahead. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. This is not just a new chapter of your life, it's a transformation. The person you were yesterday is not the person you are today. You've grown, evolved, and been prepared for this exact moment. The road wasn't easy, but every step was purposeful, leading you closer to the fulfillment of your divine purpose. As you reflect on your journey, can you see how each struggle prepared you for the blessings you are now stepping into? Now is the time to embrace the blessings that are unfolding before you. Your divine appointment has arrived, and with it comes a season filled with hope, purpose, and the fulfillment of dreams that were once out of reach. Imagine standing at the threshold of something extraordinary, a door opening to reveal a future far greater than you could have imagined. This is your moment. Open your heart, trust the process, and step boldly into the life that is yours to claim. Know that you are not walking alone. God is with you, guiding your steps, unveiling what was once hidden, and leading you into the fullness of your destiny. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5-6. Chosen one. The idea of a hidden account tied to your name might seem like something from a mysterious tale or fantasy novel, but it's rooted in profound spiritual truths. It speaks directly to the restoration and divine justice that God has always intended for you. For so long, you may have walked through life feeling uncertain, wondering if your efforts would ever pay off, or why certain doors seem to remain shut no matter how hard you knocked. Perhaps you've even felt that your prayers went unanswered, or that the promises made to you were always just out of reach. But let me share this truth with you. There is a divine account connected to your name, a sacred balance that has been waiting, preserved just for you. And now the time has come to unlock it. This divine account isn't simply about wealth in the conventional sense, though it may include financial blessings. It is far more profound. This account holds everything you've lost, everything stolen from you, and everything meant for you that slipped away in the past. Picture it as a divine reserve, where your prayers, sacrifices, and acts of faith have been recorded. Every seed you've sown, every tear you've shed, and every moment of perseverance has been documented. And now, in this very season, that reserve is being released. Have you ever wondered if there was more to life than what you've experienced so far? Could this be the moment when what's been stored away for you is finally revealed? Think about Job, a man who endured tremendous loss, his family, his wealth, his health, all taken from him in what seemed like an instant. Yet through his unwavering faith and patience, God restored everything to him in double measure. The Lord blessed the latter part of Job's life more than the former part. Job 42:12. Like Job, your hidden account represents not only what was taken, but also the abundance of restoration that God has promised to those who remain faithful. For so long, you may have felt the sting of injustice. Maybe you've worked tirelessly without receiving the recognition you deserved, or perhaps you've been the victim of circumstances beyond your control. Life can often feel like an uphill battle where setbacks seem endless and fairness is nowhere to be found. But here is the truth. In the spiritual realm, nothing has been forgotten. Every moment of your journey, every pain, every prayer, every act of faith has been carefully recorded. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Psalm 56:8. Do you believe that your struggles have not been in vain, that every hardship has been accounted for and will be restored in ways you cannot yet imagine? This is your season of divine justice, a time when the account tied to your name is being opened. What has been stored away, your blessings, your victories, your restoration, is now being released into your life. Think of Joseph, who endured betrayal and imprisonment for years before stepping into his destiny. When his time came, not only was he elevated to power, but he was also positioned to save countless lives, including his own family. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Your hidden account is not just about tangible blessings. It is also a confirmation that God's justice is real and his promises are unfailing. Everything that was unjustly withheld, everything that seemed delayed, is now being restored. I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten. Joel 2:25. Can you feel the shift happening in your spirit, the confirmation that restoration is on its way? This isn't just about receiving, it's about stepping into the fullness of your destiny. The account tied to your name isn't just filled with material blessings, but also with purpose, power, and spiritual abundance. It's the fullness of everything God intended for you, held back only until you were ready to step into it. And now, as the doors open, you're being called to walk boldly into this new chapter. Take a moment to reflect. The hardships you faced weren't meant to break you, but to prepare you. Like gold refined by fire, the trials you endured have strengthened you, ensuring that you're ready to embrace the fullness of what's being revealed. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. What if every setback was a setup for this very moment? Are you ready to claim what has been prepared for you? This is your time. Your divine appointment has arrived, and with it comes the unveiling of everything that has been stored for you. The account tied to your name is being opened, and what's being released isn't just about restoring what was lost. It's about stepping into a future brighter and more abundant than you ever dreamed. Now, to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. Ephesians 3:20. Step forward with faith, knowing that the God of justice is delivering on his promises. Open your heart, trust his timing, and embrace the blessings and purpose that are finally being revealed. This is not just the end of a long journey. It's the beginning of a new one filled with restoration, abundance, and divine fulfillment. My beloved friend, there's a key to this hidden account, and it isn't about passively waiting or simply hoping that circumstances will change on their own. The key lies in your faith, your unwavering trust in the divine timing and perfect plan that has been unfolding in your life all along. Faith is not idle, it's active. It calls you to align with your purpose, to seek God's guidance and to trust that his plans are greater than your own. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. The more you align yourself with God's purpose for your life, the more you'll begin to see this account opening. It's as if the treasures of heaven have been quietly prepared for you, waiting for the perfect moment to be revealed. And now, that moment has arrived. The door is swinging wide open, and the restitution you've been longing for is finally here. Can you feel the shift in your spirit? The sense that what you've been waiting for is now within reach. This account isn't just about material wealth or resources, though those blessings may come. It's far deeper than that. It symbolizes divine favor, the restoration of everything you've lost, and the fulfillment of promises that may have felt delayed. Whether it's the return of love, the healing of relationships, the restoration of your health, or the renewal of peace in your heart. What was broken is being mended, and what was taken is being returned. You are stepping into a season of divine restoration, where the fruits of your faith and perseverance are finally coming to harvest. Think of the story of Naomi and Ruth. After losing her husband and sons, Naomi believed her life had no hope. But through Ruth's faithfulness and God's perfect plan, their story became one of redemption and restoration. Ruth married Boaz, and through their union came the lineage of King David and ultimately Jesus Christ. The women said to Naomi, "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer." Ruth 4:14. Have you considered how your story, like Naomi's, might be transformed from loss to redemption in ways you cannot yet see? You may not see the full picture all at once, but rest assured, the process of restoration has begun. What once seemed impossible is now taking shape. Perhaps it's the restoration of finances, the rebuilding of relationships, or a renewed sense of purpose. God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. 2 Corinthians 9:8. This divine account is also a powerful symbol of your alignment with your true destiny. Every struggle, every challenge, every act of perseverance was a deposit into this sacred reserve. Through your patience and trust, you've stored up blessings that are now ready to be released. The account tied to your name is proof that nothing in your life has been wasted. Every tear, every prayer, every moment of faith has been a stepping stone toward a greater reward. Do you believe that every hardship you've faced has been preparing you for the blessings now being revealed? But divine justice doesn't only work on your behalf, it also creates ripples that affect the world around you. When God restores and realigns your life, it becomes a testimony of His power and justice. Those who tried to hold you back or took what wasn't theirs will see the consequences of their actions. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6-7. Divine justice is not vengeance. It's about setting things right, restoring balance, and ensuring that what was hidden is brought into the light. Think of Joseph's brothers, who sold him into slavery out of jealousy. Years later, they stood before Joseph, now a powerful leader in Egypt, and saw the truth of their actions. Yet Joseph, in his wisdom and faith, recognized God's hand in his journey. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that your own story of restoration will serve as a testimony to everyone around you, showing the undeniable power of God's justice? You might wonder how this justice will manifest in your life. It may come through unexpected financial opportunities, breakthroughs in your career, the mending of fractured relationships, or healing in your body. Doors that once seemed closed may suddenly swing open. However it manifests, trust that it will arrive in ways perfectly tailored to your life and your needs. Divine justice is never rushed or forced. It comes with grace and precision, ensuring that you are ready to receive it. Can you trust God's timing, knowing that His restoration will come in the perfect way at the perfect time? Now is the time to expect what has been hidden to come into full view. This isn't just about receiving what you deserve. It's about stepping into what you were always meant to have. The account tied to your name is overflowing with blessings, and the time has come for those blessings to flow into your life. Take a moment to reflect on how far you've come. You've endured seasons of waiting, stood firm in the face of adversity, and continued to trust even when the path seemed unclear. And now, God is honoring your faith and perseverance. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. The blessings stored up for you are not just compensation for what you've lost. They are a testament to God's love, justice, and faithfulness. Step boldly into this new season, knowing that what lies ahead is far greater than anything behind you. Are you ready to receive what has been prepared for you? This is your time. Step forward in faith and claim it. As this divine account is unlocked, take a moment to reflect on what it truly represents. It's not merely about material blessings, though those may come. It's about wholeness, restoration, and alignment with your true purpose. Your journey has been building toward this moment of divine release. Every step, every trial, and every triumph has prepared you for this. And now, as you step into this season, know that your destiny is being forever transformed. The account tied to your name is not just about restoring what was lost. It's about propelling you into a future filled with promise. Everything that has been waiting for you, the blessings, the opportunities, the peace, is now coming to fruition. This is your season of divine justice, where abundance will shift the trajectory of your life in ways you never imagined. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Isaiah 43:19. For years, you've endured struggles, battles, and relentless challenges. There were moments when giving up seemed like the easiest option, when you questioned whether your efforts were leading anywhere meaningful. Yet, through it all, you persevered. What if I told you that none of it was in vain? What if this season is the one where everything you've lost is being restored and your hidden blessings are finally being revealed? It's not a coincidence, and it's not by chance. Divine justice is actively at work in your life. This is your breakthrough season. Perhaps you felt overlooked, underappreciated, or even abandoned. Maybe you've poured yourself out for others, giving without expecting anything in return, only to feel like your sacrifices went unnoticed. But let me assure you, in the divine realm, nothing you've done has been overlooked. Every act of faith, every tear you've shed, every moment you chose courage over fear has been recorded. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Psalm 56:8. Do you believe that the sacrifices you've made and the faith you've shown have been seen and treasured by God? Could this be the moment when those unseen efforts begin to bear fruit? The concept of divine justice goes beyond fairness or simply receiving what you deserve. It's about the restoration of what was lost, the unveiling of what was hidden, and the fulfillment of promises made over your life. Right now, that divine justice is working on your behalf. Everything you've endured and every obstacle you've overcome was part of a larger plan to bring you into this season of breakthrough. The blessings that were once hidden from you are now being brought into the light. Think about Joseph, who endured betrayal, slavery, and imprisonment before rising to a position of influence in Egypt. What seemed like an endless series of setbacks were, in reality, divine setups for the greatness that was to come. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. What if your own setbacks were really divine setups, positioning you for something far greater than you could have imagined? Now, as you look back on the years of struggle, the days when it felt like nothing was going your way, you may begin to see them differently. What once seemed like purposeless pain now reveals itself as preparation. The challenges weren't random. They were a part of the divine process that prepared you for the blessings being unlocked right now. And we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. The fog of uncertainty is lifting. The setbacks you thought were holding you back were actually propelling you forward. The delays you experienced were divine detours, guiding you toward the path you were always meant to take. What's unfolding now is a direct result of the faith, patience, and trust you've shown during the hardest seasons of your life. Can you see how the challenges you faced have prepared you for the blessings you are now stepping into? How the delays were never denials but divine redirections. This is not just the restoration of what was lost. It's a transformation into something greater than you could have ever imagined. Your hidden blessings are coming to light. Your purpose is being revealed, and your future is being redefined. Now is the time to embrace what God is doing in your life. The hidden account tied to your name has been opened, and everything that belongs to you is being restored, renewed, and revealed. He restores my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Psalm 23:3. Get ready for your destiny to unfold in extraordinary ways. What seemed impossible is now becoming your reality. What was once delayed is now being delivered. What was lost is being restored, and what was hidden is now revealed. This is your time to step into the fullness of God's promises and embrace the breakthrough that is unfolding before you. Are you ready to claim what has been prepared for you? This is your season. Step forward in faith and let divine justice guide you into the future you were always meant to have. Chosen. 1. The hidden blessings you've been longing for go far beyond material wealth or worldly success. While your breakthrough may indeed manifest in areas like your finances, relationships, career, or health, the true blessings lie in the deeper, more profound gifts that bring fulfillment to your soul. These are the treasures that can't be measured by earthly standards: the restoration of your heart, the renewal of your spirit, and the recognition of your divine worth in ways you never anticipated. Divine justice isn't just about rewarding you for your faithfulness. It's about restoring you to the person God created you to be. It's about aligning your heart, mind, and purpose with the destiny that has been waiting for you since the beginning. And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. Have you felt the stirring in your soul? A sense that something greater is being awakened within you? Could this be the moment where your true purpose begins to unfold? This is the season where everything that was stolen from you is being returned. Those lost opportunities, they're being replaced with even greater ones. The love you thought was gone forever, it's coming back into your life, bringing healing and wholeness to your heart. The dreams that seemed impossible, they are now within your reach, ready to be fulfilled. But divine justice doesn't stop at restoration. It goes beyond. It's not just about giving back what you lost. It's about blessing you with more than you ever imagined. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. This is the season of overflow, where blessings will not only restore what was taken, but will exceed your expectations in ways you never thought possible. Can you imagine stepping into a season where your cup overflows, where the abundance of blessings leaves no room for doubt that God's justice is at work in your life? When divine justice begins to unfold, it often defies human understanding. Doors that were once firmly shut will open without warning. and pathways you never saw coming will suddenly appear. You may find that things begin to fall into place effortlessly, as though an unseen hand has been guiding you all along. This is the hand of God, working behind the scenes to ensure that everything aligns perfectly with His purpose for you. Think of the Israelites, trapped between the Red Sea and Pharaoh's army. To human eyes, there was no way forward. Yet in that moment of impossibility, God made a way. Moses answered the people, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today." Exodus 14:13. In the same way, God is making a way for you now, opening doors you never thought could be opened. Have you noticed small shifts in your life? Unexpected opportunities, moments of clarity, or unexplainable peace? Could these be signs that the doors are beginning to open? But this season is not just about external blessings. It's about an internal transformation. As divine justice works in your life, it's also working in you. You're being restored not only in your circumstances, but in your identity. God is reminding you of who you truly are, a person of worth, purpose, and divine calling. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. The restoration taking place isn't just about what you do or what you have. It's about who you are. Every challenge you've faced, every setback you've overcome has been refining you, shaping you into the person who is ready to step into this new season of purpose and abundance. Can you feel that shift within yourself? The confidence, the peace, the readiness to embrace the life you were always meant to live. This is the time to step forward with faith and boldness, knowing that what once seemed out of reach is now within your grasp. The hidden blessings that have been waiting for you are now being revealed, not just to restore what was lost, but to transform your life into something greater than you ever imagined. Now to Him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to His power that is at work within us. Ephesians 3:20. This is your season. The divine account tied to your name is overflowing, and the blessings pouring out will not only renew your circumstances, but will restore your soul. Trust in this process, embrace the transformation, and step boldly into the future that is unfolding before you. Are you ready to receive the blessings that have been prepared for you? To walk through the doors that are now opening and claim the life that is waiting for you? This is your moment. Step forward and embrace it. My friend, the person you were when you began this journey is not the person you are today. Through every trial and moment of hardship, you've been refined, strengthened, and transformed into someone who is now prepared for what's coming. This season of breakthrough isn't only about external blessings. It's about the profound transformation that has taken place within you. The beauty of divine justice is that it doesn't merely restore what was lost, it also reshapes who you are. Every setback, every struggle, every moment of doubt has been a divine lesson, refining you for this moment of restoration. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. James 1:2-4. Have you paused to reflect on how far you've come? Can you see how the challenges that once seemed insurmountable have shaped you into someone stronger, wiser, and more prepared? As the hidden blessings begin to be revealed, you'll notice a shift, not just in your circumstances, but in how you view the world. What once seemed like setbacks will now be understood as stepping stones. The struggles that caused pain and doubt will be recognized as part of God's perfect plan, preparing you for the blessings you are now ready to receive. Think about Joseph, who was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and imprisoned before he rose to a position of honor in Egypt. Every trial he endured was a necessary step in the journey toward his destiny. When the time came, Joseph recognized the divine purpose in his struggles. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Could it be that your own trials have been part of a divine plan to elevate you to a place of purpose and honor? You are being elevated to a place of honor, and you are being equipped to handle the blessings that are coming your way. This isn't just about what you'll receive, it's about who you've become. The struggles, the pain, and the waiting have all been necessary to refine you, to build your character, and to prepare you for what lies ahead. Think of gold being refined by fire. The heat removes impurities, leaving behind something pure and valuable. In the same way, your trials have refined you, shaping you into the person who is ready to embrace this season of breakthrough. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver. Malachi 3:3. Do you believe that the challenges you've faced have purified and strengthened you, making you ready for the blessings now being revealed? This is not just a moment of external restoration. It's a moment of alignment with your true purpose. Everything that was hidden is being revealed for a reason. Every blessing, every opportunity, every open door has been perfectly timed to align with God's plan for your life. Divine justice has its own timing, and now it is your time. The waiting season is over, and the breakthrough you've longed for is here. But remember, this breakthrough is not just about what you receive, it's about what you've become in the process. The person you are now is someone who has been prepared for greatness, someone who can handle the abundance and responsibility of what is coming next. Can you feel the alignment taking place in your life, the sense that everything you've endured has been leading to this moment? Now, as you step into this new season, hold on to the understanding that your breakthrough is not an end. It's a beginning. It's the start of a chapter where you live fully in your purpose, where your life becomes a testimony of God's faithfulness, and where you step boldly into the destiny that has been waiting for you. And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. This is your moment of elevation, restoration, and transformation. Step into it with faith, confidence, and gratitude, knowing that the God who brought you this far will continue to guide you into the fullness of his promises. Beloved chosen one, you are stepping into the fullness of what has been prepared for you, and there is no turning back. This is your moment of transformation, a season where divine justice and restoration are aligning in your favor. In the days, weeks, and months ahead, you will begin to see everything fall into place in ways that will leave you in awe. The hidden blessings that have been stored up for you are now rising to the surface, and you are about to experience a depth of joy, peace, and fulfillment unlike anything you've known before. Trust in this season. It's not just about receiving back what you've lost, it's about stepping into a new chapter of abundance, purpose, and divine alignment. Everything that was meant for you is now finding its way into your life. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season and to bless all the work of your hands. Deuteronomy 28:12. This is your season of breakthrough. The hidden blessings are being revealed, and divine justice is actively working in your favor. Everything you've endured, every trial, every tear, every moment of perseverance has led you to this point. You are stepping into a season of restoration, renewal, and fulfillment. Embrace it fully, knowing that you are worthy of every blessing that is about to unfold in your life. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being part of this transformative moment. Your faith, resilience, and openness to this message are a testament to the incredible journey you're on. If this message resonated with your spirit, I invite you to stay connected. Subscribe for more powerful revelations that uplift and inspire. To those who feel called, your support through Super Thanks allows this mission to reach even more souls in need of hope and encouragement. Whether you choose to donate or simply share this message with others, know that your contribution, big or small, makes a difference. Thank you for standing alongside this community of faith. May this new chapter of your life be filled with blessings that overflow, joy that renews your spirit, and peace that surpasses all understanding. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Numbers 6:24-26. Stay blessed, and remember, this is just the beginning of an extraordinary journey. Your destiny is unfolding, and the best is yet to come. Thank you for being here. Whether through your generosity or your presence, you are an essential part of this mission.